Welcome everyone to the night shift. It is shift 47. ZP here with Jason and DDK. And gentlemen, we've had a bit of roster mania here in Europe. Empty dreams shifting over on the roster. But before we get deeper in that, how are you gentlemen doing today?
Doing good. Wait, I knew to go first because I knew I was going to wait, right? I was going to wait. But Jason loves to mess with things. He likes to leave the awkward silences and make it really awkward on the show. He wants to ruin your flow, ZP. I just want to give you a heads up.
You know, I was about to say, starting with DDK, I saw this coming, but I appreciate the initiative. Jason, though, was that your plan going into the day?
No, it's called being selfless and letting others speak on the desk. Some talent need to learn from that potentially. But, you know, I'm doing good. I'm doing good today. Obviously, with the changes that came in, hopefully we'll see a mix-up in the meta as well. But I'm also more curious about how Shark's going to perform, but also more importantly, what the hell is happening in North America, ZP?
Well, that's great because we're going to talk about the format here in the night shift, and you'll get to see the disparity between the regions that's gone on this week. In EU is a nice, healthy week. We got to see the return of Slice and Dice, and while they weren't able to get over Leviathan, some of those games were pretty close. One of the qualifier matches went over 40 minutes. Leviathan, though, was able to take them down and get the right to be against Abrahams here in the Challenger match, leading to what's a pretty classic EU setup. However, in NA, you may be looking at this and going, why is it just Melee Creeps and FPS Lounge? Well, I'm going to go down the list real quick. Get Candy dissolved after one showing in Night Shift last week. Bird with Clock, they are still finalizing their roster. They were unavailable. Work in Progress, I believe they had people unavailable. I forget if they were the team that had people going on summer vacation or not. But that was the thing. Also, the new Hydration Crayon team, they still don't have a sixth. So throughout all of NA, you had all these issues, but it leaves us the Melee Creeps FPS Lounge. And the cool thing is here, Dan, is that going into this, we have the flexibility to make it a conditional BO5. If EU is only 3 maps today, NA will be a BO5. However, if EU goes the distance, NA will be a BO3.
Honestly, I kind of like it because I feel like there's more continuity, and you get a special thing in this game where you get a really fun dynamic where the draft continues, and there's all this, I think, theory crafting as the game evolves. So I think it kind of steps outside of the meta slightly, and you get a game that really revolves around the styles of the two teams and their interactions. So I actually really think BO5 is kind of cool. I do wonder if it's the format we'll get in a future Deadlock at LANs and such.
Give me best of 7 or best of 9, or don't bring me any Deadlock. Come on, guys. We need a 7-hour series happening. That's like the grand final of the first Deadlock International, be best of 7. And then the casters will have to have, 3 to 4 different energy drinks to stay awake during that one.
We need Counter-Strike series that do that. They're like 5-6 hours. So it wouldn't be unprecedented.
But we need the best of 7 with like at least 3 Unco pauses to really liven things up. But before we get deep into the future of Deadlock, let's talk about the now and how the scene is being supported and being kept alive. And we couldn't do that without talking about our wonderful patrons that help make the show happen week in and week out. Everyone on this board, thank you so much for helping this show just go on every week. And, Jason, you have a tradition you like carrying on every week, so I leave it to you.
Conquest! Because Invincible is amazing, and that name is kind of cool. And I like how Conquest beat the crap out of Mark. That's it.
All right, Dan, you can go anywhere off of this segue, whether calling someone out or going the Invincible lore, really, wherever you want to bring it.
I got 2. I mean, one is going to be Chrisana, because Chrisana's support also in the show with all the gifteds and the donations and stuff like that. The support is off the chain and consistent as well. So huge shout outs to Chrisana. And then also Shiv's wife. They're a $5 night shift resident. I didn't know that Shiv had a wife.
Yeah, I mean, well, Shiv's continual success in the competitive scene, look, he's just succeeding in all matters of life. But once again, thank you to their patrons. But moving on to our rosters here. Look, we had a bit of roster mania here, and for Abrahams, we got a return of one of the great ones here, Jason. Sherrick is back in play for Abrahams. Took a long time off the comp scene, but, for those who have been following Deadlock from the beginning, Sherrick was a part of a lot of those really great Virtus Pro teams and Buffingers before they were called that.
Oh, man, I can't wait to see Shark have to play Mo and Krill for an entire series. That's probably what's going to happen. At least back in the day, that's pretty much what he did. Unfortunately, ZP over on like Virtus Pro, Buffingers, he always played the role that no one wanted to play, but I think that's, to me, what makes him such a great addition to any team, is that he's willing to do whatever it takes to win. Because I don't think anyone liked playing Mo back then when it came to competitive play, came to night shift. But he did it, and Virtus Pro had one of the longest streaks ever when it came to being the top dog in EU. So credit to him. But I guess the only question going forward, Dan, is how tested is he? How warmed up is he? I mean, we haven't seen him since 1 week on low key W, when the initial low key W came around with like Listic on the team.
Yeah, and I will say, just as you're mentioning Mo, we haven't seen Mo in a while, but I do think Mo might be undervalued. So I would love to see it. But yeah, great roster. I would love to also see some Drifter. We're seeing the tease there for Arzo, and I think Drifter has been rising in the stocks, and I really enjoy how Drifter does have some cool dynamics. I think it's actually found like a decent place in the meta. But when we get into the hero priority, if you guys haven't checked the show in a couple of weeks, like later on, it's gonna be very interesting to like review how at the moment in Deadlock there are the most like top like picks that you can kind of have that we've ever seen, and the midfield seems kind of bare, like, so everything feels like very good at the moment.
Well, looking to the opposition for Leviathan, you may be going, oh, I want to see more Empty Dreams. Well, guess what? You're going to see more Empty Dreams. Take away Psy, add in Empty Dreams. Empty Dreams is playing today for Leviathan. And also in the qualifiers, it was back-to-back games on Pocket where Leviathan won. So, maybe, just maybe, Jason, looking back at, there was some of the commentary of like, I don't know what's going on with the frogs. There's only one frog per briefcase. It's because Empty Dreams has packed his bags for this move over to Leviathan.
I hope that's the case, ZP. I hope that's the case. And I also hope that him only hitting, one or no man afflictions last week isn't the reason that he's departed the team or that he's separated ways with the team. Because he's a very good player, very strong player. And sometimes you just have bad games. But I mean, either way, within this team, him and Dimov already as a duo is extremely scary. And then obviously we've seen Freemuck have some massive games. Hopefully we get to see him on Shiv. Overseas has been stepping up a lot as well. Fargareco, we got to see last week, and it did some. He was surprisingly decent. I have to give him credit. Obviously, being a top 1 player on 20 different heroes. The only player to do so far when it came to the leaderboard. He's a very tested player, and this team has potential. It's just it's still so weird to me, Dan, to see this team though without OCs on it.
Yeah, it does seem a bit foreign. Yeah, it's weird. OCs has had a very interesting journey, but the fact that he's not here, but you do have Dimov, that's kind of fun. So, you get someone that is of that level of quality, although less specialized, I would say, because Dimov's certainly a master of, sometimes it feels like all. So certainly a great replacement to have Empty Dreams in there. Also, in terms of doing the carry roles and the playmaker roles is so solid that I think it is a very dangerous team here. And I'm excited to see that Fargareco has also come back into the mix. Irizumi as well. Like, these are some names that we haven't seen as frequently in the top 3 of late. So it's going to be fun to see how their interpretation, their hero pools in this newer meta will show off in these games. And I guess there are some changes we have to talk about as well.
Yeah, but before we get into that, do you believe we have our Mo 1-on-1? That is just about ready. That is the next thing that we're going to be heading over into. And, Dan, we talk about not seeing a whole lot of Mo 1v1 as of late. Well, or sorry, a lot of Mo as of late. We still get Mo in our one-on-ones. And, the person I want to see make a bounce back here is Saint. Saint went from undefeated for weeks on end and, got roughed up a little bit. It's been kind of the rejuvenation arc, maybe for Saint to win some Mo 1v1s once more.
Yeah, he's got some special insights. It's like Messi with the ball. I don't know. We obviously, the World Cup is on right now, so you gotta get the Messi reference in there. He has a second nature when it comes to the parry, with the positioning, the timing. He's the GOAT.
To the diving, to pretending like he got fouled, to getting things overturned. Yeah, maybe Mo can be the GOAT. I'm curious though, Dan.
He does kind of like, he is diving, kind of like sliding like a dive, kind of a little bit. Out.
Okay, we're in.
I'm curious though, Dan. What stretch goal would we have to hit for you to get like a Mo and Krill tattoo on like your shoulder?
I'm gonna be tattooed this for my entire life, Jason. So it would have to be like $1 million or something.
All right, Korsaka, Kristana 14, get on it. Let's get that together. But the Mo and Krill, it has kicked off. Saint back in it, like you're saying, ZP, and he needs to redeem himself. And so far, Dimov isn't letting him.
Look, we may be seeing like the end career of Mike Tyson right now. It is looking bad. Another parry throws out. Dan, Saint's on the ground once more.
Yeah, he's lost it. He's lost a touch. But he is against Dimov, so it did take a Titan. So
now, Jason, before we get into the draft, we don't have a graphic pre-prep for it, but we did. Let's look at the hero priority if we can, because we did have patch changes here, and I'm curious to see what has changed, if anything, on prio. The interesting thing to me when we're looking at the qualifiers, Freemock was still playing Shiv, even with Shiv getting hit with some pretty serious nerfs. So I'm kind of curious how significant the recent nerfs are actually going to, have an impact on for this meta right now, because taking a look at the drafts, a lot doesn't seem to have changed massively as of yet.
When are we going to learn, ZP? You cannot nerf Shiv enough for him to not be viable. Even though they did hit the killing blow like threshold, they've reduced it a bit, but then re-added it towards the end, so you have to max it out. They changed bloodletting around a little bit to have like a longer cooldown. They reduced some spirit scaling on his knives, and I believe his dash as well. So they're trying to tone him down, but I still feel like at its core, he's one of those heroes that at the top level, it doesn't really matter how you change him until you nerf him into the ground. He's still going to be viable.
Dan, you know what's one thing here that's funny? Looking at the heroes I know you play a lot. For Mirage did get hit with nerfs, but then also got hit with the buff where Traveler tier 3. I mean, Mirage is quite literally getting around the map nonstop now.
Yeah, Mirage is an interesting one for sure. I actually haven't played Mirage in quite some time. I don't know why, but he became really boring for me to play. And I know a lot of people have complained about him being boring to play and also boring to play again. So I feel like he's definitely a focus for a lot of pros at the moment. But yeah, the macro that is enabled by Traveler, I think, is really awesome. I think in the pro level, what it enables, I think, is really special. So I kind of like that we're getting tuned into the Traveler aspect more. That value is a bit higher. But I am still curious as to whether Mirage is. I mean, I would assume his stocks are still going to be very, very high despite some of these tweaks. I think his base kit right now is very, very good. And teams have absolutely learned how to play him because we went from, what was it, 319 or something and win-loss for Mirage ZP.
Bro,
I know you were keeping count. Something like that. And now it's completely just shifted just because teams have really figured it out.
A little bit of a slap on the wrist pocket there. And one of the interesting things to me, Jason, is that Drifter actually got hit with some pretty significant nerfs. And yet, again, looking at the qualifiers, looking at recent scrims, people are just like, no, we still like Drifter. So it makes you wonder how viable Drifter was in the past. And it just kind of took him being maybe a little bit overstat for people to realize, no, this hero's really good. And even after the nerfs, we still want to play him.
Thing is, for me, I don't know if it's the lack of reaction to nerfs for Drifter that people still ended up playing him. Maybe someone's been practicing him a ton because they knew he was getting stronger and they knew he was becoming more viable when it came to competitive, and then he gets hit with some nerfs and you go into a qualifier. Do you just say, okay, well, I'm just not going to play Drifter anymore? I'm always curious, is it just the nerfs not big enough, or is it more of they've been practicing it specifically and playing around it, so they're not going to let the nerfs really interact too much? But I mean, like, the bullet damage per boon reduced quite a bit, and we saw last week alone in EU when it came to Drifter, you could just run it down in lane. I think it was Obi-Kim doing that quite consistently, and he would still come out with like second highest damage in the entire lobby. So a little bit of a hit to that damage is gonna be quite big, and that was where the majority of the damage was coming from Drifter.
All right, well, that wraps up a lot on the patches, unless you had something extra here, Dan, but otherwise I think our draft is ready to go.
No, actually, I have a tidbit, which is that so with the whole point around Drifter, I was tuned into Low Mainstream like a while ago now, and he made this point. He's like, look, if you go and look at what Listic is playing on the leaderboards, like the most of, you will probably find the most broken thing. And like at that time, it was like Billy and Drifter, and Drifter obviously was like the standout there because not people hadn't really caught on. The low main's like, this guy is like an indicator, so you should better be paying attention to that.
Wait, Jason, is the IDO standard being applied to Listic now? Because that used to be the classic IDO slander of, if you want to know it's top tier, just look at IDO's stream. He only plays top tier. And now you got Low Main saying the same about Listic.
I don't know, man. I don't know what Listic. I'm scared to go in his chat sometimes for what people are talking about in there. You talk about Zergy being the Goon Master, and I think it might have passed on to Listic. The crown has been passed. But yeah, I mean, he does play some oddball things. He plays, I think, what he kind of enjoys playing at that time, because he even had a big stint of Bebop, and Bebop wasn't really seen as this like super strong hero at the time, or would eventually become a super strong hero. But maybe just really like Drifter, and maybe things he likes are actually the really overpowered heroes in the game. But can we just, I'm so sorry, I wanted to mention one more thing. If we go back to the very top of this one, when it came to the Unstable Rift, because there were changes to the minions having spirit resist and melee resist now, which I think is quite big, considering we would see, teams in comeback positions send down almost 12 of the Rift Troopers, and they would be cleared out by like heavy melees or just any spirit damage being done. So hopefully this actually makes them a little bit more tankier, and you have to give a bit more respect to them.
Yeah, I mean, my baseline view when I look at it is I think heroes like Paradox may be a little bit less valued, because you'd see that Paradox went into being like a very high tier pick just from the virtue of like, oh, Rift Troopers don't care, Time Bomb instantly deals with it. Not that Paradox isn't still good for the actual fight for the Rift Troopers, but some of the wave clear heroes, definitely take a hit here. But gentlemen, the draft is ready to go. We're going to see what the teams are valuing. What has changed, if anything? Last week was probably one of the more top-heavy drafting that we've ever had here on Night Shift in terms of the haves and have-nots. I'm curious to see if this week is going to lead to any changes, especially now that we're into a best of one, where if you have any curveballs, Dan, now would be the time to try them.
Yeah, I think it'd be really cool to see a curveball. I think it's probably possible. I'm kind of curious. Graves did get some nice, well, some buffs, right? So I'm curious, what did that get pushed over the threshold? There's certainly some things to consider, but Doorman getting banned out first is certainly no curveball. Still, very very good hero at this point in time. So that's not a surprise at all. And Pocket, Billy, these are typical bans you might see. Mirage, I think, might be actually beyond those now as well. And there he is.
Yep. So Jason, a little bit of nerfs to Mirage, but a buff, and Abraham say they don't want to deal with it. And Abraham's, by the way, they chose second pick here, still not going with first pick. What are you seeing in the cards?
Well, no, didn't Leviathan win the?
No, you actually.
You're
right. You're right. Demov. You know what? There's part of me that's still dealing. You're right. So Leviathan won, and they went first pick, and they went Billy.
Yeah, going for Billy. So I think it's interesting because last week we were asking Mirage. I mean, we're not been asking. We've been saying that Mirage has been like a first pick quite consistently now. When he's not being banned, he's being picked first. And then we started to see in the buff enjoyers of Abraham's best of 3 that it was, let's just ban him away instead. To actually just take him out of the equation, which is quite weird considering he's not necessarily being played as like a strong M1 carry. He's more of like a secondary carry for the team. Applies a lot of debuffs and still does a lot of damage while also split pushing. But with a Billy first pick coming through for Leviathan, you know what? I don't hate it. But what I am surprised to not see, though, is a Shiv not being picked top 3 so far in this draft.
Yeah, Dan, you take a look at Shiv not coming out immediately, but maybe in the next 2 for Leviathan, given Freemock's preferences. But the interesting thing here is that Abraham's, it won't be Empty Dreams on the Pocket this week, but they're still valuing Pocket as a high-tier pick, even though it's going to be a different pilot.
Yeah, and I will say with the Viscous coming out, I really like that a lot because of obviously saves for both Infernus and Pocket's abilities. I think Viscous has in this opening 2 from Abraham's just gone up in value massively. So I like that certainly, and I can see why they might be discouraged in going for a Shiv. I think both Pocket and Infernus could definitely make Shiv a bit lower priority. So the Calico though, getting the Assassin in there, Calico stocks definitely still high. I think higher in NA actually. I think EU, this is the first time I feel like I'm seeing Calico get prioritized this much.
And there it is, Drifter coming on in. The nerf's not slowing him down one bit. Interesting though in Calico, I think it was Fargareco playing it in the qualifiers. And Leviathan, they're staying really, really close to the team comp. They went in the qualifiers, Jason, but they're not going to have Empty Dreams on Pocket because it got stolen away by Abraham's.
Yeah, you know what? There's a world we could see one of the funniest things happen, that whoever's piloting Pocket for Abraham's just doesn't hit any afflictions either, and Empty Dreams just lifting up the middle finger to them, saying like, see, it's not so easy to hit them. But we'll see how it's going to work out. Obviously, we talked a lot about Buff and Joris being one of the few teams who are really willing to let Pocket go through because they know how to play around the affliction in particular. But a Yamato being banned out, obviously with some tweaks as well coming into this last patch. I believe they reduced the range of flying slash, they increased the charge delay, and you can ally target requires different input. So it's not really massive changes. I think it's just slight nerfs to her. And yet being banned out, I didn't expect to be seen.
Dan, big changes I'm seeing here is the lack of prioritization on frontline, but I think Leviathan may be about to come in here, certainly with maybe a Shiv, but also, Overseas been playing a lot of Abrams once again.
Yeah, that would be really, really cool to see the Abrams. Oh, Lash coming out. That's very interesting as well. Lash is one that has also, I think, lost a lot of value, at least in the last couple of weeks that we've seen. And I think when we've had Lash, performances haven't looked great too. So really interesting to see that. I think with Holiday in the mix can be hard to catch. I think Lash does serve some purpose in helping to deal with Holiday, who is so important in the meta at the moment, I think. So Apollo coming in as well. Okay, so they're going for a lot of burst damage here. Calico, Lash, Apollo. This is I kind of like how this is shaping up for Leviathan. But yeah, like you say, ZP, the lack of frontline is stark.
Yeah, I mean, right now you just got Billy over for Leviathan, but okay, Silver back in action for EU here, Jason. Silver did get that change to how often the ult is up. I think it actually is a pretty considerable change, the way fights break down.
Second difference?
Yeah, it's quite big. But it is interesting to see what Abraham's gonna finish off with here, and it's Ivy. Where we're seeing actually Demov play Ivy in qualifiers for Leviathan, so it takes away that option. But is this possibly going to be a Shivless game?
I think it probably will. There's no M1 hero for Leviathan, and I was actually going to ask this question before. Who the hell is their M1 player?
The city could use some new blood.
Because I honestly don't know on this team. I didn't see the qualifiers, so I don't know who was playing M1. Did you happen to catch that, ZP? Because Empty Dreams, I think he played it for a little bit within Abraham's, but then it went over to Arzo, and before him it was Sonya Sniper.
Yeah, I mean, for M1 for Abraham's, I would be thinking they'd be looking.
No, for Leviathan.
Oh, so yeah. Well, for Leviathan, I think it's probably gonna be Dimov. Like Dimov played Mina in one of the games too. That he wasn't on the Ivy, and based on what they have here, I mean, presumably it's probably gonna be Dimov on the Mina that is collecting a good chunk of the farm. Because you take a look at Leviathan here, Dan. In terms of who you're gonna portion a lot of farm to, I mean, realistically, a lot of it seemingly is gonna have to go to the Mina.
Yeah, you would definitely expect so, and it's very interesting because it is a pretty nasty hit squad. Apollo, Lash, Calico, Billy. Like the chase down here is pretty disgusting, and that does of course leave Mina a lot of space to farm into also 1v1. Whoever Mina might be looking to go up against here, I guess. Looking at the Abraham's roster, it might be Infernus, I suppose.
I don't think there's going to be necessarily, when we get to team fights, I don't think there's going to be an opportunity for Mina to have freedom, though. I mean, just the Ivy alone with what we've seen the last 2 weeks, it's like the sire treatment. Let me pick up someone and we're going to dive straight in towards their back line, which I would guess is probably going to be Drifter, maybe Infernus in this case, or potentially Silver, and then just kill Mina and don't give her a chance to really even, be in these fights. Obviously, you do have the cube to help you out, which is going to be huge. You have the chain gang to maybe pull people away, maybe the Lash for protection, but there's a lot of dive coming away from Mina, but luckily she does have a strong front line.
All right, so we got to start putting on the record here. From what we've seen here on this draft, Dan, who do you look at here and go, you know what, I like that draft a little bit more?
I do like some of the elements of both drafts. I think if I'm leaning one way, I kind of like what we're seeing from Leviathan. I think it's going to be very explosive and just fun to watch. But I do think that the Drifter's ultimate to steal away vision, I think it's actually going to be very impactful against a lot of the abilities here, or shutting down a lot of the capacity for the Leviathan to get setups with off of a lash ult and just chase people down to stop Viscous, cubing people, or to create situations where Pocket can get maybe a bit more of an advantage for positioning to really secure those afflictions. So I think the utility of Abraham's, I think, will be pretty dangerous to deal with. So I can see a lot going both ways, but stylistically, I'm kind of liking Leviathan's draft.
Jason, for Abrahams, do they need more frontline than just together on the Silver, or can you see this one working out?
No, I actually look at Abraham's and I'm kind of favoring them, to be honest. I don't see how you miss an affliction when there's like an Apollo, Calico, Billy, Viscous, and potentially like Lash in your face. These should be like 2-3 man afflictions happening. And Leviathan, I think it comes down to maybe itemization. I think maybe Viscous, maybe Billy will build into a DB to potentially counter it, or obviously have counter spell. I don't know. I like that. I like the fact you have Infernus as well, which if you do steal away the vision as Drifter, Infernus coming with the combustion with the warp stone, you're gonna get blasted and you're gonna eat so much damage. Plus you have a lasso as well to boot. I don't know, man. I'm kind of favoring Abraham's here. I mean, obviously I'm kind of favoring them when it comes to the series, but like their comp, it's so much damage. It's I feel like even like a lot of mobility as well. It's going to be hard for Leviathan's front line to really stack up against this.
Yeah, I mean, the more I look at this draft here, Dan, the one thing that kind of strikes out to me is that I actually think, in metas where, both teams are effectively only running one, character that could be, sort of designated as frontline. Silver, is kind of in between. Billy, of course, is like very hard frontline. There's a lot to be said on who is playing these characters and what they're able to do for it. Like, I look to Leviathan and it's like, okay, a lot of their good team fight potential relies on Billy having a great engage. And for Abraham's, a lot is going to rely on together, not getting picked off early on the Silver to, create enough space to have opportunities for the Pocket, the Infernus, or the Holiday to get pickoffs. But in terms of pressure being applied from how we've seen these heroes get played, I do think the Abraham's comp is pretty scary in just how much pressure they're going to be able to apply in the early to mid game.
I do agree, and I think that there's a lot of tools that can help them to really mess with the momentum in these fights of Leviathan, just like some knockdowns, for example, like against the Mina, against the Apollo, against the Lash. Like these are going to have a lot of value in this game, I think. And in addition to all of the things you just mentioned for Abraham's that they'll have in, just inherently within the kit that they have off the roster. And I think Infernus in particular, also really, really dangerous. We're seeing in the Infernus build the way that it's kind of transpired, that there's a bit more focus on getting ult to like level 2 more quickly. And, that's going to be really, really helpful against all these heroes that are grouped up, like Jason was saying.
Jason, you've raised your hand. What is on your mind?
Have you noticed we actually know who's on who now at the bottom of the screen? That production just put in the names, so we actually know who's playing what. So ours is gonna be on Infernus, Tass is gonna be on Drifter, Shark gonna be on Holiday. This is nice. I like this.
Is it good or is it bad? Because sometimes we have to fill, and it's like sometimes we actually spend a good couple minutes on like trying to like figure it out. So I don't know if I'm liking it or hating it.
Yeah, I mean, nothing really too surprising here. I think the interesting thing for me is that looking at the overall player history is that after the Shiv nerfs, Leviathan has said, you know what, we'd rather have Freemock on Apollo than Shiv. That was a 1-1 decision. Nothing was given up, and I don't really think anything was blocked in turn. That was just, yep, we're putting Freemock on it. And I mean, Freemock has played a good amount of Apollo in the past, so it's not entirely unprecedented, but we don't have to speculate anymore. The game is good to go. On the mic, it's going to be Jason and DDK. Jason, take it away.
Oh, Dan, let Dan do it. Let Dan do it. Dan, take it away.
You don't have the authority, Jason. You cannot tell me what to do. Only ZP can.
Okay, fine. I'll take it away. All right, we're about to head into our challenger match here. Why do you have to do this to me, Dan? I was so ready for you to take things away with that beautiful, sultry voice you have coming over from the UK, who's battling for their lives right now against Argentina in the World Cup. But all of the eyes are focused on what's happening here, trying to get into our money match with Leviathan and Abrahams going head-to-head here to kick things off.
Yes. I do believe that ultimately the read, I think both you and ZP had on the roster or the draft of Abrahams that it definitely feels scarier to me, a bit more well-rounded as well. So I would expect them to be pretty strong. And for me, Jason, it does put more pressure on Leviathan to have that to end that laning phase with the initiative. Maybe getting the first Guardian against their opponents down first, so they can start roaming first, start taking control of the game in that way to build the momentum and really capitalize off of all this Spirit Burst damage that they have in the chase down. Do you feel the same way about how this kind of has to go?
Honestly, I feel like I can never predict how things are really going to go when it comes to pro matches, Dan. I feel like in my head, they work out one way, in execution, they work out a different way. And then what we see actually break down in a game is just another complete different direction. But I have to say this, though, because I was a little bit distracted while you were asking, is that Chrysana 14 came in with another 10 gifted, but with the note for Dan to give us 10 of those amazing yes.
Oh, really? Wait. Production, is this true? I feel like Jason is just saying that I cannot trust him. I need confirmation. This must be verified. Oh, I can't trust him. And once that's verified, the goods will be delivered, Jason.
Well, you can't put a note in gifted subs, or I don't believe you can. So you're safe this time. I know he's not safe. Arizumi gets dropped here on the Viscous, getting a little bit aggressive with the Silver and Drifter lane, which honestly isn't a lane you want to see get too far ahead. I mean, Tass, we've never really seen him unleashed past these initial pick heroes. Excited to see what he can do on Drifter in this game.
Yeah, it's gonna be really cool. I don't actually think that the nerfs I think were probably kind of needed. I think Drifter was pretty strong, but I think it doesn't really change the value that he has in the game. And very cool to see him back into the meta, and I think more of a reasonable way. So in terms of the laning phase itself, Jason, I am also curious where you stand on that in terms of how you're liking these lanes for either team. If you see one that should be pulling ahead here. So far, things are pretty even, Stevens.
Well, first of all, Kusaka, thanks for the 10 gifted as well, coming in big from week to week to week. We very much appreciate all the support you guys are giving us. Especially you two with the 10 gifted every single time. Oh, come on. What about Chrysana now? But when it comes to the lanes, I think I like the rebuttal pickups for Abrahams on the left-hand side. Already getting some early kills before the cube comes online out of Irizumi helps give you that initial control as well. And I think they're even looking to possibly freeze the lane, if I'm not mistaken. The mid lane, though, that one I'm kind of curious about how that actually is going to play out. Because you have an Ivy and a Holiday together. And a Holiday, obviously a lot of poke, a lot of damage. Ivy, you have like wave clear, which I guess can be helpful against a Calico and a Drifter. But the thing is, you don't really have the mobility on those two pre-ultimate to rotate in and prevent any of these ganks happening, which we can see happen on the right-hand side. It's already going to be Sai looking for some kills on the right lane because he has the ability with Ava to just quickly like float between these lanes. And I don't think there's a response of Abrahams for that.
Yeah, like you said earlier, it'd be interesting to see how it actually just pans out as we see the game unfold in front of us. Nice steal attempt here coming through from Taz. Actually going to be successful, taking away all the tier 1 creeps. So nice pressure on this lane on the left side of the map. Billy Viscous does feel very dangerous, but again, a lot of damage output. Honestly, there's possible this raw damage from Silver and Drifter. You can see that is a trade that's been working well for them, though. In comes the potential attempt for Billy to punish, but there's the cube. It responds. Both teams liking the looks of this fight and going for it. Parry comes out, missing the timing on that one. And it looks like well, it's very weak, and Overseas will finally go down. Drifter continuing to barrage, and they kind of baited them into that one. Very well played from Taz and Together.
Yeah, very well done. Again, like rebuttal can be extremely strong, as you're seeing right there, having the parries up a little bit quicker, and obviously the extra healing that you get on top of one of those successful parries. But the damage, I mean, yeah, like Viscous and Billy can do some, you know, some decent damage, but I don't think it can come close to like a Silver and a Drifter who are just pumping at you, especially with Stalker picked up as well. The second you turn, like the second you try to do anything against that, you're just taking a lot of extra damage over time. Not to mention, Irizumi trying to go for the contest here on the gun buff, getting chased down, and let me lose this pretty much half his HP just for the contest alone. You can kind of see the mismatch right now of how much stronger Abrahams here on this left-hand side are.
Yeah, and it's a lot of bullet damage primarily. So in theory, you know, there might be some ways to kind of get your resist up to kind of tool against it, item-wise, but just like maybe practically speaking, that's just not even enough at this stage of the game. And the damage across the entire team is pretty, I think, well balanced between Gun and Spirit. So just a little note on that fact. And again, just pilfering the tier 1 camp just consistently, and this is absolutely a losing lane for Leviathan. Are they making up for it anywhere else, though? That's the question.
I mean, this lane is just continuing to get further ahead, Dan, and I'm getting just really worried in general for Leviathan. I mean, the thing is, it's the best one at the end of the day, and if they continue to farm you like they currently are, I mean, Irizumi's on 2.6k, Overseas on 3.7 at least. They're just being dove. Light Concur's coming on through as well, and that's gonna be another kill being added to the tally here for Abrahams. And it feels like, honestly, have they even lost anyone? Maybe they, no, I don't think they died at all. I mean, they're probably gonna die right here and lose one, but still, Abraham's just completely been winning out on the burger box. And actually, Silver might not even die. Together forces Empty Dreams back, his ex-teammate, and lives for now. Okay,
oh, Billy coming in though.
Surviving now. Oh my God, he survives! What happened? How?
That is tragic. Absolutely tragic. Now, there's going to be a lot of issues, I think, here in this game right now for Leviathan, because I would have said that the Apollo Mina lane might have been kind of nice just on paper against Infernus as well as Pocket. You know, you got all that spirit damage that should, I think, allow you to have some good trades, but they've been having a hard time on the right side lane. They've managed to get some good tower damage, but again, going back to the kills, it really feels to be a very well-managed game so far by Abrahams on both sides of the map.
Yeah, I think the thing is, like, Mina, especially with like the burst from her 3, can really do a lot of damage to Pocket because the negative spirit resist. I think that's a lane you're not really expecting to win, but the fact that they're, you know, still doing relatively well against them is a very good sign. But the problem is, who's going to help out this left-hand side? We had the rotate come out of Overseas to try to protect, or sorry, not Overseas coming back in to try to help this one, but he wasn't able to hold them back, and they need to get a kill. They need some sort of answer. They get the damage done, but they can't get the finish.
Sully. Oh, we're seeing a push here once again. Oh, popping at the return to Shadows. We'll see if that's going to get Calico out of dodge. The chase down continuing on forwards, and I don't think you can get away. There's no way, surely. The slicing, the slashing of the claws working out, and the parry's going to also potentially yield some value as the chase onto Viscous will succeed. Oh no, again, Jason. This is outrageous.
Somebody stop. Don't tell me you're gonna 1v3 this. Someone stop Together. What just happened? He's on 7.1k souls. I asked the question, what are they gonna do to shut down this lane to have some sort of response? They send 3 players there, and that still wasn't enough to take down the Titan of Together.
Almost has Hunter's aura up as well. I mean, that's just so much damage potential. I think especially chasing people down with a Drifter, that's going to be very, very painful indeed. So, not good times, I think it's fair to say, for the Leviathan team. They're so far behind Jason at this time in the map. It is extremely concerning.
So the problem, like the big problem, like it's already bad enough you're losing the lane, but then you send over Sai to help out, and then they lose the fight with Sai there. So not only does it keep the 2 who were originally in that lane behind, Sai also falls behind because of this. Irizumi still doesn't have ult online, and we're 9 minutes into the game. He's on 3.3k souls so far. Sai's at 4.6, and we're at 11k lead 9 minutes in. These are leads that you should not lose. Like these are leads that just end games.
Especially at this level, and with a team that is as good as Abraham's, of course, and definitely, despite some of the changes that they've made to the roster, still ultimately the core and I mean, together being so ahead on Silver especially, I don't know that that's very common to see. And I think Silver in general is a hero that has been seen less, despite still being, I would say, very, very strong. It's just kind of fell out of favor in the meta. So the problem with that is that Silver is able to get so much done in these team fights, able to create so much space, especially, you know, with that Lycan form. And so I think it's just so much worse that it's together that is this far ahead at this time.
Together has shown us so many times, especially on heroes like Shiv, that he can take, like, he can run away with the game. He's very good at doing that. And I think Abraham's, at least like the older version of Abraham's, were very good at allowing him to do things like that and working around him. But 9.1k and TAS on 8.5. I mean, we haven't even talked about ours though, because honestly, most of the action's been in this one lane alone, but he's also at 9.2k farm. These three players, pretty much, if you just combine their net worth, have almost equal to what Leviathan have in total.
Oh my god, Arizumi's on 4.7k right now, so just terribly behind. And there we go, concussive combustion. We did mention it's going to be problematic to deal with. Obviously, when you get counter spells, easy to counter spell, but the fight continues and the stat difference is notable, and they are getting just chased down. Not a problem here for Taz on Drifter.
Oh, he's looking for the hyper line. He's just going to get the kill outright.
Easy does it. And it's getting turned in at the same time. Jason, it's an absolute car wreck.
There's no one even there to help defend that like push. They're trying to counter push on the left hand side to look for a kill themselves. Can we actually get a graph of like the kills so far in this game? Because I am still not 100% sure that Leviathan have gotten a kill yet. They have not gotten a kill yet. And 10 kills for the tag team duo up together in TAS, the double T's.
Yo, I don't know that that's a thing that we see here on the show. It would be kind of interesting if that's a stat that we can one day understand. But I mean, that feels very unusual, and I think it creates a problem too that the kills are not dispersed. So you get again Taz and together being so far ahead and getting popped by Sanya's sniper. That's not going to help matters anymore.
Okay, I have to say this. I have to be, you know, a little bit relax here, because obviously this is Leviathan with some pretty big changes, right? They're practicing with like some different players. Empty Dreams just came into the roster. D-Mob is still getting adjusted to the team as well. So to me, it's not super surprising to see a result line like this, because Abrahams are one of those teams that if they start to win early, they really try to stranglehold you and really run away with the game. So it's not surprising to see this kind of lead build up, but it is very entertaining to watch, I will say.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the signs, the clear signs of a team, well, as they do manage to get, well, maybe their first kill onto Taz. But yeah, the signs of a team that is fundamentally sound at the top level is that when they get ahead, they get more aheads. You know, you understand how to leverage the advantage and keep converting. And that's exactly what Abrahams are so good at.
Yeah. And I mean, you're still looking at a 12k lead. They had the first urn. They haven't really started to group for big pushes anywhere. They're still just farming up at the moment. And Sonya's kind of alone on the left-hand side, potentially going to be picked off here with just 11k and less than half HP. I'd be surprised to see him survive. And that's going to be a second kill coming through for Leviathan at a decent time. The problem is the Rift's going to be on the right-hand side of the map, though. There's going to be a one-on-one contest here, and Together's still going to be there to clean up the kill into D-Mob. So they're trying to make pushes. They get some kills. They get a Guardian. They are trying to close the gap. It's still 10k, 13 minutes in. It's just so much.
It is rather large, and there's a Rift going there though for overseas. So Leviathan are going to be getting able to get some comeback. Troopers, they are a bit better than before too, which I think it's really interesting as we continue to see the Rifts being new. It'd be interesting to see how he's getting kind of dialed.
Yeah, and I'm curious. Like, the thing is, one thing I love about the dev team is that they're super open and willing to do these like kind of drastic changes, especially that people forget we're in closed alpha. Like, this game was technically under NDA, you know, was it like 2 years ago, and they're still making some big changes, adding some massive like gameplay mechanics and like gameplay loops with this unstable Rift. I'm curious if they're gonna add in maybe another one at some point, or maybe continue to change things. As right now, Together is looking to change the world here on Silver, one Viscus at a time. Irazumi, nowhere he can go. Gets picked off yet again here. 16k souls for Together. The lead hasn't grown though, Dan. I will say that. It's been holding pretty steady
Yeah.
here at 10K.
Yeah, definitely. I was also looking at that, and one of the issues though is that so much has been stolen away. So in terms of what's on the Leviathan side of the map, so they're going to be able to hunt down Freemark as well with these very aggressive invades. They are just battering this right side Walker also, and in the meantime, we do have a potential attempt on signing a sniper's life, but it's so slippery, the pocket, very hard to lock down, even with the changes, because I think what we've got a slower cloak cooldown now, I think, so to make him a little bit less slippery.
10 kill streak for Together. Just FYI here. Size of the fall. Task to pick that up. And yeah, if I'm Dimov, I maybe wouldn't be going into that fight. Especially with Sharik here around the... We haven't even talked about Sharik, actually. And no offense to him at all. It's just been all pretty much about Together and Task on the left-hand lane as they get the earn yet again. 17k for him. 16k for Arzo. I mean, you were just gapping so many different players on your opposing team as Alaska comes on through and with Stomp. The Cube's gonna land, and we're gonna see a skirmish break out here. But again, Leviathan, you are not the favorite team here in this fight.
Yeah, certainly not. Looking to do what they can here, Leviathan, to try to fend off the Abraham's players. But here looms Together, just dodging the lash. Oh, still carrying the urn, of course, and looking to turn that one in. And I gotta say, Jason, I really love this approach. That Together is the one, just already, the most ahead player, but continuing to get the focus with the urn, just able to push further ahead. And obviously also, Silver's not a hero that you're looking to farm the camps with necessarily. So it's a way to keep Together ahead and keep Together very active on the map while still having a big stat check difference against the opponents.
The thing is, once you think you've got him killed, I mean, that Lycan curse just getting you like a little bit more topped off, a little bit more tanky as well. They're going for a mid boss here, and I don't hate the timing. 15k lead, they have a kill. They also have vision of 2 other players because of Sonya Sniper's position. They also know there's no Death Slam coming on through. There's really no way to prevent this one from actually being turned around with. They don't really have a comp either for Leviathan to stop this. Affliction hits one. It connected, chat. It hit one player at least. I think that might have been the first one of the game.
All right, there we go. Not bad, not bad. Big difference there to chase down onto Viscous. Would imagine the cube is available, but hey, the damage output is painful. So painful. The Veil Walker is kind of nasty, I gotta say, Jason. I've been enjoying seeing the return of Veil Walker as an item. On Paradox, we get to see it a lot on these heroes that are playmakers looking to initiate. The Veil Walker into a lasso is certainly very, very scary.
He's come over to support Together again. Looking for the barrels, Empty Dreams. He just wanted the 1v1. This is a 1v1 you don't want to take. You're the oh my gosh. Someone call 911. We just saw a murder. It's just not stopping. 21k. 20k lead. They have Rejuve as well. They lost one Rejuve. I didn't see who actually was the one to lose out on it. It was Sonya, as I can see here on the overlay. But Together, man, he's just everywhere. And the thing is, they're constantly choking Leviathan out when it comes to any camps they can pick up on their side of the map. Denied as much economy as possible, only really gifting them the lanes. And that's why this lead continues to grow. It's because they're just constantly on the enemy side of the map. Look at their own side of the jungle, man. They have so many camps up. They even have a couple sinners. They don't want to be on their side of the map. They just want to continue to prevent Leviathan from getting any sort of comeback.
Yeah, and it's definitely something that we were pointing out earlier too, just the leveraging that advantage, being so aggressive, pressing continually on the opponents, just making it so that it's very hard for them to find opportunity. You do put yourself in maybe some risk that you could get picked, but at the same time, like keeping that pressure on, it is such a big win. And now pressure onto this mid Walker. And we'll see what the response is from Leviathan. They don't really have too many players here, so this could actually go very well for Abrahams. Leviathan needs to be very, very cautious. They have 3 players not in this fight at the moment, so it looks like a big opportunity here for Abrahams, and Taz potentially chasing down the Viscous, at least chasing him away. And that's going to enable a very vulnerable Walker to get taken out.
Yeah, it's just gone. It's out of here. And the thing is, I think Leviathan realized we can't 6v6 them. We can't 7v6 them anymore. Like bring in the coach or something. I think it's Parzival coach. Then bring him on in, and then 7-6 wouldn't work here at this case. With the two rejuves as well, they can just be free to siege that Walker and really have no worry as long as they're paying attention to the Death Slam. The position they were taking wasn't going to let a Death Slam do anything. And now we're going into one of the tankiest heroes on the team, and he immediately just says, nope, I'm out, and runs away. They might be able to catch together here. Riju's still up for another 18 seconds of time, though. So even if they kill him, they don't really kill him.
Yeah, no kidding. Rift coming up as well. Full map control there for Abrahams. Every lane is pushed. And the Rift will spawn. And now the attack comes in from Leviathan, looking to push into that Rift territory. And from the sidelines, we've got Abrahams looking to collapse onto Leviathan. We'll see if their angle of engagement is going to help them out here. Especially, obviously, they also have the lead on Souls pretty heavily. And now finally together coming in off the Zip as well to assist in this fight. And just in the corner here, there's the Ivy drop coming in for a big silence. We'll see if the Gargoyle Form is going to do some extra setup. And Saint gets 3 players off of that. Leviathan getting absolutely demolished.
3-man affliction into 3 kills. Really well done here for Abrahams. And I like the way they attack that too. They let Leviathan have the rift because they're going to be stronger while they're within the rift. Fight him after it's done. And just deal with the minions that come out after getting 3-4 kills here. And they have a huge advantage in terms of manpower, and obviously when it comes to souls. 21k now, 20 minutes in. And this Walker, I mean, it's a delicious treat, and together is ready to chomp down on it.
Absolutely.
What's your favorite treat, Dan? I mean, you're from the UK, so like curly whirlies for me are like one of my favorite things when I go to the UK. But when it comes to the US, what's like your favorite treat?
Cross-fed steak, Jason.
Okay, so I meant like more, I guess, candy, not like, you know,
Candied
like
elk jerky.
Okay. I'll count it. Never had it, but I'll count. Oh my God! Where did he go?
Oh my God, they're getting absolutely destroyed here. The chase continues. Oh, just when it felt like they had maybe alleviated some of the pressure, reality just biting them again in the face. I guess kind of literally they're with together looking indomitable on that silver pick. Fighting under the walk here as well. Okay, Italo-san, is that good? Yeah, okay, it's going to secure the kill into Sharik, but it feels, the hope feels far away for Leviathan, despite getting that pick.
I mean, it opens up a flex slot, but again, I don't really think they have the economy for that to matter a whole lot. And Task just continue to go on the chase, got toxic bullets. It's taking a little bit of damage, but yeah, the Ren hurts. And that's a dead cat. Sai goes down. Steel's being chased in the mid lane, but he's just going to retreat away. He's going to be more than fine. Now, Dimov might not be so fine. Doesn't have anyone to retreat, you know, fully maxed out here, but obviously has the charges to get away with the Dispel Magic. So you got to give credit, like for Leviathan, they're still looking for ways to get back in this game. They haven't kind of just given up, which honestly, if I was in one of my games, I would have, you know, seen the first 5 minutes and be like, yeah, I'm out, guys. I'll take the L for the team here for the 5-minute mark. But they're still trying. They're trying to figure something out, and I think that's a good sign for them as a team, is to not just give up and play out any situation. Try to learn from this the best you can.
Yeah, and it is tough though, especially given that in the nature of some of the picks here. I think we set it up. They need to get ahead a little bit early, get that initiation a little bit early. They should be the ones running the map and running the ganks and forcing Abrahams to respond. But really, that Together and Taz lane, Silver Drifter duo, it just got too far ahead too quickly and really just completely dashed the chances of having that kind of a game. And they've just been behind the entire time. And then once you've got a Holiday on the other side as well, there's always a threat looking for these picks. You know, life gets kind of scary. And speaking of which, we still have a lasso available. Veil Walker has been triggered. Is there anybody to find? We're not around here.
I think they're waiting for mid boss now with 20 seconds. I think it's a bit risky, to be honest. I think you're still most likely going to win the fight and probably win it with at least 2 crystals. But you still need to respect the Death Slam and the Chain Gang. You still have to respect those two together. And I think for Abrahams, we've seen in the past be so willing to go for these like Hail Mary mid bosses in situations they don't need to. So seeing a little bit of composure out of them, I think would be kind of ideal for the maturity of the team. And just look for a couple of picks in the fight. I mean, it's already started to break out towards middle. Task under some pressure. It's Eternal Knight up against Dimov and Sign. Dimov's gonna be the first one to fall here. So a good start here for Abrahams to take a mid boss.
Suddenly, and there's another collection there for Together. 13 kill streak. That's kind of it's not a good sign. That's not a good sign. In comes Arzo as well, looking to drop in from the zip line, keeping that pressure on. Mid boss again is still available as they look to go for a commitment here. Lycanform, is that going to be able to get picked up here? Gets stunned out there just in the nick of time. Lycan Curse comes out, but the HP is falling very rapidly until finally together, and that kill streak has been demolished. Maybe going a little deep here, Jason, into the base.
I'm looking at this, I'm thinking, is this potentially a mid boss out of them, actually? I would still respect ours on 30k souls. I think they might go for it. Oh no, they're trying to bait a kill. They're trying to bait someone out. Maybe make him think they're going towards mid boss here. I mean, the thing is, but Together died. He died for 70 seconds of time. That is an eternity in the world of Deadlock here. And they're going to start to poise for it. They're starting to get the initial control around it. They're using Freemock on the high ground here to push them back, and they're going to go for the mid boss. There's still a very real world Arzo could steal this away, especially with Saint by the side.
We'll see if there's an attempt. Arzo is close. He looms. There's a concussive combustion. The steal attempt here coming on through. Can they get any of the crystals? Knight's parry comes through. There's going to be 1 for 1. Right now, still 1 crystal available as the punches come in. And an extra one going to Leviathan here. This is exactly what they needed. Looking to do more damage. They could potentially wipe Abrahams, who now just have a couple squishies remaining. And in fact, both, well, just one is going to go down, leaving Saint alone. And it is a team wipe. They still have a Rejuve crystal remaining. Urn is going to be collected. And they've got one wave crashing into the walker on the right side. This is definitely problematic for Abrahams.
Well, Together, the raid boss has spawned back in, though the raid boss hasn't actually maintained his lead. Look at Empty Dreams. He's on 29k. Overseas is on 26k, and Together's only on 28, though he has been a part of a ton of kills. This is a little bit risky now. Like the Leviathan, they do have some comeback potential here. I still think they have to respect Abrahams, even though they got the Rejuve, they closed the gap a bit. It's still a pretty significant difference between the two. And honestly, for me, like Empty Dreams, I don't necessarily want him to be the one that's super fed. I would want to see like Sai having more farm, Overseas and Demov having a little bit more farm, maybe Freemock as well. But actually, can we take a look at Empty Dreams' build? I actually haven't like really been paying attention to where he's going. If he's going like Spirit, or if he's going more towards Gun. It looks like it's more towards a Gun Lash with the Spell Slinger picked up.
Well, once again, you got a lot of problems coming from Taz. Look at the damage coming through. It's going to deal with that Rejuve crystal that was remaining, and it might actually get a conversion. Hey, I don't know that Apollo's going to have too much luck escaping this one. Freemock's trying to dodge out of there. Very mobile hero, but again, just needs a Stalker's Mark. And in fact, I mean, if you got this much damage, you're good to go.
Yeah, Siphon waited, Spellslinger. I mean, while the fight broke out on the right, the fight's breaking out on the left as well here. Trying to go for the Unstable Rift, and Together's been able to get the control with that Lycan Curse. Demov trying to hover around here, trying to keep it contested potentially towards their favor, but they're losing on too many players. Sai comes on in, turns to Shadows, but also going to be returning to base here in just a few seconds as Empty Dreams is able to push out a kill on the Saint, if I get my words done correctly. But the rest still going to be secured for Abrahams, and unfortunately Leviathan, that momentum they got off that mid boss has been stumped.
All right, well, Leviathan, I mean, doing a great job just staying in this game, creating opportunities. I mean, if we think back here, Jason, you know, some of it you could argue came off the back of Together sacrificing the kill streak, just diving into the base when mid boss was up, and I think, you know, like that could be potentially where Abrahams, you know, allowed this game to get a little bit scary. But the pressure comes back on from them, looking for some pressure on the base guardian on the left side, forcing a response here, and they've got to be careful here not to lose Arzo. Very weak.
Let's go yellow.
They're still committing for this one. They might be able to get a catch on a Tass here. And Abrahams, I mean, 77 seconds he's dead for. A little bit of an affliction comes on in, catches out Freemock, and turns it around into Sonya for a stun. But that is going to continue to tick away, and he will fall. So keeping things equal with a 1-for-1 trade here. But I mean, honestly, DDK, like the way Abrahams are playing, it seems like they're just getting a little bit too relaxed because this game's still not over.
Yeah, I totally agree. And it does come into conflict with previously in the first 20 minutes of the game where they were playing the lead very effectively, just keeping things tight, keeping the pressure on, not giving too many opportunities away to Leviathan, really giving us the impression it should be open and shut, but seems anything but at this point, as the mid-walker from Leviathan is under focus, and they've managed to catch in the subway a potential kill here. All the lasso is going to be missing just before the return to Shadows comes through.
Time to move.
The trade of ultimates there.
Yeah, they're still looking for their picks using Psy. Scout things out. Especially with Task Dead, a little bit easier to do so as stealthy-like as you want.
I see Billy.
And together, I mean, he's kind of doing something similar. He's still very far pushed up, very aggressive on the left-hand side jungle. He has to support, though, the Shark on the Holiday. Also, the quick rotations that Sonya and Ars is going to be here. He might be able to get the catch and overseas combustion. Combustion's going to come on through. The cube does save him from that stun. Deathslam also going off at the same time. Not sure how many caught out onto, but so far, Leviathan have lost out on one.
And here comes together back into the action again. With that Lycan Curse, this is very, very difficult to deal with, creating all the space. Big focus fire though, and just taking a lot of heat. Has to play it somewhat more cautiously. A couple players down at the moment for Abrahams. Mid-boss is not too far away. They've got to be cautious not to give up any kills here. Again, they just absolutely cannot allow another mid-boss to go to Leviathan because of just poor timing on these engagements.
There's the urn yet again. I'm wondering if the other's going to go for the pickup another time for it. I think Psy's actually spotted him out, but the thing is, Psy has to be very careful. He's down 10k in souls to his counterpart there. Well, Leviathan are still looking to run objectives, and I think it's such a tricky time to do so, because if you go for the urn and you lose players, you're ultimately giving up mid-boss, which is up in 20 seconds. But I think the upside for them here, Dan, is Abrahams aren't contesting it, so they're just going to shove out the lanes, maybe look for an opportunity to take mid-boss themselves once they get some control of the map.
Yeah, and very different story here. Yes, now starting to see the urn being able to be collected by Leviathan on Fremog, when there was so much map control earlier in the game that you could never imagine that happening. The boss is up, and pressure now on this right side from Fremog. Pretty mobile, but a lasso can change that.
Are they gonna go for the chase? I mean, Shark's actually gotten around towards the side. Demov's here for reinforcements. Empty Dream's coming on through as well from base on the zipline. Abraham's looking to back away, but together he's being airdropped out of this one by Saint. And the fight is just going to break out. Affliction could go huge here for Sonya, who's just joined the party. Deathslam looking to be thrown on in just a few seconds of time when it is up, but Task already picks up 2 kills without the help of the Affliction. And Leviathan, I mean, had an opportunity to set up for a kill, but now they have to just run away back to the base and give up mid-boss.
Again, so I've got to be so careful about that mid-boss. Empty Dreams having quite the performance here on this Lash. Really creating opportunities here for Leviathan as they will manage to close down onto side to finish off the Calico kill, and surely this enables now the follow through that should end. And I think what has turned into a close game between Leviathan and Abrahams here, because I can't imagine that there's much challenge from Leviathan. They'll have to try to do something you'd expect, but I mean, there's no tools to even try. It seems like Mina, Viscous, the only players close, but again, just not really the players or tools available to do anything about this. So the crystals will all go to Abrahams and should be smooth sailing from here, Jason.
Oh, they're going for the chase down though onto Empty Dreams here. You can hear the airdrop out of Ivy looking for the chase. Gets silenced up, gets rescue beamed away, and actually might be able to pull off the great escape here, though Demov might not be so lucky. Easily could be turned around on. And the worst time here for Leviathan is a risk spot on this side of the map where Abrahams already are.
Can they catch him? Very, very dangerous player so far in this game, Empty Dreams, on the Slash, finding a lot of value, but pretty mobile. But still, like, there's a lot of chase down tools available.
He could be seen by Drifter though, so it's like he's gonna know where you're going the whole time.
And there's some of the value of Drifter, coming into play.
And with him dead too, they have no Death Slam. They have no big wombo to their combo. I mean, obviously you do have Chain Gang, but the Death Slam was one thing to set that up as well. With the 3 Regiers on Abraham's side, I wouldn't be surprised to see them finally push down the base here. Maybe the other can redeem himself from before, as he went for an extremely egregious dive, which cost him his life in a 70-second cooldown. But we're going to see the shrines go down for sure. 50 seconds still left on Empty Dreams. I don't think there's really any contestants for Leviathan. You just hit the world's craziest Chain Gang.
Well, here we go. We'll see what they can manage to make happen in this position. It's going to be Mina trying to defend, and Demov can't really do too much in this spot. They're going to try to mount some kind of a defense here, but Abraham's looking very clean on this particular assault. I think this is it, Jason. I mean, there's nothing really to send them back.
20 seconds. That's the window they have to work with here. Char's going to lose a reju. They actually lost out on 2 now. I think that's Saint to lose 1. They're still picking up kills, and for Leviathan, they need to defend without losing on players. That's a 3-man affliction coming on through. Demov, I resuming overseas. Empty Dreams has spawned in now. He's got Death Sum available. I don't know if Abraham's going to stick around for this, though. Oh, he used it early. He used it so early to only catch 1.
And I mean, the Hidden King is about to get taken out. So finally, Abraham's, I mean, it was a tricky one. Some hiccups here and there, but oh, hello. We've got some defenders jumping in for the invulnerability. They want one last fight before this one gets taken out, but they got to stay in the pit here to ensure that they keep that invulnerability going together. Sanya dealing with those defenders, and victory is Abraham's.
All right. Unlike England, Abraham's able to maintain their lead here against Leviathan, even though it did get a little bit sticky into the mid game. Abraham's came in with a clear game plan. They got together way ahead of the game, and anyone that might have thought, gee, Silver's still playable, well, a quick little buff, and that was all that was needed. And I gotta say, take me through this one, Jason, because Abraham's had an edge throughout a lot of this game, but it did get close for a moment, courtesy of Leviathan.
Yeah, it was, I think it kind of all kicked off with Together getting caught out. I mean, just diving. I think he got too cocky and just said, I'm going to just dive your base and not really care. And with that, there was a period of a turnaround, and there was a window of opportunity for Leviathan, but I say a window that was slightly cracked open, because honestly, even with that comeback, it was still such a big lead for Abraham's. And I think it was also such a big kind of comp difference too, because they could just roam around in the jungle, and they always had Shark there to support Together. He did that quite a bit, just kind of hovering around him when he did go deep in the jungle. They starved them so early on in the game too when it came to the jungle, just denying away as many camps as possible, all based off the fact the lead the left lane had. There was a window, but Leviathan, unfortunately, they're just not there yet. Not there yet to open up that window wide enough for them to pull off the comeback.
Other stories in this game, Dan, that are worth looking at as the day goes on is that we had the return of Sherrick to competitive play. And, Sherrick, last tour of duty, was playing more things like Warden, more in an M1 role, or rather position 1 role, playing M1s. And in this case, comes in on the holiday. What do you think about the re-debut of Sherrick?
I think it looks pretty good. I think it's interesting, though, because it's one of those games where the start was so good for Together and Taz. I don't know how much to say about Sherrick just yet, because all the space was sort of, I think, one off of the success of that early lane and that duo, and just how far ahead they got, because so much of the map was there to work with. And one of the things I think that's really interesting about a good holiday player is what they're able to create when the map state is a little bit more even, and the pressure isn't just a given. And so for me, it's I think it was a good performance. I think the job that was supposed to be done was executed correctly, but Holiday is such an impactful hero. I want to see more before making a judgment.
Jason, you concur? Obviously, again, we're probably going to be seeing a lot more of Sherrick on his return to competitive play, but it's kind of interesting when you haven't seen a player in such a long period of time at this level of play.
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of forgot he was even in the game. I mean, I saw him hit 1 lasso. That was it. I'm not necessarily let me find my button. I'm talking him, but we didn't really get to see him because it was mostly just Together and Tasks being the stars the entire time. There was no crazy big lassos, because with the way they were playing around the map, they weren't looking for those necessarily big lassos. It was just an opportunistic take. He didn't play bad in any sense of the word. I just didn't really see him excel, because you kind of can't when you're living in the shadow of Together and Tasks after that laning phase.
Yeah, and I think the interesting thing to me is that you think about some of the ramifications of the recent balance patch that came in. A lot of the bans were the same. No Shiv in play here, but the return of Silver, and kind of narrowing back in on that, Dan, is that Together, we were talking about it in the middle of the broadcast about hey, we're gonna feed all the urns together. We're gonna let Together be really, really active, because as mentioned, Silver isn't gonna be able to be in the jungle, and it seemed like a pretty good way to approach Silver now that reviability got upped a little bit in this patch.
Yeah, and it is actually such an interesting note that you make there, because we didn't have this urn dynamic, I think, when Silver was so prominent in the meta. So yeah, I think it's interesting, and I wonder how much of it is them thinking, hey, if we have Drifter and we pair them together, Silver Drifter, that's actually very potent and difficult to deal with lane combo, because the damage output from the bullet, because it's so consistent. that it's going to be hard to fight against that. So I'm curious, if that was part of the plan there. It certainly paid off. It got them a really good start. I mean, to get that 17-1, he only died because he got overconfident, just dove into the base.
Jason, you're looking at here. Something clearly just caught your eye on the stats. What's causing the reaction for you?
Together with the healing, the most healing in the game. What the hell? No, it was actually the 52-17 in kills, man. We had how long in the game before we finally saw the first kill come on through, and it was on to Tass. Just a landslide in kills alone. But again, Tass, like we were talking about it in the draft, when we would see Drifter, like Obi can play Drifter for Buff Joys last week. He would like send it in lane. He would almost just run it down and die, but he would still come out with like the second most damage done in the lobby. And here he comes out with the most damage in the lobby here for Tass at 46, almost 47,000. But to have 3 players at that 46K mark is devastating. No one even came close on the Leviathan side.
Dan, I think a lot of people looking at this breakdown here, they're going to be drawn to 2 things in particular. They're going to be looking at overseas, and they're going to be looking at Psy. Or at least, I think it was Fargareco on there. The name wasn't changed. I was told it was Fargareco, not Psy. But we'll get clarification one way or another. This is the problem when players don't actually play on the real name. But either way, okay, people are saying it was Psy. Okay, so it was Psy in there, and the roster swap was intermixed. But either way, Dan, as we're looking at here, for Leviathan, obviously there was a game plan for Abrahams to make sure Billy was dying first in a lot of these fights and, mitigating the factor of Billy. So you can kind of explain the 0-10, even though it's still not the greatest result because, as mentioned in draft, if you first pick something, it needs to have high value. But what about the Calico play here? Were you convinced of this pick over the course of this game?
Yeah, I don't know that I was. I think there was. I just think I think they went so heavy into these like a bursty, essentially assassins, between Mina, Apollo, and Calico, and to some extent, Lash to a lesser extent, but there's a lot of burst that you're trying to achieve here, and I just feel like Calico didn't have the lane presence, and if you look at what it was up against, it's just very hard, I think, to have the start that you need. And in addition to that, they didn't get the start they needed on any lane. You would have maybe looked to the Demov or the Mina and Apollo lane to have some value, but that also was suffering against, I believe it was Pocket and Infernus, and so really they couldn't quite find the victories that they needed to kind of have a more balanced opening anywhere. And I think, again, their style needs some initiative, and so they need to come out of the early laning phase at least even, and they were just always on the back foot in the most important part of the game for their style, I think.
I want to say one thing about it before we move on, is that I actually really liked the way they were trying to utilize the Calico later in the game, because it was like purely scouting. We saw Psy, go Ava form and run around, look for those engagements, look for those like moments that they actually could collapse onto Abrahams. And I think that was mostly the game plan of how they wanted to use or utilize the Calico in the later stages.
All right, well, we got to crown an MVP, and in this case, I think the MVP is pretty obvious. But Jason, who do we got as the MVP?
I mean, it's got to be together. I mean, 17-1 and that one death, I feel like we can all agree we can write that one off. And a 17-0 game for him, pretty much just had absolutely dominating performance. It was the pressure you put on the laning phase with him and Tass was insurmountable. And the pretty much solo running around the map from there on, having a little bit of hover from Sharks to pick up kill after kill, deny as much jungle as possible. That was a scary wolf, I have to say.
Yeah, I mean, Dan, we look at the highlights here, and a lot of the Abraham's game plan, it ran through Siller the course of the game, recipient of all the urns. And also, I mean, just in so many of these highlights, the first mover that create a lot of pressure, create opportunity for the rest of the team to come on in. And it was pretty obvious from the draft that, okay, you only have one person vaguely frontline. And oh man, that hyperline is ridiculous because, Dan, usually it's Demov who does that to other people. Demov's not the recipient of that most often.
Yeah, I think we're mentioning it, and you don't often see Silver get this far ahead and have just such a strong start on the kills. And I think with Silver especially, you have so much hive potential because of the Lycan Curse that you're able to do so many insane moves. And again, if you've got a really good player, they can kind of just really run with that and just leverage that advantage effectively. You get so much out of this hero. I mean, imagine if Hoot had a start like this as well. Like the best Silver players are gonna really just be in your face consistently. So I think that together, just making full use of what I think is a rarer start for a Silver player.
Jason, any other thoughts here on Together, where it was, I mean, clearly a game plan executed to perfection. There's not much else to say, but if you had any thoughts.
On him, no. On Tass, a little bit. just because it's a hero that doesn't normally fit what he's been playing ever since Fight Night. So it's been cool to see him actually flex out to something else a little bit more to help out. Not to help out, to kind of show what he can do with obviously the addition on the team. So yeah, really cool to see TAS playing a different hero. I want to see if it happens yet again, because their night's not done. They still have buff endures to take on here in the money match.
That's right. And of course, we're not going to delay any longer. Of course, if you're wondering about the course of the day, this is what's coming up as Buff Endures versus Abrahams in the money match. And then NA, again, if EU is a 2-0 in either direction, NA is going to be a best of 5. Should it go to max maps, though? Should it go to 3 in EU? NA will be a best of 3. Blame NA for the little bit of explosion here, but we could have the best of 5, which is really awesome. Either way, we got to take a break. When we come back, the money match will be underway. Buff Endures versus Abrahams. Will the addition of Sherrick allow Abrahams to take the crown once more? Got to stay tuned in to find out. Welcome back, everyone. This is Night Shift, and we are heading into the EU Money Match. ZP here with Jason and Dan. And gentlemen, we just saw the new Abrahams with Sherrick get through the new Leviathan. And the question is this new setup this week, some balance changes, some different rosters, is it going to be enough to challenge buff enjoyers here in our EU final? Jason, starting with you.
You just had to use my name. I wanted to leave it awkward silence again until Dan came on in and answered. I don't know, honestly. My gut says no. My gut says buff enjoyers should take this series. I feel like you cannot replace a player before meeting the best team in the world and expect to win unless that player plays out of his mind. Now, we've seen things like Rayig back in the day, not that long back in the day, to be fair, have some really good performances when he was just subbing in. But this is such a different level of team they're playing against that I don't know how well it's going to work, though I want to see. Obviously, with him on the team, he knows, the old buff enjoyers really well. Will he be able to provide Abrahams the edge they need to take them on here, especially when it comes to the draft?
Dan, before we get into buff enjoyers roster, I think there's things that B still can look at the last game and be like, ooh, we want to deal with that. Maybe first and foremost is either picking the silver or at least, trying to get away from together before it comes into play. But they also picked it pretty early in the last draft.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how it goes because, the thing that's cool about buff enjoyers is that, we've seen how they can prioritize their draft completely differently to other teams by having, Zergy, who, is very crucial to their success, but they can put his pick priority just last in the draft. So they can do things like that. So it gives them a lot of flexibility to be creative, and also I feel like have the capacity to do more creative things as well. So I don't know, ZP, how they're going to interpret it, if there's any parity beyond, in terms of how the meta is seen between the two teams. I guess we're going to find out, but I definitely prioritize buff enjoyers for sure.
Well, speaking of buff enjoyers, let's dive a little bit deeper into the roster. Of course, we've been watching any amount of Night Shift. These names here are pretty consistent. One of the most stable teams in all of Deadlock. The last time they made a change, Jason, was when it was Empty Dreams out and Zergy in. And it took a while for buff enjoyers, then Low-Key W to kind of adjust to the change. But once they got going, it has been pretty much nonstop for them. Yeah, a few speed bumps here and there. If you look at the last R1 tournament where they got reverse swept by Abrahams, but still a team that has largely been on top of EU more often than not.
It's the best team in the world, hands down. They proved it NSO playing on NA ping from EU. They've been the top dog in EU for such a long time. Obviously didn't have the same kind of stint we seen like melee creeps have, and even like Abraham's once buff enjoyers was out of the scene. But this team, everyone, I feel like I'm confident saying everyone pulls their weight. I think I said this almost every week, but Vrayek for me was the real question mark when it came to this team, because you're playing with a roster who's been grinding this game at the top level for what, almost 2 years now. Like so far back in the day, and I feel like Vreg actually did put a name on himself within this team. Like the positions he's been playing, the role he's been playing within the team has been fantastic. And the thing is, there's so many bombshells on this team that anyone could at any given game be the star player.
Of course, moving ahead here, Dan, a quick retread. We just saw Abraham's play their new roster, and overall worked pretty well. Obviously, together embracing the silver, and the rest of Abraham's still like probably one of the more flexible, versatile rosters that we've seen in all of Deadlock, not even just all of EU, where it's not a team where you look at some of the NA teams and it goes like, oh, I wonder if their hero pool can support it. Abraham's not really a team where you're ever worried about like, oh, can their hero pool support whatever they want to play, because especially players like Sanya, incredibly versatile at just being able to play what's needed regardless of the meta.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think it's going to be very interesting to see kind of what happens with the hero pool, how it's tested in this game up against Buff Enjoyers, because it will be a best of 3. So oftentimes it's going to be what has to get tested as teams will try to ban each other out, and you'll try to force teams to play certain things. And again, I do think Abrahams will be comfortable with that. It's going to be interesting to see how Shriek's performance will be as the newer player. The focus, of course, goes on to him. It was cool to see the Drifter pick as well. So these are two things that Abrahams have incorporated that I think will be pretty nice to have to play with in the draft. I'm just curious, have Buff Enjoyers been working on that as well? Because they've got Hoot, who's perhaps the best silver player, and they've also I'm sure they can play Drifter. I don't know if I've seen it yet, but I'm sure they can.
Well, we're not gonna have to wait long. I believe the draft is ready, so we're just gonna hop into it, see what both teams are prioritizing, if Buff Enjoyers takes anything away from Abraham's, or just play it standard again. Some of the effects of the balance changes kind of seen in the first match, where Shiv went completely unpicked, unbanned, but I do wonder if that's gonna be the case here in our championship match. Jason, we'll find out here in just a moment.
I'm curious as well.
What was I thinking?
Like we're gonna see who playing Vindicta again, because I believe he played it in the very last match last week, and you were talking a lot about how he's been playing a lot of the flyers for the team. That's the thing, is like they always have this extra gear to go to. They have such deep pools across the board in the entire roster. They can pull out a Vindicta against you, albeit we've seen it in scrims, and just dominate you with it. But a little bit of a switch up here, taking Viscous away, which we've seen Abraham's try to snatch away top 3 quite consistently. It does leave things open like Doorman, Billy, Shiv, if we want to see it.
Mirage.
Drifter, I don't think it's too crazy. Thank you so much, Dan. Mirage as well as being open, and as you said, it's gonna be first pick here, Dan.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
I was about to I was like, no, you can go. We've created the awkward sides. We've put Jason away from it. But yeah, I mean, Mirage gets picked here, Dan. So we'll see what Buff Enjoyers decide to go with in turn. And Furnace is going to be number 1. What I'm curious on here is, do they prioritize the Billy? I personally think you still should. I don't think really Billy got changed much relative to some of the other heroes. Obviously, we just saw Billy lose a game, but in that case, that was Billy's overall first pick. Now you can go in Furnace, and Billy's your first 2, Dan.
We'll see if they do it, but no, Drifter gets high priority by Buff Enjoyers. So, we're speculating on where Drifter may or may not be for Buff Enjoyers, and there's the answer. So, high priority. They don't want Abrahams to have it at the very least. And this does give Abrahams, of course, the capacity to really have their pick of the front line, which is going to be interesting. They could get a silver and a Billy if they wanted, but I doubt we would see that. I think teams want one premium front line, and then they're looking to try to stretch out into more of maybe the playmakers. Holiday, for example, could be a really nice pickup here for Abrahams to get in the third.
Yeah, Jason, as I look at it, it's kind of interesting, because you could have made the argument as like, nah, you don't need to prioritize it. Together did well on it. But in this case, if Abrahams is picking Billy, it's probably going to be Together that's on it.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think is they don't have the flexibility to have then someone else take the Billy, and he gets to take then silver if they went down that route. But like Buff Enjoyers clearly do have the ability to do so. Venator, okay, I was curious if it was going to be Shiv or if it was going to be silver, but it's actually going to be none of the above, and they're securing an M1 hero off the bat hit for Zergy. Maybe a little bit afraid that Venator would be taken away in the ban phase by Abrahams.
Dan, one thing that's super interesting to me that we got to draw attention to, this is the latest we've seen Doorman go in the draft in quite a while. Doorman usually first pick, first ban, rarely getting past the ban phase, and this time got through the first round of picks and got to the second round here for Abrahams.
Yeah, I was just looking at Abrahams. I mean, Mirage, Billy, Doorman, these are like 3 first ban heroes. So they managed to get in their top 3 here. So that's kind of nice for them. Definitely interesting. Doorman really good. Abrahams, I believe they banned Yamato second round last game as well. So So they must be something like Yamato that they know that's maybe others we don't know about because she's lost priority a lot of late. But Buff Enjoyers, I mean, Silver, this might be a good spot to get a Silver because, they are lacking some of that front line right now. They're going to go Calico instead. So front line seems to be taking the back seat unless it's Billy.
Yeah, Jason, couldn't agree more with what Dan just mentioned here is that, on one hand, people will still take Billy early, but the rest of the frontliners, even when we see an Abrams get played, even when we see a Shiv get played, it's on the back end of the draft now.
Lucky to have someone like me fight for them.
I'm wondering if they picked... I mean, yeah, so obviously going for the tankiness towards like the back end of the draft, trying to prioritize like some really big damage dealers in the beginning. The Calico, I'm curious, was it more of a denial pick away from Abrahams so that they could use to scout? Because Buff Enjoyers, you kind of have Drifter, which indirectly gives you that same scouting potential, but going for the Calico instead, I would want to guess that's gonna... I'm not even gonna guess yet. I'm just gonna wait until we actually know who's on who right now. The Geist, the funny thing was, seeing Cosmeticon Geist last week was so off-putting to me because it's not one of the heroes that's like one of those big playmakers, super high mobility, can pull out these crazy plays, and that's what I think about when I think of Cosmetical. But Abraham's going to secure it themselves to get a little bit more of a beefy front line. But the Stone Golem coming on through, I did not expect.
Dan, one thing that's really interesting to me in terms of pick hero priority, Buff Enjoyers, they just grabbed Bebop. Wait, they grabbed Paradox too. I was going to say they grabbed Bebop or Paradox, but in reality, same level of pick. Holiday's still on the board here for Abrahams, but yeah, I was going to go to a point. It's like, wow, is Paradox dropped in priority? But I guess it's hard to say when it goes at the exact same time as Bebop. Still, though, later in the draft than what we were seeing before the Rift Trooper change.
Interesting. Did Dynamo get some changes? I feel like
No.
maybe no. Okay. Well, I mean, Dynamo. So this is the interesting thing. I think Dynamo is pretty good. Like it never stopped necessarily being good. I think teams were picking a lot more Sinclair. And there's much more of a Sinclair based meta. We haven't really seen Sinclair get really much love at all of late. So Avernus, Drifter, Venator, Calico. I mean, there's a lot of ways to interrupt a Dynamo. I feel like there's a lot of tools to deal with it. I don't know if I'm sold on it. I don't know what to think about this. What do you got? What is your take?
I see a world where you can like chain gang or singularity to group them together, and then Doorman has a door ready to send you into a walker and just carts the entire team through caught in that singularity. I see a world with that. It's a far off universe in Earth 168 or something like that. But what? Obi keeps giving out Drift again, and Listic's gonna be on the Bebop?
Yeah, I kind of thought that. Based on what we saw last week, I mean, Obikim was, actually had a pretty good trade out Drifter game plan, and you stop and think who's played Bebop for Buff Enjoyers recently, and for the most part, it's been Listic. If you go far enough in the past, like Hoot was playing the Bebop. When we first saw Hoot in the competitive scene, actually, Hoot was Bebop, but recent times it has been just largely Listic. And I don't know, as I look at the Dynamo pick, I think a few things to take into account. One, you pick the Dynamo, it still has to be done at the very end of the draft because you don't want to draft Dynamo and get hit by the Sinclair. But also crimes of opportunity when fighting for Rift in some of these team fights, maybe easier to get value than expected. But either way, we've chatted enough about the draft. The game is ready to go. On the mic, it's going to be Jason and DDK. And this time, Dan, you get to take it away.
Lovely stuff. Yeah. Dynamo pick it's a novel, but again, I feel like we're in a stage of Deadlock where so much is viable. I feel like the most is viable. I think that's obviously shown by our hero priority graph that we take a look at every so often. But yeah, start this one off. Abraham's coming off of that win against Leviathan, now looking to play up against the Goats. Buff Enjoyers. I mean, Bebop into a Paradox pick is really interesting, Jason. First of all, what do you make of that now that we see it playing the mid lane?
I mean, we forget that Paradox does a ton of damage as well. Like it happens quite often, especially when it's in Hoot's hands, that it's number 2 on the damage leaderboards in that match. I think it also gives you a lot of control like towards mid boss, which Buff Enjoyers are kind of currently lacking, and Abraham's kind of excel because you can swap out the entire team potentially away from those rejuve crystals, so it gives you that little bit of a threat when needed. But then also you have like double hook technically. I mean, you have the hook and you have the swap, so that's a lot of control for these picks when you get into the enemy jungles.
It's pretty cool too because I can imagine as soon as the ults come online in this lane, you can throw the hooks out once you get the cooldown, sorted out. So like every 9 seconds or something, you can throw hooks out. Just have to hit one of those, and you can just connect one of those swaps afterwards when they try to escape. So it seems like a guaranteed kill setup for laning phase, and so that could be a moment where the laning phase really takes over. in favor of the Paradox and Bebop combo for buff enjoyers. So that's an interesting look in on the mid lane. Mirage Doorman, definitely no slouch. We'll have to see how the performance is. But looking at the side lanes, we see the Drifter paired with Infernus now up against the Geist and Dynamo. Geist and Dynamo definitely has a lot of sustain. There's a lot of damage from Infernus and Drifter. Like, which way do you see that one going, Jason?
I wanted to lean towards Infernus and Drifter personally, but I completely agree. The amount of sustain you're going to have in that lane, especially with Radiant Rejuvenation picked up, Radiant Regeneration, sorry, picked up for Geist for Arzo, it's going to be so hard to push him out of the lane. But then again, if you like over peak, you're going to take a lot of damage. I think they don't really have kill potential until maybe ultimates are online. Then you really depend on that singularity to be what gives you that potential. But I definitely favor buff enjoyers there for the moment.
All right, we've got the Veneto. We didn't actually see last game. I don't remember if he was banned away, but
yeah.
With the Calico. Billy Apollo is nasty to be up against, though. Like Billy Apollo definitely does have a lot of control on a lane. You know, Apollo still has like very powerful lane control with all the burst damage, the sigil, and the lunges.
Yeah, and you can also set up like a pretty easy rising ram too, if you're ever able to get a parry with the riposte. Not a parry, but you know what I mean, like the stun with the riposte.
Yeah.
Then you can like get a rising ram, and then potentially have like a big combo onto someone. The problem is Calico's very mobile, so the only person you're really able to potentially lock down is gonna be Cosmetical on the Venator. But again, he's gonna have gut shots, so it's I agree. Like, there's a lot of damage potential for Abraham's side, but I think it's so hard to actually make your combo work against this team, against like the matchup they have.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see, because it does feel like the Venator of Calico lane needs to be a bit more defensive for sure, and especially you want to protect Venator's start. And this is certainly a difficult lane where a lot of diving is possible. Billy and Apollo, once they start getting the abilities online, and if they do have a good start to the lane, they have a lot of dive capabilities, and so the Venator is going to need some assistance to prevent, or Cosmetica will need some assistance to prevent the dives from robbing him of precious time on lanes, time farming. And look how much damage is coming to the tower. And speaking of dives, get some good damage here, like that damage on the tower, and some lunge damage also on the Venator.
If you're able to shove the lane like they're doing, I mean, they're just hard shoving. I think they also know that Vrake's not here, then they can easily just single out Cosmetical and force him back, because as you're mentioning, with that dive potential that they do have, I think yeah, Vrake's gonna return back to lane, so it should be fairly okay. But so far, I mean, we see Abraham's aggressive on the left hand side. We see kind of the same thing for Buff and Jor's on the right hand side, and in the middle it's just a skirmish between these two teams here. As actually getting Sonic Sniper extremely low in health over on the Mirage. The Mirage Doorman does have a lot of potential too when it comes to damage being done, though not necessarily sure how much after Mirage has been nerfed a bit.
Yeah, it's a good point on that right side lane, as we'll go back to the left side here as we see the engage and the punish onto Vrake. That's not going to help the ability for Cosmetical to play under the tower here. I mean, we're likely going to see some more tower damage, not before the buffs will be spawning though, but still, yeah, very good start on this right side. Left side, sorry. But the right side lane with Infernus and Drifter, I mean, it's kind of nasty to be up against that, because Geist and Dynamo have pretty nice hitboxes, I feel like, for both Infernus to get the burn on and Drifter to get the connections on very reliably. So a lot of damage helping to control that right side for sure for buff enjoyers.
As long as you slap his belly when you get up next to him. But yeah, I mean, if you're like Infernus here, you have very easy afterburns onto Saint because of the hitbox. And Arzo actually has casting buff here, which is gonna be quite big. Just continue to rattle off a lot of those castles that spawn to keep them shoved away from your lanes. I think they're not really lacking too much wave clear, honestly. With the Connect Pulse, even though the range is kind of short, you still have a lot of damage onto the minions. But look at this, just like one parry comes on through and Vrake is immediately forced to pop an ultimate to stay alive.
I see the enemy.
Yeah, looking rather difficult here right now, and indeed, together it's going to get taken out. And so some control in this lane finally had by buff enjoyers, who have been on the receiving end of quite some punishment for quite some time. And they've managed to now start to get some good damage onto the Guardian here on this left side. Now there's resistances are starting to fall, but back onto the lane comes Billy. Together, looking to punish any overextensions. But in the meantime, in the mid lane, we see some dives from Abraham's enabled by the door. And that's going to result in a kill here. And there is another door now into the hotel, though. And this could result in a nice setup for them to finish off Hoot. We'll see if there's anything on the other end of this to follow up, and looks like they'll have to back away as they were under the Guardian.
Let's just go back here, potentially in time too. Maybe trying to get aggressive, look for the return kill because they see Saint, they know where he's going to be. Maybe waiting for that Dust Devil to come off of cooldown, and he's just pretty much trapped behind enemy lines. He does have the Dust Devil up and heads back towards lane instead. No hook gonna land, and he will be fine to continue to pump away. I'm actually curious, can we maybe get a tab in here at some point, maybe after this gank that's coming in towards middle out of together, because I want to see how many items have been picked up, or what items in particular. Is combustion coming in to maybe cancel out on that singularity, but a good use of the quantum entanglement to get them away from the stun and completely nullifies Zergy on that ultimate.
There we go. Now the... Oh, I was going to say the attack onto the Guardian, but they might want to get some more here, looking to go deep. Need some damage, and the catch. Is it going to be able to reach completion? It's very, very low now. Hoot's able to just shirk around the corner, as now we get some extra help coming on through to force players back. Obikim there, doing some good damage. But be careful most of every This is a fight that Together absolutely wants to take at that range, but good assistance comes in through from the Calico. Vrake also putting the pressure on, and really controlling things there nicely. I think for Buff Enjoyers, they could have come out a little bit worse there, but they managed to not really lose too much.
I'm a little bit confused. I'm a little bit surprised to see Obikim just not running it down in lane. He's actually been playing a lot more conservative this week compared to last week. If you guys remember watching at home, just getting so aggressive and dying a ton of times. What a hook landing here out of Listic. He gets carted back and away. Trying to return the damage on in, as Rake is still going to be in the vicinity to help out, and maybe going to catch up the dive onto Shark. He's looking for his own damage. Tyler Sung going to come on through. It does get the catch on the Listic, but is it enough? And he will fall. Another kill coming the way here of Abrahams and potentially the Guardian.
There we go. Guardian goes down. Buff Enjoyers looking to try to take some control of this game. Continuing the fight actually onto the rooftop there. And the counterplay attempt from Abrahams, maybe not actually working out too well. Nice. Parry comes on through. Vrake will go down, and maybe counter kills, in fact, will be had here from Abrahams after all. There's a big melee, and it's going to be Hoot that goes down. Taz dealing the most of the damage there on that doorman. And a very even game at the moment. Sinners have spawned a minute ago. We start to see some cleanup of those. Big push on the right side of the map there, all the way to the Walker. Buff Enjoyers going to be cautious. 3 players on the response from Abrahams, maybe looking to get a chase down, at least chase them away. And the map control is certainly with Buff Enjoyers for the moment.
It's just weird to say because it feels like Abrahams have been getting a majority of the kills. The buff's up in 30 seconds time, probably what Buff Enjoyers are going to be setting up for here to live up to their name. Abraham's not really too far behind, only 1k, and here's the, here we go. Check in with the items. Radiant Regen has been picked up for Arzo. Colt is picked up for Tass. Stalker for Together with Slowing Bullets. You got Headhunter picked up for Saint. And then Cosmetical even with the Cultist himself.
Abrahams with good positioning here, although Buff Enjoyers ready to meet this fight. There we go, taking one out of the fight for now. He lost the stick into the Baroness and the doors. Definitely so much utility here to try to control these battles, get the advantage numbers. 3-on-1. Glistic going down. Hoots falling very quickly afterwards. And now the urn looks to be collected. However, quick steal attempt. That's very bold from Cosmetical. What is he doing over here? There's 4 players from Abrahams looking to take him out.
I mean, does he survive? No, he's not going to survive this. Easy to go down, and Abraham's just a quick turnaround here. Get a 3k lead, looking for another Guardian while the urn's being ran at the same time. This could be a big amount of a lead built up for Abrahams for all the work they've been putting in these last 11 minutes of time. There's really no response out of Buff Enjoyers. I mean, there's no guard in the left, mid, or right lane to take, so there's really no objectives other than just farm to get for them. And a quick little turn in for Tass does net them about a 5k lead now. This is fantastic. I mean, Abraham's a little bit of a warm-up from that first game is helping out.
And this right side Walker, or rather Guardian, is definitely up for grabs. Gonna go for a nice just bit of poke damage there. Doorman maybe one of the best in the business on that. Mirage and Furnace 1v1 on the left side lane. As right now, Inzaghi, he's definitely a big hope for the team, but not really doing great on the farm at the moment. Gets deleted.
I love seeing teams do this, Dan. I love seeing teams focus these like 2-man hit squads onto the solo farmers of their opposing teams. We saw this happen a lot to like OCs, for instance. Whenever like Leviathan then would get shut down or lose games, is because teams would actively actually punish him in those lanes and not allow him to get a ton of free farm. Look how much farm he's missing out on the left-hand side now. Well, then Silver Rift spawns on the right. And this is a really smart play of Abraham's to really just prevent Zergy from being that late game nuisance that he always seems to be.
Yeah, one of the sleepers might be Hoot, though, on the Paradox. We often see that be the case. We'll have to find out. The Rift does get secured by Buff Enjoyers, so the momentum switching once again. We started out Buff Enjoyers, small second act for Abraham's, but now Buff Enjoyers back at it again with this big right side surge towards that Walker. And there has to be a response with those super minions coming through as well. And
they felt backed off, though. Like, even Abraham really backed away. I think there was actually real Buff Enjoyers could have pushed this one because they had all their lanes shoved. They could have had Cosmetical rotate mid to defend that lane and maybe have gotten some damage onto that Walker, but I think they were afraid. I mean, to be fair, if you don't have vision like we do, you wouldn't want to push into a chain gang and singularity under a Walker. So I guess it is understandable for them to not go for that, but I wonder if they would have changed their minds if they could see what we saw.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting too because, Abraham's, they kind of read it too. They just immediately like, these guys are not going to push with this wave. So it could very well be something that's fairly established, that teams generally tend to try to fan out and get a positional advantage by just making that super fast decision. Let's not push with this. Let's just let it do what it will do, and we'll get some value elsewhere on the map. And with that said, it does kind of feel fairly even after that point, and the scoreline suggests the same. Let's see where the difference is made.
Can I ask you a question, Dan, while we have a second here?
Yeah.
Or potentially a second. How do you feel about the Unstable Rift now that's been out for a few weeks? Because for me personally, I'll hold on to that in a moment, actually. That was a card away into a Paradoxical Swap, throwing Zergy into the Baroness Hotel. A little bit of an overextension here at a task, because the rest of Buffers are going to be here to defend against this one and potentially peel off the kill. As long as Hoot doesn't die here, he needs to be careful. He does actually trade one kill, and Sonny gets away from the help of the door. Zerky's gone through it. That should never have been a kill for Abraham's, and maybe a second to come.
Yeah, very interesting spot right now. I mean, because whilst this was all going on, the distraction, like a two-man squad on this left side Walker is going to give Abraham's just a Walker, and there's no response. Now, can they get something on the retreat? Might very well be able to. Rising Ram from Billy. Oh, hello. Okay, gets sniped there by Cosmetical. And in the meantime, you also do have another escape here, escapee, Arzo, trying to get out here, but getting chased down by Calico. Life Drain comes through. Life Swap is available. There it comes out into the Geist Bomb, but the Return to Shadows is going to be able to dodge some of that damage. Life Drain up again, looking to try to just fan back. And is there assistance? Here it is. Comes Dynamo there with the save. The Quantum Entanglements looking good. Wait, not Quantum Entanglement. What's the big one?
Yeah,
Kinetic Pulse.
Kinetic Pulse coming on through. Quantum Entanglement could be used to save if they won.
He's going into the paint.
He's going hard in the paint. Yeah.
There we go. I was saying everything wrong.
That's fine. It's fine. You could get me on football references. At least I can catch one on basketball. But I was trying to bring up a talking point before we had things kick off, was about the Rift, the Unstable Rift. Now, I'm all for adding new things into the game, but I feel like in Night Shift solely, I'm not looking at pub games or scrims or anything like that. It feels like it doesn't do what it's supposed to do, because we never see these 12 now 14-man Rift troopers pushing forward, taking objectives, because there's always someone there to defend. We never see teams who are ahead get their 4 to 6 troopers and push with it. We never see that. They just spawn in and that's kind of it. And I'm curious on your thoughts. Is that, for me, I like the idea, but I feel like the execution still isn't quite there for competitive play yet, for top level play.
Yeah, I like that with it has come the urn as something that's been redesigned. But hold that thought for the moment as we'll see a good catch there onto Who on the Paradox, and that's going to give a nice edge here for Abraham's in this particular engagement, sealing away the urn as well, and now taking down that Guardian that was up for quite some time. But with respect to the Rift, I kind of like it. I think it does. Maybe it needs more value. I'm not sure if the value argument is there just yet. I do like that it has allowed the urn to be... I like the new urn, actually, quite a lot.
Yeah,
I think
no. So I'm mostly just talking specifically about the Rift Troopers, because I feel like the idea is that you play this King of the Hill mode, this mini game, and then you're able to push, or they're able to get something off the back of that. A comparison is the Rift Herald in League of Legends. I can't do Dota because I never really played Dota, but you could like summon it wherever you wanted. You could have it join you on a push. You could have it push another lane while you push somewhere else. I feel like the troopers in theory are kind of similar, but they don't actually accomplish anything in like this kind of tier of play.
Yeah. I do understand what you're saying. Have to think about it a little bit more. Fight on the urn is going to continue on, trying to get the drop off. It's quite rare actually that you see an urn get stolen these days, and
yeah,
that's exactly what's going to happen here. Obikim's going to be able to steal that one away.
Yeah, really good steal, really good contest here. Keeps things within 3k between the two teams. Though Saint might get tracked down here. Does use the launch pad to get away. It looks like both teams will just disengage from this one, but I'm enjoying to see that like Abrahams are setting up for these like good ganks. Actually, sorry, Buffenger's actually been kind of setting up these ganks, and Abrahams have been counterplaying the ganks, relatively well, like we saw before with Arza being pushed 2-on-1 and Saint joining in to actually help keep him alive. Seems like both these teams pretty equally matched, to be fair, when it comes to the aggression. We're not seeing clearly one team run away with it.
Yeah, I think the only dangerous thing is how far ahead Sanya's Sniper is on the Mirage. Now, I only say that because I feel like Mirage is going to be a little bit trickier to deal with in this towards this late game. And Zergy kind of feels kind of behind where the Geist is, which is maybe one of the comparisons that you would make in terms of the later game damage output. So, I mean, Calico, I think, kind of falls off a little bit towards the late game, at least with the Spirit-based builds. I'm not sure if it feels a bit different with some of the changes, because we haven't seen quite as much Calico, but typically that's how it used to function.
Yeah, Gun Calico was such a meme, I swear. It did have its time with like Lucky Shot being bugged with the pellets that Calico would shoot. But yeah, Spirit gonna be definitely I think the way to go here. But I mean, good of you to point out that Zergy is quite far behind his souls. I think it comes back to like the not having the safety to farm. The presence out of Abrahams to go for these kills onto him when he tries to solo farm the left hand side like we saw before. It's forced him to group up this team more, and it allows Cosmetical to pick up more of that farm, as you see on that right hand side, while the rest of Buffingers are looking for those skirmishes, and Zergy here to help assist in this one. The swap does not connect, and Abrahams, I think, have pulled off the retreat.
Okay, stuck in the ceiling for a moment. We'll see Ebikim going down in the subway though, and things are already looking to turn a bit more favorably here for Abrahams, getting a catch there. As we do get the ultimate, the singularity to lock down Zergy. Can't escape from that one, having really a rough one at this point, spending so much time just out of the game. And Abrahams are in really good stead here. I mean, they don't have a big lead just yet, but they could take one off of this. They're going to chain these kills together. Very well done. There's another kinetic pulse. We'll lock that kill onto Calico. And the Baroness Hotel as well.
Actually, sorry, no. Singularity's not there. I was gonna say, if they had Singularity, that could definitely be a mid-boss. Yeah, like you said, the Rift spawn on the left-hand side. They're sending Shark over there to clean up that lane, so maybe they can push for it. But big ult is being committed from both sides here. Only Shark really with the Tylo Son available, and of course the Soul Exchange of Arzo to be used in this next skirmish if it does happen. And I think the comeback's not quite there, so Abrahams, I think, could contest this one. But it's, I feel like, also so difficult when you have the hooks out of Listic to approach this position. And so here we go. Shark's going to be there initially just to contest it, but he gets pulled out, or he runs out of it. He gave him the Rift over to Buff Enjoyers, so they pick up a kill on the Listic.
Okay, well, lane state fairly even. Zergy does get a push onto that right walker. Creeps crashing, has to get dealt with by Doorman. There's a little calm on the server at the moment. Buffs are coming up though, so that might start to make things a little bit more interesting. And also spawning up, and it's going to be controlled by Abrahams. Who are they going to give it to? That's the question. Well, we're really going for this. Quick slowing hex, and that might make things a bit awkward.
Oh my god. A Shark out of nowhere. Tylo Son comes on through as well. I'm not sure if that was a misclick or what. But you can see Listic there trying to maybe look for his former teammate. But the urns, it's still in the hands of Saint. He's just running across the map. You have Task there in the vicinity to give him some information. Though we're seeing Vrake on the minimap go for the contest. Though I think he's actually been spotted out. So there's a very real world chance he could dislodge us from Saint. There it is. And he steals it. He doesn't get the dunk though. He gets counter melee'd over by Tass, and Saint does pick up the urn. But still hasn't gotten the dunk. What happened? Where'd the urn go?
That's a great question. I have no idea. It's still stuck in the ground. We'll see if somebody is eventually able to claim that one, but the fight is going to keep continuing. It's going to be Hoot. Oh, wow. That's kind of wild, I got to say. Most unfighting I've actually seen is since this patch came through. But it's going to be all Abrahams here, continuing that momentum. Only 7k advantage on the farm, but the team fights are resoundingly successful for them. Another Slumming Hex coming on through there. That's going to lock down that kill. And look at the kill streaks here. Both Sharik together, Arzo, Sanya, Sniper, all looking phenomenal. And finally, that mid-boss indeed will be the target for Abrahams.
Boot does have ult. Cosmeticals here. Just tell me there's no way he pulls off the swap to get all 3 Ruju charges. Oh my, come on. You can't pause like that.
Oh. Well, we're going back in. With a bell awaiting the Ruju crystals. No swaps to be had here. The attempts, I mean, he was trying to do something. He gets destroyed.
Gets
in the
reposted
attempt.
by his own
3
time bomb.
crystals.
Yeah, as I said, there shouldn't
spot.
be any world you survive that. There shouldn't be any world you pull that off either. But Abraham's 3 rejuice, 13k souls. Another pause coming on through here together. Apparently, Saint is lagging, and you definitely don't want a laggy dynamo.
Yeah, I mean, so far this game, Saint's impact has been pretty enormous on the Dynamo. I mean, Dynamo is a great character. I mean, he's got a lot of really great abilities, whether it's sustained through it's something Aurora. What is it? Something healing Aurora?
Rejuvenate Aurora.
There we go. Rejuvenating Aurora. No, some kind of Aurora.
Aurora Borealis.
I was going to go there too. But also the quantum entanglements, the ability to have, multiple kinetic pulses. Obviously it doesn't have the range that you used to, but it's still very, very powerful. And I don't know what the build is for Saint, but it'd be kind of interesting to have a look at that at some point and see kind of how much support he's opted to go for. Obviously, Taz as well. It just has so much disruption in these fights. The Baronesses have been excellent at really disrupting Buff and Joy's ability to have a fight where the numbers make sense.
It's also not every day you see Zergi kind of this far behind his counterparts. I mean, he's at 18k, and at least Cosmeticals on 25, and Iridomini still does a lot of damage, to be fair. But I feel like Abraham's comp just gets even more scary when you're ahead like this, as you can play a little bit more crazy. You're allowing Saint to get towards some like really key items. I haven't seen exactly what he's got, but like a Warp Stone is like pretty impactful. Even maybe Veil Walker could be something you want to go for, but I think more importantly for Saint, it's about the ability points that really help if he can continue to build up more and more souls here. The spell on your quantum is huge once you get that leveled up.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, just removing all the debuffs.
One man
Cosmetical's dead.
Let's go to Broadway.
Died off camera somewhere. He gone.
Yeah, big ult to throw in by Saint, but 1 kill, especially onto the most fed player on the enemy team, like that, you'll take that any day of the week.
Oh wow, okay, so you got the time bomb coming on through. Oh wow, okay. The stun off the riposte doing some work here, really putting Hoot in trouble, having to back away to the base and leaving his teammates to get potentially overwhelmed here by the Abraham squad. It's still 3 rejuvenating crystals on board to make all these fights feel pretty safe. And they got a Walker, 2 Walkers in fact, to claim this mid Walker the most achievable of those 2. As they look to try to get in there, Chain Gang has been initiated, going to be sucking Hoot back into the fight, or the Calico rather. And Abraham's just clearing space, pushing space so that they can take down that Walker very easily. It's doing all the macro things.
Singularity's on cooldown.
Can we take a look at Saint's items when we have a second, just to like hop over onto him, just see what he's currently rocking right now? I wonder if Refresher is something that he's going to be going down towards, because those double ultimates can always catch you off guard. Okay, so Recharging Rush for Kinetic Blast. Does have his 2 not max, has Kinetic Pulse max, has Rejuvenating Aurora maxed. And he's at 4k, looking for Unstoppable. Okay, so yeah, we're not going to see a Refresher anytime soon out of him, unfortunately. Like, Arcane Surge helps quite a bit with Singularity, but also helps with the Kinetic Pulse. Even the Rejuvenating Aura. He's gonna be a threat, man. And Saint's, you know, one of those support players that I think has shown us probably one of the biggest hero pools out of all support players in general out of any team.
Yeah, totally agree on that one. And well, in a good formation here, Abrahams to receive a fight. No rejuve crystals on deck any longer. I do like that they changed the timer on that, so it doesn't last for 4 minutes, and now it is instead 3 minutes of total duration on the rejuves. And has been stolen away though by Hoot. Looking to get something done with that here. Tornado comes in handy to try to escape here, but there's a lot coming for Sanya Sniper. Is there any help? Oh, gets hooked back into the fight. No escape. Very, very good way to prevent Mirage from getting away, of course. And they're going to be looking to carry the urn all the way onto the spot. And a lot of these urns have been contested. But I don't think there's much on the other end of this one this time.
Yeah, and if anything, it's going to be a walker take for Buff Enjoyers. Singularity is still about, what, 30, 40 seconds off. So I know they can push into this walker without really too much threat. Yeah, he gets caught up, probably loses a lot of the souls that he would have gotten from that urn. I don't think he's going to die when he gets out of this one. Okay. Gets sent back to the walker. I did not expect that. I didn't see that door coming down. Who does get out? I don't know why he doesn't close the door to keep Poot here. But Tass is going to join him, just being an absolute nuisance, an absolute pain. Luckily, Vrake's here to help out Hoot, but I'm still not sure Hoot's going to escape this one.
Oh, one more shot might do it, and there we go. Finally coming in for the finish. And okay, the escape there from Calico. Easy does it. But yeah, there's a cooldown on how like if that door is very fresh, then you can't close it immediately. So yeah, I think that's one of the ways to kind of punish the doormans that were just doing these horrible things to people.
So 11K. It feels like this game should be much wider than that in terms of a difference in souls. It's felt like it has been. I mean, Tass on 27,000. So's Arzo. So's Sonya. So weird to see these three players, not players, but like these three heroes up so high as Unstoppable's been picked up for Saint. So that singularity is just going to be extra painful now.
And maybe we can see the kills at some point soon, so that we can kind of have a check on how the fights are going, because I think you're totally right, Jason. Like I feel like the fights, the kills have been massively in favor of Abrahams.
Yep.
And absolutely, yeah, that's the case.
That is a huge difference. I can't do the math that quickly, but it's
30 kills.
More than one.
Yeah, it's like 30. It's a big difference. Yeah, it's like it's a really big difference.
It's not like you're saying 30 something there.
Oh yeah, I think Buff Enjoys have 30 kills. Yeah,
there we go.
Abraham, sorry, yeah.
The 19 kill difference.
I was thinking it was 30 to 10, and I was like, hang on, that seems like crazy. But 30 to 11.
Hey, that's closer than I would have gotten if I tried to do the math.
But that is huge, though. It just, again, what you were saying, like you wouldn't expect it to be this close on souls, given that the kill tally there, that you would expect that to tell a bigger story about the lead for Abrahams. But that's very interesting. Do we expect the team fight to change for Buff Enjoyers as we get later into the game? Is that something that you think makes sense, Jason, or do you think Abrahams will continue to dominate team fights?
Abraham should be dominating team fights. I think with like a chain gang, with the singularity, especially with an unstoppable singularity, there's nothing you can do for Buff Enjoyers to prevent it, unless you have unstoppable yourself, which we do have picked up for Listic. But they need some way of dealing with Saint. Because even if he just hits one, again, if he just catches Cosmetical somewhere, that's a big kill. He's on 34,000 souls. You take him out of the fight, you take away 34 of the net worth that the team has, basically. It's actually even more than that, because he's one of the carries for the team. His Rake's gonna get caught out by the chain gang. And again, committing one ultimate like that, you would normally say, oh, that's horrible. You want to get like 2-3 people with it. But one kill is all you need for Abrahams to make Buff Enjoyers not feel comfortable to go for a fight. And they still pull off a second from this one. And they have a back end of a singularity now as well.
Well, I guess the souls being relatively close doesn't matter if you can't win any fights, because here comes the mid boss, and I don't think there's anything that can be done to stop this. Yeah, there's like actually nothing left on in terms of ultimates or players, and in fact they go down and then they come back out here to try to get another pick. It feels like Abrahams is really is too far ahead here, Jason.
Yeah, I would kind of agree. I mean, once you also have Quantum Entanglement maxed here for Saint, like all the dots Sergey puts up just get instantly dispelled. It's like it's a second dispel magic for your entire team. But here we go. Rejuve coming on down. They're all waiting outside the door. Looks like Buff Enjoyers will go if they contest, or at least from above. shoot at them, but not really do anything. Unstoppable was used by Saint there, maybe looking for the singularity, but he doesn't get the catch. And another 3 clean tokens here for Abrahams.
So 2 walkers still up here for Abrahams, both quite weak actually. Mid one seems almost snipeable, but you have to get a map control to do that, I suppose. And being grabbed again here now by Abrahams, looking to get a freebie for together. And at this point, it doesn't really feel like Buff Enjoyers have good options.
It's all about the picks. But
yeah,
I don't know. Like, I feel like the support, and with Abraham's kind of like staying grouped up for the most part. Of course, I say that, we can see here they actually have been spread out a little bit. It's really hard to get those picks that you're looking for. Do you think he caught one?
I don't know.
Where's Listic? He thought he carded Listic through. Oh, he's stuck. I was gonna say he carded Listic through, and I'm like, where the hell did he go? But he went under the stairs. You should never have lived for that one.
That's crazy. Well, it's not even open beta, right? So we can't complain.
Yeah, we're still alpha. We're still alpha, guys.
Although, is it close though? Is it close? It feels like it's close. Yeah, that's the same feeling I've had for 2 years.
Yeah, right. I've been saying that for like 2 years. I swear. Yeah, I think it's like in a couple months. A couple months later. Yeah, a couple months later. Yeah, just like a few more weeks. 2 years in.
Oh, here's some extra pressure coming in from Abrahams, looking to finish off this right side walker, the final walker. And they've still got some rejuve left, but not too much remains, actually. They have less than a minute left of this rejuve now, so looking to really make maximum use of it. Taking these base guardians down and diving into the patron. This is Bold with the chain gang, going to be pulling them straight in. There's a singularity off the chain gang. That's exactly what you were talking about.
Yeah, I mean, again, 1 kill, but it's still a pretty big kill to get. Zerg's still on 30k souls, but it's going to be tough still to finish this one off, because it's going to eat away at a lot of crystals. Saint's going to fall probably in just a few seconds as well, as together rejoins the party as he reses back alive. Saint actually does manage to escape here. You can see him back on the minimap here, heading back towards his own base, maybe defend the left lane walk, but they're going to get a shrine for free, or relatively for free. Potentially a second as well. It's already being worked on by the Doorman and the Mirage, and Buffingers are looking for any sort of way to pick up a kill, but with Listic dead, they've lost like one of their pick potentially. It comes down to Hoot for a complete swap, but then he's in a really bad position. Looks like they will let it go, and Abraham's just going to return back to their side of the map to continue to build this lead. 30k now.
Yeah, and even when the game was like maybe even on souls, they were still dominating the team fights. So I think if we look at the kills again, I wonder have any kills really gone towards Buff Enjoyers since we last checked. It was 11 for Buff Enjoyers in total previously. And I'm making me do the math again. So 6, 10, 12. So they got 12 this time. So they got 1. But they've conceded many more. And this feels like... I forgot we're going to see the stuck. Where'd he go?
The cart went through, but he didn't. That's so funny. And then that's why you saw Tass looking back there throwing the bell, because he thought he was in that position. That makes complete sense now.
Yeah. Well, hey, Buff Enjoy's got a rift. Fancy that. I guess you don't want to test the resistances that the team behind gets. It seems like very consistent that top teams never want to fight into that.
Well, that Spirit Resist didn't help those. Then against Spirit Burn and basically a full Spirit Task just completely shreds through them all. But he's not there for the fight. And Buffingers to actually go for a fight off the back of seeing maybe Task there that they don't have cosmetical themselves. So again, is there really a fight you want to be taking? The Walker has gone down to Zergy, who just went for the back door, trying to get caught out now by Tana Lusan out of Shark. Obikim's going to be here, but he's going to pay the price and allow Zergy to escape.
So much damage. Plus not the Scarabs. All right, what's the next move here? I mean, mid-boss up in a minute, so that's the next play for Abrahams. Just find a way to get into the mid-boss. It will be up right as Obikim spawns. And they do need some more ultimates to be available. We almost have Saint's ultimate. That will be in time for mid-boss as well, so they'll, I'm sure, look to convert a pick before
Bebop is missing.
going to the mid boss. I don't know that they're ahead enough to feel as, you know, as comfortable as let's just jump in on the mid boss with no picks.
The thing is, they tend to be. I feel like they could with Unstoppable, Singularity, and Refresher. It's not too difficult to actually lock that one down because you basically make it so you can't be swapped out, you can't be hooked out, you can't be stunned by Infernus, you can't be gut shotted away. But hey, maybe they had a kill in a hoot. Maybe that opens up things. There's 20 seconds to go before the mid boss has spawned in, and he's gonna fall. Sonic does die at the same time though, so at least they turned around for a 1-for-1 so far for Buff and George, even though they were down a man, but they still have together the Titan once again, who's been leading on kills, charging on 4 to catch out Cosmetical.
And we go into the base. Abraham's a lot more disciplined, I think, in this game, it's fair to say. Getting a
Together,
two conversions on the way in, and that's perfect. Just, you know, ABC, 1, 2, 3.
Just rinse and repeat for them, man. Continue to do this. I mean, again, the lead, 24k. Not a big lead. It hasn't felt like it's been only a 24k lead, especially as these fights are breaking out. But another mid boss, another 3 Reju crystals most likely going their way. When are they going to feel like they are strong enough to go for the base push? They got shrines last time. They got one of the shrines last time. Probably going to finish off the second one here, but they have to worry about their lanes. Like the left lane is continuing to shove into that walker. Maybe goes down to minions if no one stops it here in a few seconds. Because they have another wave joining on forward. Run, Saint, run.
The trooper battle.
Run, fat man, run.
Get him. Get him.
Okay, he's made it. It's alive. The rest of the team's pushing though down the mid lane, and they might get caught out here. Killer's actually the first one forward, goes straight into the base here with the shrine in mind to be taken.
There we go. They can finish things off, finish off the business. As we get the chain gang coming out. And things are looking quite nice and straightforward. Again, the singularity coming in just for the single target, but hey man, it's been working out all game. Those singularities are converting 100%.
Okay. So Saint died, got back up and died again at Cosmetical. Together also used one of the rejuves just now, but he's still alive. Buffenjoyers, there might be that moment to actually charge on 4. They get the last rejuve out of ours, so somehow Buffenjoyers are turning this fight around, but Zergy has to stay alive here. He has to get back towards base. The chase, I believe, was coming in from someone, though he's not able to pick up the kill in time. Zergy does retreat, and Shark falls as well. Buffenjoyers are still keeping this game close. They were 0-3 in rejuve crystals. They take all of them down and get 2 kills, maybe a third. What is happening here, DDK? Buffenjoyers hold strong, only losing 1 player and getting what's inevitably 6 kills because of the crystals.
And with only 1 shrine down and still having those 2 base guardians up, it's on the right and left side. Yeah, the Abrahams definitely would have been expecting, I think, significantly more value from that. So problematic. The game might slow down a little bit now again, because I think that rejuve push, it was supposed to result in 2 guardians and probably a patron drop as well. And they only got 1 shrine, sorry. And they only got 1 of the shrines. So now the game is going to be pulled into question slightly. It should be very easy takedown of this final walker, already very weak, of course. It's going to be some extra money for Zergy. You like to see that he's getting prioritized to get that solo kill on that walker. Give more money.
I think most people watching this game thought it was over, but I mean, as we're hitting this 38, almost 39 minute mark, I don't think this is necessarily even close to over. All the talks about, you know, all these fights have been going Abraham's way, but there's a point where Buffenjoyers get strong enough, like they get far enough into the game that they can get a pick themselves, as long as they avoid that singularity or potentially even the chain gang out of together, that they show they can easily turn these fights back around. 6 kills for 1 death, like that's crazy for Buffenjoyers in that situation.
Yeah, it's pretty solid. Pretty solid. Now the question is, what happens next? Do we go back to the mid boss situation again, where, you know, enough time has been bought here and respect from Buffenjoyers that, yeah, they close the gap a little bit on itemization. So it's going to be a focus around finding the pick, converting to mid boss. Now, consistently, Abrahams have been doing that, so they should in theory get another good look in here. But cheap
death for Tass.
Oh yeah.
Not very often we see that item ever really being picked. I think we've seen it a few times on like Pocket.
Definitely annoying on Doorman. Unstable Rift. Honestly, definitely want to not give that one away, I feel like, at this point. I mean, obviously, I don't think that you're going to get to come back anymore, so this could be a potential way to take a fight. Oh, catch though. Oh, again, Listic isolated. Hoot and Overkim all going down at the same time. And mid-boss is a minute away, and they are not going to be up alive in time for that fight.
Okay, so everything I just said about buff enjoyers with those last fights having the potential to come back, I think it just got shut down right there. 3-man singularity with the chain gang. I mean, I feel like this should be Shrine. They're gonna get the Rift. You could get Shrine into mid. Actually, I think they should go mid boss first and then push into the Shrine. But as we saw last time, it didn't work out. But they have some special Rift troopers to help out this time. Yeah, this is the danger, man. This is the absolute danger of what a Dynamo can bring late game. With these massive singularities, and they picked up Unstoppable for like cosmetical. Listic had one. I'm not sure if anyone else does on the buff enjoyer side, but like that's their counter, I guess, to this ultimate, this combo that Saint's bringing to the table.
Yeah, it's very hard to stop such things, and the Shrine that should have gone down previously, it will fall this time, and it's fun. You know, they're going to grab all that little value and come back to the mid boss using the door, so really not wasting any time at all. Showing why Doorman is so powerful in these drafts and why so often he gets banned.
I thought they were going to leave that door open so they could just take Rejuve and go right back into the base.
Right.
Again,
yeah.
A little bit worried that maybe Buff Enjoyers is actually going to peek on through it to give them a chance to contest, but they know because of the minions that there's no world that they're here. So again, back to 9 lives on Abraham's side with the both shrines down now. Finally getting the second one. Can they get the patron in the first game of this series is the question.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see exactly if, you know, what the response will be actually in the next draft. Because I got to say, Apollo, Dynamo, and the guys, you know, I mean, well, the guys a little bit less, so we'll see more good use of guys. But guys had a bit of a drought in terms of performances. Apollo kind of left the meta, and I think is, you know, being rediscovered in a way. And Dynamo just rarely gets picked. So I think, like CP said, you know, it's an opportunity at the right at the back end of the draft. You know, there's no direct, you know, Sinclair counter.
Oh, I wasn't. It was just you see that trap. That trap.
I did see the trap oscillating.
Every time I see Geist, I miss Puckett. I think about the hatred he has for Geist, and I can share that in that hatred. As the hatred seems to be turned towards Obikim, though, he's just trying to pull him away from the base. There's just really no world he escapes this one. Tries to stay alive for as long as he possibly can, but now a Dana player, Buff Enjoyer, is trying to defend on their patron as they transition to phase 2. Hoot's even out of the base trying to pull them away. I think this is gonna do it, dude. I think Abraham's gonna close out this game. I can't see a world Buff Enjoyers pick up the 9 kills they need to stop this push.
Yeah, it's looking very, very difficult at this point to really do all that much of anything. Abraham's still got a couple of rejuves left. There's going to be another one burned as they fight under the Hidden King. Another Singularity. The Warpstone straight in there catches 2 players this time. And they're going to get exploded. Everybody will get exploded as the Hidden King also will soon suffer the same fate as the Focus Fire comes on through. And the remaining players here of the Buff Enjoy size are dealt with. And so with that, we have victory there for Abraham's in the opening of the money match.
All right, and just like that, Abraham's able to come through, rip map 1 away from Buff Enjoyers. And as I looked at the match develop and, you know, looked at how Abraham's was getting an edge as the game went on, the one thing that really strikes out to me, Jason, is did Buff Enjoyers give up too much power in the draft where, yeah, you can make the argument for Infernus being a first pick, but the way that draft panned out at the beginning, you gave up Mirage, you gave up Doorman, you gave up Billy, all basically first ban worthy heroes within the last week. And, you know, to me, while Buff Enjoyers, yeah, you get the Drifter, you get the Infernus, I feel like this game was almost a limit test of how much power can you give away and still win. And I think Buff Enjoyers may have given away too much in the beginning of the draft.
I don't know. I feel like I want to be a little bit different in saying that I don't think they really... I mean, obviously they care about like how strong heroes are at their given time in the meta, but Buff Enjoyers to me have never been a team that they need to ban away or take away or like super worry about what heroes have picked on the other side. Obviously the Mirage has been said that's been a staple. I think the Doorman, because they went for Viscous instead, which I thought in theory actually made a lot of sense. But I don't know. I feel like they had a chance to win that game, that wasn't related to like what heroes Abrahams had picked, but it just got away from them because they were getting picked too often. I mean, we took a look at like the kill difference, and it was a 19 kill difference of like 30 to 11, not too long into the game. But I know what you mean. Like, obviously giving up like 3 of those big heroes. What they went with like Drifter, they went with Venator, and they went with Infernus in their top 3 as well, right? For buff enjoyers. And I think, yeah, maybe giving over the Billy, maybe choosing Billy instead would have been a smarter choice.
Dan, looking at the other end of the draft here for Abrams, because I think there's 2 sides to it. You have the front half where I think Abraham's got a bounty as far as commonly held power picks. And then the second half, they were able to mix in the Dynamo, and overall worked out pretty decently this game. I think you still have to pick Dynamo towards the end of the draft to not run afoul of a Sinclair, but, you know, we got to see our first Dynamo in a while. It was a Dynamo that walked away with the win.
Yeah, it is very interesting. I don't know how people feel about Sinclair right now, but you know, if this is the cool thing about the draft in Deadlock, you know, if a team shows something like this and you know, there are counters on the table that you might want to go to, you have to make the decision. Do we want to go to that counter? Do we let them get the Dynamo late in the draft? It clearly worked for them. Dynamo clearly had a lot of impact. So I think it does make the complexion of the next draft very interesting.
That was so scary. I don't know if we have the ability to go back in the highlights to the previous Singularity before this, but the fact is, the Doorman, we can. We're going backwards in time. The Doorman and the Dynamo combo was, I didn't realize how scary it was until that clip before this one, where you just came through the door and Warpstone into them for a Singularity. Like, the surprise Dynamo, like we saw before with Abrahams, how they dismantled buff enjoyers, was the Doorman, Mo, and Krill, and the infamous clip of Zergy getting caught inside of his own building farm, those tier 3 camps. But that was extremely scary, and I feel like they coordinated that really well.
I think the other thing, as I break down how this game kind of went away from buff enjoyers, is that we're gonna get the stats here. Or, no, we're getting the replay first.
This was so gross to just come through the door and then he hops away. Warpstone's back in with Unstoppable and Singularity. It catches 3, and that's what finishes the game for them. That play of the door and that. It's
a classic part where Doorman just kind of messes with your awareness, where you know it's not really all that different than when you had a Mo and Krill hop through the door. It's like, oh god, I'm getting comboed. Well, this is the full team combo when you have a Singularity involved. Also, though, I mean, you look back at the buff enjoyers composition, it feels like teams have been kind of limit testing. Okay, how far can we go without a real frontliner? And you know, the comp coming in from buff enjoyers to me was one that like wasn't as well equipped for a full 6-on-6 team fight. It was more crimes of opportunity, and one that, you know, when you're running things like Calico, Bebop, you're kind of putting your comp in the early game bucket. Around the late game. Not that you don't have options in the late game with things like the Venator, but I don't think for buff enjoyers the plan here was to be behind in the mid game or late game. I think the goal was to get ahead early and keep the lead. And you know, Dan, as the game evolved and they ended up falling behind, I actually don't think they had a lot of ways to take team fights that felt good with the comp that they ended up with.
I agree, and I don't think that Frank necessarily played it all bad on Calico. I do agree though that it does just, I think, put the burden on the draft in having, as you say, that strong early game to get more impact out of it. But when we get a little bit later, it just doesn't seem to have the utility in the team fights as maybe you would like. And so I'm curious if Calico's here to stay, because I think in the appearances we've seen today, Calico's been on the losing end of things, and it has felt like it has just been the case that Calico just cannot get into a game state that makes sense for the Calico.
Jason, as we have the stats in front of us here, anything here that defied your eye test over the course of the game where it's, whoa, that was actually far more effective than I may have thought?
The fact that you're saying that leads me to believe that you spotted something that you want me to point out. So I'm going to let you do it.
Truthfully, not entirely, although I will say for a game where it felt like a little bit tougher coming out from Hoot at points, like still actually pumping a massive amount of damage on the Paradox and feet. Same with Calico, frankly. Obviously, I think things that had a little bit of a rougher game on buff enjoyers, you take a look at Listic, where you're not necessarily picking Bebop to pump damage, you're picking Bebop to open up opportunities, but this was a game where I don't think you're getting like a ton of hooks the way you normally want, and on top of it, you're not getting that much damage in fights. Like, I look at weak points in the buff enjoyers draft, like obviously you can kind of go, it's like, okay, you guys just went like a little bit far away from the accepted meta, but also I think it was a particularly rough Bebop game, like even more so than I think the eye test may have led you to believe. But I
got one, CP. I got one.
Okay,
you bought me the time to look. The fact that buff enjoyers had to invest into 4 6.4k items with the Unstoppables because there's a Dynamo in the enemy team, That's rough. I mean, you never see levels of like that kind of investment across the board of a 6.4K item unless it was like the not even old school Pocket, but Pocket, like back in the day, people would buy 4 DBs or 5 DBs to deal with the afflictions because they didn't know how to play around it. But the fact they had to invest 4 different unstoppables into this game to prevent the Dynamo from doing work, and yet Saint was still able to hit these ultimates, I think that like that alone gives you worth out of the Dynamo.
Also, Daniel, as kind of Jason alludes to here, sometimes some heroes being in play, like you end up applying a tax to the other team where, you know, it's why some metas you end up getting the Dispel Magic tax where everyone feels the need to get Dispel Magic because you have too many debuffs you need to clear. But in this case, you know, I think Jason's right. You wouldn't have seen this many Unstoppables without Saint being a threat on the other side.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just very interesting, yeah, in that sense, how much the Dynamo pick can help to control the behavior of the other team. And I think again with the Doorman, now that we saw the wombo combo is possible, it compounds to just unprecedented levels of fear, I think.
All right, well, that was our first map in the series. At stake may be a BO5 in NA if Abrahams is able to take down Buffenjoyers. But of course, Buffenjoyers, one of the most adaptable teams in the game, not usually a team that get 2-0'd. But hey, first time for everything. Not that it would be the first time, but it'd be the first time in a while. Can Buffenjoyers bring things back, force map 3 here in EU, or do we get an early start to NA? Stay tuned. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. This is Night Shift, and Abraham striking first against Buff Enjoyers, going up 1-0 in our money match. CP here with Dan and Jason. And gentlemen, this one may be going a little bit different than people expected. Abraham's slightly different roster, better results so far against Buff Enjoyers, Jason.
Yeah, and I mean, the thing is, last week they also won one of the maps in the best of 3, so it's not like Buff Enjoyers are unbeatable. A little bit surprised they were able to do it low with Shark like this. I will give them that. Obviously, it takes some time to like incorporate new players into the team. Like, look at Leviathan. I think they're still struggling with the incorporation of like D-Bomb into the team, and obviously having to like work out some things. But Abraham's, I feel like they had a game plan. One thing I didn't mention in like the post match is I think they did a really good job of dealing with Zergy. We're not used to seeing Zergy playing from behind for pretty much the entire game, but that's pretty much what he was doing. And I think the extra attention they gave him of some like early ganks into his solo lane on the left-hand side really paid dividends later on in the game to prevent him from being so powerful. And then again, I mean, Saint showing up with that Dynamo, what can't he play is the real question.
Dan, you had to change one thing about Buff Enjoyers and their draft strategy going into the next game, where the draft should be just about ready, I might add. What are you changing relative to the game we just witnessed?
I think just first ban Doorman. I don't think that the Dynamo maybe gets picked without a Doorman being picked first. So I think they can kind of deal with two birds with one stone, that type of situation, just by banning Doorman.
All right, we'll see if that's where they go. The draft is ready, and it's going to be Buff Enjoyers with first pick, first ban this time around. So we'll see what is being prioritized, if they take Doorman out or they look to pick it themselves. Jason, do you concur with Dan's opinion here? Do you think Buff Enjoyers will go some other path?
I don't know. I think the Viscous ban was kind of worthy in the beginning with what they went with, but then again, they were like second pick. But yeah, I mean, like if you just want more of a center game, take away Doorman, but I take away Infernus because it gives you the opportunity now to take Doorman. But I don't know. I feel like in most of these games, I'd rather be second pick because there's still so many high priority heroes. I'd rather get two of them than I get one in the beginning. Because now you have Doorman, you have Billy, you have, well, I'm not gonna say the S word anymore because we haven't seen him at all today. But that seems to be like one of the picks that we're gonna have to have happen.
Well, Dan, here's the big point of contention. Do you Billy? Do you Doorman? What does Buff Enjoyers want to go for? No, they go Pocket. None of the above. So they leave open the Billy Doorman for Abraham's, but Pocket on the menu, perhaps for Cosmetical this time around, Dan.
So, I mean, Abraham's, I think they're mad if they don't pick Doorman in the first two. And I think that Buff Enjoyers are just putting themselves in a position where they kind of surely have to ban the Dynamo in the second round of bans, I would imagine. Because I don't think Dynamo will get picked. They absolutely will pick Doorman. I'm sure of it right now. I'm just so sure of it. I don't think sure of anything more than this in my life.
The interesting thing to me, Jason, is that Buff Enjoyers, they were the team that defined not being afraid to play against Pocket, not worrying about giving Pocket to another team. In this case, though, they highly prioritize it for themselves, but it comes at the cost of Doorman Billy. I mean, what's your vibe check on this so far?
I don't know. I really don't know. I don't think the Dynamo was 1,000% dependent on Doorman, but I think there was like a good portion of it, of the dependencies here. But it comes now down to like for their second ban, do they? I mean, what if Abraham's third picks Dynamo and bans Sinclair? Because they get third pick and they get to ban before Buff Enjoyers gets to pick. Because then you protect it. But we do get to see the Yamato come through, which has been banned every single game so far. Yeah, I don't know. This is odd. Not odd. This is I don't know. I'm at a loss for words. Help me out here.
Yeah, so Dan, it's kind of befuddling Jason. It's befuddling me a little bit too. It's a bit unconventional for Buff Enjoyers. Arguably, they get a little bit more power at the Pocket, but the Pocket has been hit and miss across the scene as of late. And also, Yamato coming back into focus, where Yamato was kind of off the grid for a while in EU and even like lower pro and NA. You have some changes come in, and now changes overall to the scene, right? Where like even if Yamato herself got maybe a little bit worse, if something like a Shiv gets way worse, then you're sitting here as like, actually, yeah, we still value this hero more. It does mean that from what we've seen here today, people actually value Yamato a lot more than current Shiv. But Lash coming in from Abraham's, and the Dynamo mid-stage ban comes in from Abraham's. Dan.
Yeah, which goes to show that Dynamo is valued not by just Abraham's, but Abraham's think it's also valued by Buff Enjoyers. So, yeah, very interesting. And maybe people just aren't really interested in picking Sinclair at the moment as well, which is like another thing to think about. So kind of curious if we'll see the return of Sinclair, often following a Dynamo, but Viscous coming out, really, really nice pickup here as well. I've been a believer that Yamato's been undervalued for quite some time. I know she got some slight. She has like slight buffs a couple times, but I'm also very happy to see that. So what I'm curious of is what Zergi's going to get to play off of buff enjoyers and whether it's going to be something more classic or not.
Yeah, Jason, I was wondering the same thing, and maybe it's going to be the Geist, but yeah, I mean, Zergi in recent times has been on a Infernus or Venator pretty much exclusively kick. I think every now and then even on a Lash, but going to be out of his comfort zone as all those heroes were unavailable. And again, maybe the Geist, which I think has also been played.
Getting about one hero, ZP.
What's that?
The one hero in the whole Deadlock world who tries to change the world.
True.
Don't know if it's for the better or for the worse, but do we see a Zergi Warden?
It's possible. I mean, the interesting thing about Warden is that after the nerfs, we haven't seen a lot of Warden. Some people like in pubs will be like, yeah, it's still absolutely fine. But man, you talk about frontline. Well, Buff Enjoyers draft a little bit more. Dan, so do Abraham's, where they're going to be coming in with both Billy and Silver, and together is not going to be able to play both.
Yeah, you'd expect, I feel like, an M1 here. And there we go. 7 comes in, which is really interesting because obviously that's a Zergi classic right there as well. And also 7 kind of got some nerfs, caught some nerfs here or there recently. So, but still, it's still like a really good hero if you can get the farm onto the 7. And this roster, Billy's, Dolman, Lash, Viscous, Silver, should be able to create the pressure for that.
Okay.
All right.
Guess it is Geist. Damn, I was really hoping for Warden.
So both teams are set in stone here, and as for me, I'm just kind of deciphering how this one's go down. One thing that does seem pretty strong to me right now looking at is, and not that Abraham's is weak on lane power per se. I mean, still have very good lane heroes themselves, but Buff Enjoyers also, to me, are playing for a pretty deadly lane phase and maybe a little bit, I'd say a little bit more early, but on the same note, for Abraham's, you got Doorman, you got Viscous, you got Silver, you have some like truly terrifying people in the early mid game too. So, trying to rate overall where this game is going to go, it's a bit interesting, Jason.
Okay, sorry, I was just waiting to see who's on who. So will indeed be Listic on Yamato, Hoot on the Abrams, and then Zergi will be on the Geist. And the other side, pretty much kind of what we expected. I think it's like, I think I agree with your assessment of like where the teams are looking to play. What I am curious about though is the X factor of Together on Silver. After seeing him versus Leviathan, to be fair, he did get started early with that lane he had with Tass. It was extremely disgusting to see the amount of damage they're able to put out, how many kills they got early on. Together was like 10-0 at one point. But I'm also more curious about the 7 here, because you have a lot of things to like activate him. I believe you can cube him during Stormcloud and he's still Stormclouds. And you also have a Death Slam and a Chain Gang to set him up. So there's like a lot of potential for Stormcloud to just do some serious work.
Well, we have whipped the players into shape in record time. The game is already good to go. Map number 2 here in the money match. Can Abrahams close it out, or will Buff Enjoyers bring us to a map 3? On the mic, it's going to be DDK and Jason. Dan, take it away.
I think I got 2 in a row. Holy.
I wanted to take it away there.
All right.
Can we overwrite him, Dan? And I can take it away.
Go for it.
So when ZP's saying, can Buff Enjoyers take it to 3? What he's really saying is, will the NA match be a best of 3 or best of 5? It's all on to Buff Enjoyers.
Yeah, it's interesting. I personally, I think this is a very interesting change in the compositions, because I feel like for Abrahams, there's a, if they can kind of keep the 7 farmed, that's going to be really great. But if they lose the laning phase, I think that becomes quite hard, because, the whole kind of point of this kind of approach is that you really are able to keep the pressure off of your M1. And the best way to do that is by forcing the other team to react to your hit squad. So I'll get a quick change here, actually. Do not like the initial lane setup.
Yeah, but Abrahams are mirroring this too. They're going for a lane swap at the same time. So they're just swapping back into each other. I think this is one of the only few pairing of teams we ever see lane swaps actively happen like this.
What are your thoughts? Who's coming out ahead, even though they swapped back?
I mean, I think Buff Enjoyers don't want this matchup, so they're swapping away from it. I think I want to say it's more about the pocket and the guys not wanting to match against the Billy and the Viscous. But I don't know. Maybe it actually is the Abrams and the Drifter.
They're actually swapping again. Yeah, they're going for it again. Makes sense. You got the time.
You could do a lot of tower damage right now.
This early, I think you'll be all right? The resistances are crazy right now.
Or you could just catch them off in the subway. I don't know. Let's stop looking at the outer lanes. Look at the mid lane, because that's where the action's happening. Listy gets a kill to Sonya with a good parry coming on through. Probably gonna see. Actually, no, we don't have lane swaps happen yet again on the outside. So looks like Buff and Joes have one out on that trade for now.
Okay, I mean, again, really interesting game from a comp perspective, in my opinion. I think Apollo and Yamato is, I think, very potentially scary in terms of how you can chase people down. And I think, you know, obviously that serves to really help against the mobility of a Lash. Speaking of which, Lash getting the better of this exchange with his lane partner, the Doorman. Pretty nasty spirit damage potential between the Flog and the Core Bells for this mid lane. Super interesting game. What is Silver doing? The boxers have not spawned yet. Together's on their own.
I don't know. I don't know if I can judge together with that first game we saw versus Leviathan. But yeah, return back to lane. Maybe trying to suss out or like feint a lane swap. I don't know. Too big brain for me, to be honest. But it looks like the swapping has stopped. So we're seeing Tass head over to the right-hand side for a little bit of a gank, and that actually means go time for Buff and Joes in the mid lane, trying to get the catch on the Sonya. And they're even looking to maybe dive him under tower here. Well, I think there's a lot of mind games going on between these two teams for sure so far.
Yeah, very interesting start from the perspective of all of the positional changes. There we go. Classic Yamato things. We'll get a few slaps there, actually. Losing quite a bit of health. Again, the Doorman, it does a lot of bullet damage. So you got to be quite cautious of that. Ooh, getting some really nice extra damage right at the end there, but won't be able to chase it down, get zoned away. Back into lane. And in the meantime, yeah, quite hard to follow, actually, all of the craziness between all of these different lanes, between the swaps and everything else. But
just imagine.
Go ahead.
If we still have the teleporters on the outside lanes.
Oh my god, yeah, I forgot about that.
If you talk about chaos.
Yeah.
Oh man, I almost forgot. I actually completely forgot that those existed until just a few moments ago when I was thinking about it. That would have been, I can't even remember what it was like back then playing.
Same. I think people underutilized them quite heavily as well. I think that's part of it too. I think they got taken out of the game before they were like very heavily abused in the average level of play.
Or sub-average where I was playing at the time.
Yeah, so far, to me, it feels like Abrahams have a decent start. Obviously pretty even overall. No Guardians down just yet. Post there blocking some of that damage. Buffs coming up now. Some of that new movement made possible with the sigil changes.
I think in this game, if you're talking about, you know, Abrahams having, I think it was a decent start. I think you said it, Abrahams. I'm looking towards like ours. I'm looking towards the unique picks in this game. Arzo on the 7 and Listic on the Yamato, right? Because we haven't seen Yamato, I can never say the name correctly, in quite a long time, especially as like a staple in the Night Shift, where originally she was probably one of the most picked heroes at the time. And then 7 as well, who was one of the most picked heroes at the time, has kind of like fallen off. But we see him like in very niche situations, but I feel like the success we've seen on the 7 hasn't really been there. I think like Zergy played it not too long ago, and I remember watching like one of the storm clouds in the air, and he just did really no damage with it, and then they just kind of ignored him and continued on. But I want to see how those two picks, because they're so out of the ordinary in how they're going to perform.
Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye out on the build, because oftentimes you'll see 7 build a lot of items that will kind of be applied off the spirit damage for Shred. So I'm curious if the focus will be there or how the build will look. We'll have to keep checking in on that, because Arzo is going to need to certainly carry on the damage front into the late game. A chase down here onto Vrake, and Vrake does have some assistance, Cosmetical coming in, and that's going to completely blow up the play. And it was all the baits together getting caught in the trap. And that's a good win there early for buff enjoyers.
It's so funny to see actually that Cosmetical in the pocket. Considering I keep saying that they're one of the few teams, I think again the only team to me that can play against pocket really well, but now they're going to be able to pull off the pocket. It's up to Abrahams to show us if they can play around it. And that's going to be a flying strike through the corner, through space and time, and sending Saint back to spawn. As Buff and Joes continue to light up the kill feed, getting a kill onto Sonya, and Shark looking not too long for this world, but there's really nothing up here realistic to confirm this kill.
Yeah, absolutely. 4K difference. Actually, not. I mean, that's not minuscule at this time of the game. 3K there now as Abraham's catch up, but slightly. Get the pressure on the tower on this left side. Affliction ready to go. There it goes. Pop in reaction. And that is really nasty on Silver as well. You want to get close, but Affliction going to send you back, and that's going to be a lot of tower damage off of that Affliction. Oh, just popping together. My goodness.
I think he's trying to get the heal minion or something like that in there. Even trying to get a kill now onto Arzo. Retreated back towards his guard, but his guard's no longer there. Cosmetics continue to go on forward here. 9 HP. He's going to fall to Arzo. And surely Zergi's going to close this one out. There you go. Zergi does turn that one back around, turning it 1 for 1.
Off the rope, though. In comes the Silver. It feels like it's just Silver just died, but back into the action together, looking to close this one down. If he can get the conversion, it would be a net benefit, I think, for Abrahams, despite losing the Guardian. Maybe not a net benefit then, but ultimately something.
I've seen some people in chat try to clarify how to say Listic's hero correctly, and I think the best one I've seen is Yamatu. So we can call her Yamatu, I think. Yeah? You down?
All right. Let's go.
It's gonna last for like 1 minute, and then we're gonna forget. But I think you put out something with Silver and the Affliction. One thing that I think works is that since the Affliction prevents all healing, the transfer, like when you max it out, the transformation doesn't heal you either.
Right. Yeah.
So you kind of just stay at low HP if you're low HP.
Cinematic entry from Hoots. Cultist picked up by Doorman. That extra range on the but you get extra range right on the cultist. Yeah, okay,
For the doors, and then ups quick, camps quicker as well, since Doorman can be a little bit slow. Oh my god.
Oh, danger.
That was close.
I see the enemy.
Yeah, again, Drifter, I mean, we haven't really been able to see Drifter play too much. It's more of a recent thing coming into the game, and again, so it's cool to see some of the unique interactions. Oh, speaking of which, no Stalker's Mark to ensure a kill there onto the Viscous. Still though, that heartbeat.
Hear him.
Yeah, knows where he is, and so it might just be a done deal anyway. Is there any assistance? They're very deep in enemy territory here. If there's a kill, surely there should be a punish. Is there a punish? Billy comes in looking to do that exactly. Pops the grit as well, making this surely a sure thing, this fight. But look at the acrobatics coming out to try to evade the inevitable.
I like the slam by Sonya there to finish that one off. The six on fire though. Okay, they're coming back out. The great little swap to get Geist out of position. And again, back in enemy territory. Kind of surrounded on all fronts. 3 players here. Listic's even off the vicinity to cut off the retreat, and he just commits for it. It's a transformation off, diving in towards Zerg. You can't get the finish though, as he will fall. But the urn has been stolen away by Saint.
Yeah, and a bit of a lead actually formulating now for Buff Enjoyers, who, again, were a little bit behind for a little bit. But yeah, the urn coming in for Saint might be somewhat useful in trying to recover there. But at the same time, there is presence from Buff Enjoyers. They could very well fight for this urn. And in this, I feel like the first map that we saw in the series is the most urn fights I've ever seen between 2 teams with the new urn.
Yeah. Ever since it's been changed, right? Ever since you couldn't see him anymore on the map. And the thing is, it forced you to really give like such a big commitment of like a player there, of like resources to keep an eye on that. And then you have to be in the right position to go for the actual melee. So difficult to do, and a lot of space can be created around the map in other places. A parry comes through, this time on to Hoot. Size of impact comes on out as well. Doesn't get the connection onto anyone though, as Listic has joined the party. And Shark trying to go for the chase to push Hoot away. And somehow Saint hasn't been spotted out. He's actually going for the dive right now. Trying to get the urn dunked on in.
Yeah, and I mean, at the cost of Hoot potentially. Surely Hoot doesn't live. My goodness, the Stalker, not enough there to finish that one off as Hoot retreated. That's going to not feel the best, especially now that Apollo's on your butt. So, see what can happen here. We get the urn for Oberkim, so Buff Enjoyers do get it after all.
Gets chased out by the Goomball and gets it back in Saint's hands. Okay, so I don't think it's going to be an actual turn-in anymore. It doesn't look like it's going to be. as they still learn will expire, so it prevents anyone from getting it. So at least the presence out of Buff and Joy is still more than we've seen with this new urn, Dan.
Oh my god, yeah, like it's completely different. Like, but in most games, I feel like the team that's ahead just like gets it for free and no one cares. That's like literally every game that I think we've had so far with you, except this series that I've casted with you and Jake and ZP.
And one more? Is there one more?
No, I haven't casted.
Have you casted with Uber? Yeah, neither have I. It's been a long time.
Off doing Uber-y things, I guess.
What does that mean?
You can I don't know, you fill in the blanks, I don't know, whatever you imagine, like in your mind's eye, whatever you associate with him, that's probably what he's saying.
I think for me, it's just him standing in front of a mirror trying to admire his muscles.
So he's basically
But the mirror doesn't go to his head height though, because then you would see his massive like 5 head he has.
He's stuck in an IKEA that has weirdly patterned shirts that's only available to him. He's just wandering the halls, like looking for the next shirt.
He's in the back rooms in some amazing shirt factory.
I do like that. That certainly is. Did like Overwatch League ever do a skit about mentioning his shirts? Because I feel like that's a pretty good one. ZP you got right there.
Honestly, I'm not sure. I mean, he certainly caught a lot of not criticism, but memes about it. But I don't know if they ever did a full-blown skit. You did put Matt Morrell in a time machine though at some point, so that was the thing.
One of these days, we need to like out-shirt him, if that's possible. Just show up with the craziest shirts one day on the night shift, and then he puts on like his normal shirt, and we're just, you know, more stylish. Anyways, the rift has been secured by Abrahams here on the right-hand side. They get away with the help of the door again. And this minion's going to look to shove, well, directly in the hands of Buff Enjoyers, so probably going to be finished off extremely quickly.
Yeah, very different game for Zergy too, by the way, as a quick side note. Getting free farm on the left part of the map, very, very calm for him. As the rest of the map doesn't look so calm. Oops, does get taken out again, and chased down here on the Viking Curse here is Abraham's trying to really get some value out of this.
God.
Affliction comes in, but I mean, damage has already been done.
Was he trying to cast a Tiny Losan and he just got bursted down before he could actually get the channel off? His Ray just disappeared on my screen. I swear I heard the sound of it. But he still has the cooldown up, so I'm not sure.
This was a very nice moment, I think, for Abrahams. I think they can see that they sort of equalize on the scoreline here. I think the only thing that's concerning, again, is just how Zergy is really just in the zone right now, getting that free farm up to 16k. Arzo 14k for comparison. Speaking of which,
there hasn't been any interaction onto him, right? Like Abrahams haven't been able to catch him out and just keep him behind, which I think is one thing Zergy's doing much better. Maybe Abrahams aren't really putting as much focus on this time. Maybe not as worried about when it comes to a Geist, though. Zergy is still low on health right now.
Yeah, I mean, he just got caught there by Arzo and also by Taz invading into the, like, stealing farm away from the Abraham's jungle. So it'd be interesting to see if Zergy gets, because of like the cost of his HP, if he's going to have his farm ultimately slowed down by that play.
Well, this seemed to be too slowed down as he's back to the lane, continuing to farm up. I think I'm not, I mean, obviously focused on him, but I'm also focused on Arzo, who's been really quiet. Picked up Spirit Life, still has gun buff. Hasn't really made too much presence, and this should be a dead task. Actually, a great sense of the Baroness Hotel to lock Listic away. And the Q comes through, but he's like, no, let me out. Let me just get back to base here. I don't care if I get Hyperline, or at least he gets far enough ahead. He can't be Hyperline, as a transformation has come through as well if you're out of Listic, and this dive is just continuing to net a fight.
That's the same. Maybe he'd wish he'd had the cube, but actually could actually be very nice, because what a bait, a massive bait for Drake, thinking he could probably finish the kill there onto Saint. Ends up going down in the meantime, together taking down also the Drifter. Overcame out of the picture. Now who isolated again, who's going to not really have the support to do anything here, and is running for his life, but there's just too much here.
That's a great read as well, the movement out together of where Hoot was going to be going to cut off all the angles. Big 3 kills come through, and a 4th as well. Only losing 2 themselves. Abraham's completely turning around this fight, considering they were the ones to dive. Well, actually, it was, to be fair, Buff Enjoyers Listic diving initially.
Oh, we actually have gun buff on Arzo, which is kind of nice to help Arzo maybe catch up a little bit. It'd be nice to check on Arzo's build if we get an opportunity to do so, just to see kind of, you know, if he's building very typically for a 7 or if it's looking a little bit different. Given that, so I think that Arzo and Zergy battle is going to be very, very critical later on.
It's coming. It'll get there. He's at 17k though. I think maybe a little bit of stalls netted him some time to catch up, but like Zergy and Arzo have just not been involved in any of these fights. Everyone else in this game have been, duking it out. They're just continuing to farm up, do their role, which is to just get that farm and do damage later on. Actually, can we take a look at player damage? Because that would give it a good indicator of really how far out Zergy and Arzo have been in most of these fights. You see, yeah, Zergy at 7.4 and Arzo at 4.2. Almost lowest on both teams. Obviously, Hoot's a little bit lower than Zergy at the moment, but that just gives you an idea that he's just completely removed from these fights because he doesn't want to be involved.
How come it works for you but not for me when I ask for things from production?
I was gonna say, well, production like me more, but we both know that's not true, so I can't even use that one.
I see the enemy.
Well, looks like we'll have another fight brewing here. I don't know about Sharik having to back away immediately. Could be baiting players forwards, but there's not too much here, actually. And there is a charge. That should be a dead doorman. Tap goes down. Very good connection. Not before putting them through the door momentarily. Able to escape, though. And that puts Buff and Joyce in a good position as they exit this fight. They come away with a clean kill.
Just imagine if Tass didn't die there. He could have closed the door on them, locked away under the walker. Buff and Joyce, even though they had a rough last fight, they're still able to get the lead back for themselves at 5k. So we're approaching buff territory soon. As the other looks for the fight yet again up against Hoot, but he's got to back away. He's got too many players in the enemy team here around him. Chang'e comes on through. They want to focus on Obi Kim, and the focus will come on through. Obi Kim has gone down. A ton of those songs going to catch onto one. That could be a kill onto Together, but actually he only catches onto Shark instead.
There you go. Big connections on the lunges. Goodbye, Saints. Nice conversion from Buff and Joyous. Is there a punish to be had? Getting kind of low on HP, but looks to be a safe exit. And in the meantime, Rift will go to Abraham's, it looks like here. But feels like small consolation after losing so many players in mid. It does feel like Buff and Joyous are in a nice spot to gain some momentum back. And Cosmetical, 21k, Zergy, 21k. Definitely all the money in the road players.
I mean, to me, this is looking a lot like a best of 3 NA finals. Buff and Joyers, I think they have momentum to take this into a third with how they're looking so far. I just don't know if ours is going to be able to get online in time, as you now have his build here. He's got Heal Bane, Escalating Exposure, Arcane Surge, Suppressor, Grit, extra health. So he's got no really gun items. He has no gun spike at all.
Yeah, this is the normal. This is not the normal build. I believe it's exactly what Zergy used last time he played it on Night Shift as well, if I'm not mistaken, and I think you can see this build all over matchmaking as well. So pretty standard stuff from that respect. I guess everybody agrees that this is maybe the best way to go for now. Apollo hurts. Oh, the Apollo Yamato hit squad, man, it is real.
Earns up. Buff and Joy's setting up for on the left-hand side. I mean, again, you still have Arzo here, so they're gonna need his damage. There's just not a lot of angles he can play from. I mean, if you're thinking about die potential, as you already mentioned, with Vrayek and Listic, the hit squad, you also have Obikim who can get in really deep. You have Cosmetical who can get really deep. You have Hoot who can do the same thing. So there's so many players to chase on Arzo that I don't think Arzo has any freedom in this game to play from.
Yes, I think that's pretty fair. See if his team can sort of hold the line, because I mean the souls are more evenly distributed across the whole team as well. And they have a lot of very good team ults, so there's always the potential here for Abrahams to have a pretty stunning team fight. But definitely a worrying scenario, because we have Spirit Burn now. That's on Cosmetical. It's a pretty nice power spike. That item's crazy. If you get a good affliction as well to like potentially trigger it on multiple players, you're going to be in a pretty rough spot if you are Abrahams.
I think it's the Spirit Burn is for after the affliction's applied to proc it with like a barrage or something, or your like suitcase, because then they can die from the Spirit Burn tick. This affliction can't kill you.
It's a nasty business. It's a very efficient item, actually. It's I think one of the best 2064 through items, right? Definitely up there.
For pocket, yeah. I mean, especially if they're going to be grouped up. And they're really, the thing is, again, because they have like 4 players who can dive so deep, they're really not going to be thinking about where Cosmetical's coming from which I think is something you have to worry about if you're Abrahams. But Unstoppable picked up for Arzo, so really playing for, it always feels like an ultra late game. His damage, I know it obviously with escalating, it's going to be there, but not nearly as close as it would be, or not nearly as impactful as it would be if he's able to skip the 6.4k item. But I feel like he has to go for it to not get knocked out of his storm cloud. And this game mid boss started off here for Buff Enjoyers. No door set up just yet.
Big moment.
Do Abrahams even know what's being done?
I mean, that's the thing, like, big moment, because these team ults, if they can get them into position in time here for Abrahams, it could be a really, really good fight for them. But looks like they're late here. They just didn't know in time. A very late entry. Can they at least take down some of these players? We get the Affliction coming in, only hitting Billy. Ooh, this is a very, very bad position for Abrahams. Now they've lost a couple players, no Reju crystals, and completely caught off guard.
I think this is the first Reju crystal Buff Enjoyers have been able to get in this series. Thinking back to the last game. And now on the attack here, I think they used Affliction. They did that without Shroud Transformation. Zergi's at 28,000 souls now, and the Sun has gone up towards Siphon Bullets. I don't know. I'm trying to think about if they can defend this. I think with the Death Slam, there's a world they could get like a decent combo off. Especially with the Storm Cloud with Unstoppable, but I don't know. I don't know if Buff Enjoyers even necessarily want to push with these Rejus.
I see Lash.
So the question for Abrahams now is, how do they survive? How do they survive? How do they minimize the losses? Because that's like the name of the game here. You want to ensure that you know that you're not in a good position. You know that the other team is going to have the ability to pressure, and because you have to kind of avoid the fights, especially the team fights, because of the Rejus. So, and you've got 3 walkers up at the moment. So, like, what are you able to do to minimize the soul lead? That is, I think, the absolute goal for Buff Enjoyers. Get the biggest soul leader for this, maybe get a walker as well.
Let's push yellow.
And Cosmetical almost leading the lobby in souls, but also almost leading the lobby when it comes to golden statues. Only behind Listic by 2. Cosmetical's gonna hurt, man. I mean, we're obviously talking about like Zergi a lot, talking about the hit squad, but my eyes are on Cosmetical actually now because he has insane damage with Spirit Burn picked up as well. The triple siege on walkers, Dan.
Yeah. Yeah, it's trying to pressure everything. Make the decision making very, very difficult for the Abrahams team. In what do we defend? Trying to defend everything right now, and Apollo, very, very dangerous. A tiny low San doesn't come out in time, actually, so that's going to burn the tiny low San and trigger the rejuve. So is there a follow-up? Oh, no, it didn't burn it. My mistake, but the cube is there to save against it. And now deep in enemy territory, Apollo, surely this should be a conversion for Abrahams. And they're going to lose 2 walkers, the 2 side walkers for this kill. And I don't like that trade, but hey, the Rejuves are up. So you can't ask for too much, and the fight continues now. The rest of the Buff Enjoyers are looking to close in on top of this one, Jason.
2-man Affliction has gone off together, and Shark both being caught, but they can see them chased away again, trying to get these Rejuves out. They get all 3 now gone, basically off the back of together. He's immediately turning tail and looking to run away, or maybe to assist here onto Hoot. Or maybe Listic as well, as he does go for the Flying Strike and actually trades places as Sonic gets a kill onto Listic, and somehow Abrahams are able to take this one back. It costs them 2 walkers. They get all the Rejuves, they lose 1 player, and they get 2 kills off of this. Not a horrible trade, but definitely wasn't ideal, but at least able to get those Rejuves out of their hands does buy them a little bit of time.
Yeah, and the deficit of souls, I don't think it was that huge. If we see the soul deficit chart at some point soon, it'll be interesting to kind of pinpoint the moment pre the rejuves getting taken and the mid boss getting done, and then post. So you can kind of see the spike there right at the end, like where it was before, about just like 10-12k difference in advantage for Buff Enjoyers. Then they get the rejuve, and then they get another like 10-12k off of it, and then most of that deficit in that last fight actually got removed despite the fact that they got 2 walkers. So Abraham's doing a good job here staying in this one, and Buff Enjoyers have now collected the urn. They're looking to turn it in, and we know these teams like to fight for it, and the rift is going to be there as well.
Keeping things close here for Abrahams. I mean, I think the rift's ultimately just going to be theirs, and Buff Enjoyers aren't going to go for the contest, though. I think they're going to go for the refight off the back of it, though, since the urn turn-in is here as well. Those minions actually might be able to do some work based off the position. When you see Zergi just tearing through them, though, but I think Zergi's going to be off to the side looking for the fight. Cosmetical, in the meantime, has pushed mid to take down that walker, but the fight is all focused here towards this urn. Zoe became, I believe, got the dunk in. But what the range is that? Trying to go for Saint, catches 2. Most importantly, gets Arzo out of this one as well. Forces him back, and Buffingers are running all over Abrahams here. Forces them back to base. They complete control off the back of that fight.
You can't run away from either the Yamato or the Apollo. It's absolutely wild how they can continue the chase, but did they go too deep? In comes the counterplay, and that's a good catch there. The Flog on the way out, back into the base, the safety of the base, but the Affliction, there is no safety when Cosmetical turns up here, looking very dangerous indeed. Managed to pick up that Transcendental cooldown as well, and the fight continues over towards this left lane as now the isolated kill and together looks to be in play. Together though, squeezing out 1 kill onto Overkim and somehow surviving for a surprisingly long time, but the inevitable result does happen in his death, and now Silent Sniper, the only sole defender here for the base. And I mean, ultimately again, the 22k difference, are they going to lose both shrines? It looks like that's very likely. There's not enough support here. Everybody is mostly dead.
There's no Death Slam, so it's definitely hard to keep this shrine up if they went for it. But instead, Buffalo is going to back off, continue to grow that lead up to 23k now. But more importantly, with that shrine being down, that lane is going to continue to push on through, forcing Abrahams to give extra focus in that position. With mid boss in a minute and 20 as well. I mean, I see a world Buffingers can force the objective, force the scream, and then immediately turn it in towards a fight against Abrahams. Especially if you get him into close quarters where you don't really have to chase too far, and it makes it much easier for like Vrayk, Listic, Obikim, and Hoot to catch up multiple players.
Here we go, another engagement found. Looking to escape through the door. Some disruption there from Silent Sniper on the Lash. Actually getting some good damage in, forcing a reposition there for Vrayk. But the ultimate disengage to the door is successful. Oh, catch on decided to escape this position straight through the door into safety. That was a close one.
That was good movement. 6.2k as well. They're really close to 6.4 if he wants it. Akira Magnum picked up for Sonya, so
yeah,
really want to see what his damage is going to be at the end
as well. Going kind of like, yeah, more like it feels like more of a gun lash almost. Pretty cool to see.
Wow. Indomitable and Unstoppable picked up for Arzo.
Let's go yellow.
I don't know. I feel like he's just gonna be lacking damage now. I mean, he's obviously 8k behind Zergy. I think the 7 pick hasn't really worked too well, or at least like the order of the build he's had to go. I mean, I could be completely wrong, but it just doesn't feel like it's gonna have much impact. Can we maybe check in with player damage? Maybe I'm not going crazy here. See where ours was currently sitting at. Yeah, he's at 13k damage at 34k souls, so he has the second highest souls on his team and the lowest amount of damage. And Lash, who's the one that has the highest by 2k, has 15k more damage. Like you need to see Arzo do more, and I understand it's hard for him to do this with the comp buff enjoyers have, but they need more out of him if they want to win these fights.
Yeah, it's gonna be about these later game now team fight setups. And also will absolutely have to be taking part. He is going to be coming into the fight, but very, very late. I don't know that Oz will get there in time, because that's a huge affliction. Is the damage done already? Is there any counterplay? Is there anything here for a Death Slammer setup? Arzo is in the picture now as the fight rages forward. 2 players down, and Silent Sniper is dead already, as is Sharif. The front line is almost completely gone. Together has been routed as well. Has to go back to base on the silver. Doesn't leave anything here for Abrahams, and the chase down is so dangerous. And some space was bought by Arzo in the Storm Cloud, but essentially the Storm Cloud was the only utility there from it was not to help them win the fight, but to help them to escape from a lost fight. It was just too late.
Is he really building Refresher next too? Is this more of like a support? I mean, you were saying before this is kind of, if you remember correctly, it's the build Zergy went with, but is this more just a support 7?
Was, I mean, I guess like the way he's itemizing towards the end is a little bit different, but we'll hold that thought for a second. The dive comes in. Can he steal anything away? No, absolutely not. I think the build initially, you know, provides a lot of shred for the whole team when you're in team fights, but Arzo has really not been in team fights. I think that's a really good, you know, you pointed out the souls to the damage. I think that really is a good indication that Arzo has not really been participating in the team fights.
I mean, I can understand parts of it, because again, it's really hard to play the 7 into this composition, especially when you have like no mobility. You kind of depend on your front line of the team to give you space, but Buffingers doesn't care about the front line because they just have everyone who can just bypass it. Oh man, it's looking like the beginning of the end here. Continue to charge on forward. One shrine left to go. Sonya's low on HP. Does have Death Slam available with 3. Oh, they get the kill in towards spawn as well, so they have no chance to Death Slam them back. I think this is going to be it, actually. I think they can just finish the game here.
Yeah, it's funny. You almost would have rather had the Dynamo pick over the 7. Yeah, looking to stick around and finish this one off. The plan not working out for Abrahams. I mean, it looked pretty okay towards the beginning of the game, but as things went later and later, we saw the problems, and Buff Enjoyers take full advantage to get map 2 in the bag.
What a turnaround, where at first, you take a look at this game and you go, okay, maybe Abraham's going to run away with it 2-0, but Buff Enjoyers able to keep momentum and force map 3, much to the disappointment of many who may have been looking forward to that BO5 and NA, but the day would just simply be too long. But we got to break this down here. Jason, starting with you, what changed in your mind for Buff Enjoyers going from game 1 to game 2?
Well, having a 7 on the enemy team definitely helped, who wasn't putting up any damage, I think, for sure. Obviously, I feel like they played much better in like the mid game for sure. The thing is, they got lanes they wanted because they were the ones to initiate the initial lane swaps. I think like this, as DDK pointed out, like this hit squad of Yamato, bringing it back, Apollo, Drifter, and Abrams. How do you survive as a 7 against this? Like, how do you survive in general as any DPS against this? I think a lot of it came into the fact that Cosmetical was hitting some good afflictions yet again. He had a 4-man affliction at the very end there to finish things off. Listic also was able to have a lot more impact on the Yamato compared to the Bebop in the last game. I don't know, I just feel like in general, Buff Enjoyers had just more comfort heroes in this match.
One thing, Dan, we saw a lot of commentary on in the middle of the game. People were just like, man, Obakim, lore accurate Drifter, completely poor, etc. The thing is, the way Obakim plays Drifter, he doesn't need to have a massive amount of farm to have a big impact on the game to create opportunities for the rest of his team.
Yeah, especially not with the supporting cast around him. Yamato, Apollo, like Cosmetical, and like on pocket Zagion guys. Zergi's job is just definitely not to be the like mega damage carry, and or rather, sorry, Obakim. And I think Obakim did a great job in helping the setup. I think Drifter is a little bit underrated in some respects there, depending on sort of what you're playing with. And we've talked about how Drifter's ult can be of great assist positionally to enable you to get these really good engagements with an affliction, or to make it so that the chase down with the Apollo and the Yamato can be really even extra powerful. There's just so much utility that does exist in the kit there. So yeah, I'm not hating on Obakim this game.
Jason, I think back to game-changing moments here. One of the things that really strikes out to me is when Buff Enjoyers, they went for the mid-boss, and it kind of caught Abrahams off guard. Like the first mid-boss of the game, Buff Enjoyers says, yep, we got an opportunity, we go for it, and Abraham's not really able to get there to the contest, and it felt like you look at the graph, I think that was about the point. Yeah, that was the point where Buff Enjoyers got a lead that was a bit too much for Abrahams to actually deal with, because you just see it there on the bottom of your screen.
I mean, it was a little bit weird because Abrahams are normally, I feel like, really tuned in to when mid-boss is being done. And I'm surprised they were caught off guard. Maybe they looked at the fact that Listic didn't have Shadow Transformation, so they didn't really assume they would rush down mid-boss, but then to be completely caught off, not in position. Obviously, I've definitely a big turning point in this one because that's where like the soul lead continued to grow and grow and grow with a couple of dips here or there, and it continued to grow until eventually there was really nothing Abrahams could do about this one. But again, like, I think Cosmetical, the fear of his affliction was so deadly. It's so night and day looking at him play it versus like Sonya played it. Actually, no, it was Empty Dreams playing it last time around last week. Cosmetical was consistently hitting these afflictions, whereas their opponents weren't. And Abrahams doesn't know how to play around the afflictions properly, or at least with the way Cosmetical is able to chime on in. But I think maybe one of the surprising things to me is that Hooch just kind of, he's there, but not really there. He's at 23,500 damage. He's done, a little bit more than Obakim, but I'm used to seeing Hoot have bigger games. But I guess with like Listic and Vraic and Cosmetical having a match like this, you don't really need to stand out.
Dan, as we look at the score screen here, some input from you, anything that defied the eye test from your point of view, or you want to bring attention to before we set up for game 3?
No, I just think that Abraham suffered from I think a misread with that final pick with the 7, just because of the tempo that this game also provided, in addition to some of the tools that can deal with a hero that doesn't have as much movement in some of these fights, and you know, the ability to bypass all the the front line and so on. The tempo, I think, is the issue for the 7 in this game, and not recognizing how fast buff enjoyers could go, I think really put Abraham's off balance.
All right, well, that was our second map in the series. It's going to 3 here in EU, as it often does. Buff enjoyers taking back momentum here in the series. Abrahams, though, still only 1 map away to try and claim the throne once more. Who's going to win here in EU before we get started on our NA best of 3? Stay tuned. We'll find out soon.
I see the doormat. I see Lash. Let's take out Silver.
It is Night Shift 47, and here in EU in the Money Match, we are going the distance 1-1 between Buff and Joyers and Abrahams. ZP here with Jason and Dan. And Dan, as we look at how this last series broke down, Buff and Joyers, they made the right adjustments, came in with a little bit more frontline, and found something that worked. But how much of that was Buff and Joyers changing things up, and how much of it was maybe the 7 wasn't the right call?
Yeah, I think it's interesting because it should set this third draft up to be the most interesting because both teams have found something that works and something that doesn't. I do wonder if having to go to the 7 at the end was a little bit of a maybe we kind of messed up the first part or mid part of our draft to kind of have to make that call there where it didn't fit the tempo. I feel personally. So we'll see what adjustment they make. I think that this could go a lot of different ways, and they could have got Dynamo, man, but they didn't want to pick a top 3.
Jason, you're at the Abrahams, and you're kind of looking at what has worked, what doesn't. What do you want to maintain, and what do you want to change up looking into map 3?
I'm Abrahams. Let's see. I think I don't know. I'm thinking like the bans, like the pocket ban in game 1 versus the pocket pickup in game 2. Was the pocket something that was so empowering for Buff and Joyers? I think partially. I think you maybe need to pick away at this like dive comp that they were running. Maybe that's more of the focus, because I mean the pocket may be something you take away, but then don't let them get like Drifter, Yamato, Apollo, and Abrams all in one go, because we see kind of the pressure of that like dive comp, what they can do against you. So yeah, maybe like looking at the bans, maybe try to deny some of that if you possibly can. Also like maybe secure something besides 7, like a Venator would have been much better with a true damage against that kind of like beefy lineup, and then also you have a little bit more escape than a 7 has. But yeah, something like that maybe going into this game.
I mean, makes sense to me. And, this is the cool thing, Dan, about a series that goes this long is that, both teams have already had the, experience of playing each other in the current day. And, one team has had something that's worked, the other team's had something that's worked. And now in map 3, we get to see what the final combination is, the lessons learned from both sides. And I mean, it's always feels like a war between these two teams where, what is this? This is like 3 weeks in a row now, if not 4, where it has gone to a full 3 maps every single time here in EU. And even the R1 tournament, it went 5 and a best of 5. I mean, these teams, they always seem to go the distance.
Yeah, and I think that's again a really cool thing about Deadlock. Because of the draft, you can kind of just destroy the recency that the other team just found something that kind of works. You can kind of pick away at the core, and also you can just shift up the dynamics like very, very easily in Deadlock with the hero pools that are available. So yeah, I think it's going to be very interesting to see what those adjustments are. I kind of am with Jason that the pocket kind of has to go. I think that was the presence of pocket, and especially because you have cosmetical that can play it. It's kind of it's kind of rough.
Jason, I just went back to confirm that I wasn't making it up in my own head, but first pick has won all day today in this EU final, where Abrahams, they start out with first pick. It gives them a little bit more initiative in the draft. They're able to win that draft. Next map, Buff and Joyers takes first pick. And now in the third map, where it's Abraham's choice, they go back to first pick. So, just how important is first pick in this current meta?
I mean, following that trend, I think we can just call the series here. Congratulate Abrahams, and you still get the best of 5 in NA, right? I think that's still doable.
And we'll allow it.
I don't know if like first pick's that valuable though. I mean, maybe I'm just overlooking it, but I feel like getting like there's always 3 high priority heroes open after the initial bans. So I feel like second pick you always get 2 of them, and the first picks today have been what? They've been Mirage, they've been Pocket, they've been Infernus in one game. So they're not really like anything that to me that's like game breaking that should cause a loss because they're that good of an individual pick.
Dan, maybe part of it is just the nature of Pocket here, where Abrahams feels like they can first ban it, they can still come in on the Billy. Either way, I mean, both teams kind of sell this idea that first ban is worthwhile, but to no one's surprise, Abrahams are going to come in and choose the Billy. But the interesting thing here, it leaves open the doorman for Buff and Joyers.
But also, do they want to get the Infernus? Because they've been going Infernus Drifter and so on. So they go for the Doorman, which does allow Abrahams to get an Infernus, which would be something that would, I think, help them a lot with the tempo issues they had in the previous game for that kind of category of a pick. Because you can play Infernus as maybe a little bit of an M1 or kind of a hybrid, I suppose. Like
Four-man
position one,
Infernus
position
would
two.
go crazy.
Don't you worry.
Oh my
it is.
god. The door into combustion, you just appear halfway across the map with the ready to explode. Like that could go so hard.
Well, now it's going to be really interesting to see what Abrahams comes back with here. Do they value the Drifters highly? Drifter has been the high tier pick for buff enjoyers, and truthfully, they would probably go for it if it was on the table, but no, it's not going to be on the table. Abrahams is going to take it away for themselves. So already in game 3, we are seeing a different look than what we saw in game 1 or game 2. Abraham's taking a little bit of what buff enjoyers have enjoyed, and buff enjoyers. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I wouldn't hate the Venom here, but instead, they're going to go Yamato Dan.
Yeah, and this kind of proves Jason's thesis a little bit, trying to pick away at the dive comp to prevent that being something that can be used against them in full force at the very least. So I think this is cool. I think this is really, really a good look. I would expect Apollo to be picked for buff enjoyers so they can okay, they're going to go for the guys. So Apollo could be banned. I'm curious what the second ban is going to be for Abrahams.
Jason, if I'm Abrahams, if I want to like deprive buff enjoyers of a little bit more frontline that seemed to work out well in the last game, do you think they do something like ban the Abrams here?
I don't think Abrams in his own is that impactful. I think Abrams surrounded by the Yamato Drifter, I think, and the Apollo is more impactful. I think here maybe you hit an M1. Maybe actually you still need an M1 on your side and you don't get first pick out the back of this. I don't know. This is actually a little bit tough. I was thinking more towards the M1 heroes. If Zergi's gonna be on Infernus again, it will be cosmetical on Geist then. So maybe hitting M1s isn't that big of a deal for Abrahams, but Apollo, I think that's not a bad take here, because now you really hit Obikim's hero pool, because he's been playing a lot of Drifter and a lot of Apollo lately.
Yeah, I mean, Obikim has been all in on heroes that can get in people's face. It was at one point, he was nearly an Apollo 1 trick, where it was something like 5 straight games of Apollo, then mixed in the Drifter, but instead, for a little bit more pressure, especially in the early game, buff enjoyers gonna go in on the Calico. But, now, Dan, we'll see what Abrahams decide to slap back with here. And, it's interesting. I think the M1 concern is very much there. With a lot of good options being taken off the board, and we'll see. Is this going to be another game? Oh, they go Wraith. Okay, there's one thing people have to know about Wraith that I'm just going to cut to right now, because we had to deal with some cop-op stuff on this. Wraith right now, currently, we don't know if it's intended or not, but has an interaction where Split Shot just lets her nuke down objectives. But the overall trend is that people weren't seeing as strong enough to actually prioritize on a pick. It is legal here, and a Wraith may just walk up to a walk or a mid boss and just blow it up with Split Shot. So she does have this unique trick in her bag here this time around.
Trick is an interesting way to say it.
Viscous could be an interesting pick for one AC teams. Ooh, Haze, that's very interesting. Okay, I don't know. When did we last even see Haze get played? It's been a while. That's like, I guess for Obikim, I suppose. That's an Obikim pick, right? I imagine.
I would assume so, yeah. I haven't kept my database updated since like shift number 30 something, so I can't go back and check.
All right, we'll see what the final pick for Abrahams is here, but this is already interesting. We got a Haze coming up here where Haze, of course, probably
Dynamo.
a little bit better than people have been giving her credit for it. I mean, look, they could finish with Dynamo. Instead, they're going to go with Ivy, where, by the way, Ivy also has some hidden tech that we had to make a ruling on, where if you softly land someone on the ground, and it's a little bit more involved with that, you can actually like store the bomb and it'll like go off on you a little bit later. It's a little bit specific, but both teams are like, hey, this is something that could happen. Teams may use it, and are like, well, it's kind of a pain to regulate, and it's not game breaking to where Ivy's first pick, first ban. So yeah, go for it. So, I mean, Abrahams, they're pulling out the stops potentially on some of the extra special tech here, which again, both teams were well aware of before this game began, and both teams were aware it's legal, just to get ahead of anyone being like, bug abuse. Nope, all legal.
Interesting. I think the Ivy Wraith interaction with the tether, now that the tether is a bit better than it used to be back in the days, it's going to be kind of cool to see how that interaction works, because we haven't seen, I think, Ivy and Wraith, I think, that much recently. Maybe you see Ivy and Venator, which is obviously pretty scary with respect to that. But yeah, that's gonna be a fun threat, I think, going into the late game. And I think with Wraith, it's not gonna have the same issues as 7. Like 7, the 7 last game was quite tragic. I think it's fair to say. So this already looks way better.
Sorry, I was typing to production here. Man, Would you call? Okay, I feel like I feel confident in saying that the Ivy has kind of come over to EU side after seeing it in North America, with just picking up someone that wants to get in the face of your opponent, like specific, like a specific player, and then just dropping them on. I feel like I've been seeing a lot of the community say Saya kind of originated that. Would you disagree with that, ZP? Do you have a different opinion on where that came from?
I mean, I think in terms of comp play, you saw it a lot on the NA side of things for sure. But I mean, people are also doing this in pub games and high ladder games. Like, people are being really aggressive with Ivy. So I think it was something that was kind of floating around in the scene. But, you know, as far as like people's exposure, if you just watch generally through Night Shift, you have seen it more on the NA side. But, you know, its potential that I think has always been there. But this is shaping up to be a really interesting one. I'm just thinking in my head about, you know, how this is going to go down. I mean, the Buff Enjoyers early the mid game looks absolutely terrifying to me. Abrahams, though, I think by comparison, if they're able to stay even and get to late game, I think, you know, I'm looking at the two, and I think things get really difficult for Buff Enjoyers, because being able to stand and fight if you don't have, say, a Turbo Farm Geist or Abrams here is going to be difficult. And Abrahams, I think overall, the scaling is a bit more in their favor, but either way, it's going to be super interesting, Dan.
Yeah, for me, I agree. I think getting to late is going to be very helpful for Abrahams. At the same time, you know, Yamato is a hero that we know needs to kind of get ahead early, or at least be able to dictate the pace and dictate or be taking the initiative out of that early laning phase. So I do think that early laning phase dominance is going to be very, very important to kind of get right, so that Abrahams can really start to stretch. Because I think also, you know, a Drifter, a Lash, you know, there's a lot of potential to do a lot, I think, with those heroes in that respect. But I think you can say the same for Buff Enjoyers. They would a lot, especially with, I think, the Haze pick. I think it goes underrated for how well it can do setup.
All right, well, the stage is set. Only one team can walk away with the prize. It's 1-1. Which team made the better adjustments? We're about to find out. Map number 3 underway. Jason, Dan, take it away, starting with Jason.
Yeah, better be me this time. We each get 2, Dan. You got 2, I got 2. But you know what? You kind of conceded the last one to me, so I'm going to concede this one to you.
Well, I double concede, which puts it back to me.
Or it means ZP's solo casting.
Well, either way, you know, let's look at these lanes, Jason, because I don't know if you agree with me, but I really do think, maybe it's a Captain Obvious thing to say, like in Counter-Strike, it's like, oh, the pistol round is important, but you know, it's the case that getting that first Guardian down, getting to have the capacity to snowball, or at least to pressure the opponent, force them to have to react, to start, you know, moving heroes around the map, to ensure that they don't get, you know, taken advantage of when you start to imbalance the lanes. I think that's such a powerful thing to be the team that does that. And I'm curious who you think that team's going to be off of these early lanes.
I'm a little bit scared of Tass on Drifter, honestly, after what we saw before with him and together in game 1, and he's paired with Sharik on the Yamato. Apparently people say Yamarto, but I don't know where the R comes from. I think that lane has a lot of potential, and I don't know, man, if you're going to put Sharik on Yamato, I feel like it could be a pretty interesting runaway with the game. Like, if you're that confident he can play it, because we haven't seen Sharik in a very long time when it comes to competitive play. So I'm leaning towards that. If there's going to be one breakout lane, at least for Abrahams, we're talking like pistol round-esque. For Buff Enjoyers, yeah, Wraith Abrams, or sorry, Calico Abrams, I don't expect much out of. Then again, they're against a Wraith, so maybe some potential. I'm gonna give it to Abrahams. That's my final answer. Lock it in.
Okay. Yeah, it's gonna be fun to see. I'm very much looking forward to the Wraith. I think that you can do some interesting like spirit-based builds with Wraith that make the dagger hit really hard. But it's been a while since I played around with Haze. Sorry, it's been a while since I played around with Haze, so I'm gonna be really interested to see how Oberkim plays it. Oberkim historically really made it very support heavy with the Haze. You know, you see a lot of slowing Hex like very quickly. You know, just really trying to maximize the kill potential off of that setup from the dagger. So we a fun callback to Oberkim's past in terms of the hero pool.
Well, there goes my whole discussion about the pistol round. Task first blooded here by Zergy on this right hand side. That's all I had to say. Just had to, really make fun of myself for my prediction and how wrong I was.
I see the enemy.
Well, we are going to see Zergy on the Infernus again. He had a pretty poor Infernus game previously. Looks like a bit of a chase down onto Taz. Let's see if he's able to survive this one. Looks like a bit of a get away.
I'm curious if Abrahams is going to go for the focus again on Zergy. Try to hit him as much as possible when he gets through that solo laning phase. I still feel like that was, I mean, I could be exaggerating it, but it really felt like it kept him behind because we were talking so often about how Zergy was just behind when it came to souls compared to his counterparts, and that was a nice little stalker's mark into a rend. It's actually kind of also forced a little bit of an over engagement out of Shark here. They're both, you know, pretty damn low in HP, but then again, so are their opponents. But yeah, what's your thoughts? Do you think we're gonna have Abrahams go for that focus again? Because I think they have a comp that's kind of favored towards it.
Honestly, I'm not entirely sure. Jason, I have answers for you. How do you feel about that? How does it
It's
make
fun.
you feel?
Don't have to have answers for everything. I would prefer people don't make up something when they don't know the answer. I'd rather they just be honest, be like, yeah, I'm not sure.
Right, just because you're asked a question doesn't mean you know the answer.
Yeah.
That's fair. That's actually very fair. That is the thing that happens.
You can't know everything about this game. I don't think.
Burger box
There's just no
going
way.
on there. Looks like it's gonna be an interesting switch up for Cosmetical Pocket to a Geist. In terms of mobility, quite different.
I always find it very entertaining to see like players who can just make that mental switch, because you're very right. Like going from Geist or from Pocket, who has just crazy movement, very high intensity situations of getting these afflictions off, to a Geist where you just, you know, left click their heads and you just life drain when you can and you soul exchange when you can. It's just it's so night and day between like the two play styles, and it's always super cool to see players who can just make those adjustments mid-series.
Also, curious about the Yamato performance. Sharik on the Yamato. We have seen the return. And you know, so far it's been a pretty good look for Yamato, but again, I think like you said, in the previous comp it was much more powerful. Oh, hello, getting caught off the jump pad. I do actually like that you get punished a bit more for that, and that also, in some respects, and also, you know, gets actually damaged as well. But boom, big stomp coming on through, looking to try to escape the situation. Health getting low now though. Zergy trying to find the escape at this point. I don't think he's gonna. Yeah, he's gonna get power slashed. Very good chase down. He was a little bit too deep. Fight continues here, as looks like another catch is had onto Hoots. Gets taken out as well, so maybe throwing some good after bad here from Buff Enjoy's perspective, as they might be in a little bit more trouble. Again, we talked about the lack of mobility. Cosmetical stuff between multiple players here. Definitely more mobile than him.
Oh my god. Oh my god, he's got backup at a Zergy here now. They take down Tass. Does he really survive this? Oh, okay, there we go. The Crimson Slash comes on in to finish him. Maybe another Crimson Slash to actually heal back up against Zergy here, but the backup is going to be there for Zergy in the form of Rayek. Get a little bit turned backwards there. And it looks like Zergy, 4k souls, so having a much better start here than he did in the previous game on Inference.
Yeah, much more normal, and also Cosmetical, you know, doing a pretty good job on the start as well. Nothing too crazy, but, you know, staying in a good pace at the moment. Despite some disruption, now the assault onto this left or right side Guardian here. Abrahams, can they defend it? They don't seem to be able to do so. Gonna be losing that one. So the question we had earlier is now answered, and the first Guardian going down is going to be in favor of Buff Enjoyers, which does allow now some rotations.
It also does now force the choice for Buff Enjoyers of who gets the solo lane farm. Is it Zergy or is it Cosmetical? And I think that's gonna be interesting to see, like, what the decision is gonna be. And in my head, it's gonna be Zergy, as I can see in the minimap. It looks like it will be Cosmetical, or they're both just gonna stick around and continue to soak up the farm, or Zergy's just gonna go take some jungle and transition towards another lane. Maybe he can pull off the gank towards the left-hand side, because we can see there's a 3-man squad over there for Abraham's ready to go.
Yeah. I like the move, Jason. You know, we saw the right side Guardian get lost by Abrahams. They take the second player away from that lane. They're like, let's try to equalize on this left lane. But however, it wasn't really working out for them. They're going to have to peel that player back off. Only 2 players now for Abraham's on the left side, and now they're outnumbered. 3 players there as we see the focus here for Abraham's get put in this mid lane. Not really going like they wanted it to, though. Can't quite find the opportunity for a kill or pressure on the Guardian.
No pressure on the Guardian. Still kills being traded. It's a 2k lead for Buff Enjoyers now. They're grouping in towards middle. Are they really going to leave Sonya on the right-hand side to solo farm? Up against Cosmetical. Interesting to see like the big switch up. I don't actually remember the damage. I'll have to check in a second how much damage Sonya did on Lash before. But that was an airdrop into death, unfortunately, for Shark there. Doesn't actually clear the headspace. So obviously, Yamato's 5-foot tall head does prevent you from actually getting through some of these areas.
Yeah, really interesting macro, I would say, from Abraham's. They're really trying to play the best that they can after losing that initial Guardian. Ooh, big melee coming in there, shipping away some more damage onto Taz. Nice Stonefall, my goodness. He's going to be able to catch some extra damage onto Listic as he falls away. Now, more players coming in from the left side lane here. You got the potential gank from Vrake. Maybe if there's a weakened target, Vrake would absolutely love to find it on that Calico, but now we swap over to the gank here. The chain gank to try to secure this one. Let's see if we can punish Zergy. There we go, the sandwich from Arzo.
Yeah, I don't know if that was intentional or not to get the kill into him, but again, that goes back to game 1. Punishing Zergy, keeping him behind. He's at 5.7. He's still doing all right, but he is falling behind some of the key players on Abraham's side, and if he dies another time, that's when I'm going to start to get a little bit worried for him. The shot transformation comes on out. Fine strike as well for the connection. You can see on the side, Listic just trying to hover around this fight, wait for the transformation to actually finish off here. And Sonic gets actually daggered up here on the high ground on top of that billboard as he looks to escape. And Abraham's, I think, going to be on full retreat, though Arzo's going to be here. And if I'm not mistaken, Arzo's probably done more player damage in this game than he did the entirety of last game.
Yeah, able to get way more active on that Wraith. Way more active and present. Got to speed back to this Guardian, though. It's going to be taking some damage from the troopers who are making their way now. Well, they've made their way. They're slamming into that Guardian. So in for the farm, we'll see Arzo. You can see he is indeed doing a... Okay, only slightly better. Actually, 4th from the bottom. Still, slightly better on the ranking. Actually, Dorman's been doing heavy lifting. Oh my god, what the hell did we just see there?
I don't know, man. Doorman's always surprised me. So do, I mean, Flange Strike shouldn't surprise me anymore with what we've seen here over the course of 2 years. I wish we had like a compilation of the most egregious flying strikes we've ever had across Night Shift, but that'd be really difficult to do because we've had so many of them. Another one coming around the corner, going straight on for the dive here up against Hoot. Does he get inside the, I think he got inside the closet actually. Yeah. He's gonna survive for now.
Uh-oh. Break with the punish. Calico very good at that. And Zergy now in trouble, getting slammed by the cards. Also, on the Wraith, able to take down Zergy on the Infernus. That's going to feel good because both the very important farmers, Oberkim, letting it rip there with the bullet dance. We'll be forcing players back out of position. Again, though, we've got Buff Enjoyers controlling the space pretty well there. Oh, and preventing the urn from being deposited.
So 9.1k. This is, oh man, he's probably thinking to himself, so this is what it's like to actually be able to do damage. As he's here on the Wraith right now, if he can continue this momentum, it's gonna be tough for Buff Enjoyers to combat, though they are in the lead. Death Slam coming on through. Sonya slamming directly under the walker. The Soul Exchange comes on through as well and gives a second life here to Cosmetical, but unfortunately for him, there's just too much HP on the side and too many players of Abraham's there, and he will fall, netting another kill for Abraham's side.
Yeah, maybe not enough damage on that walker to maybe feel even remotely worth it. In the meantime, though, it was pressure, and if there's action or walker damage to be done here in mid, that would go nicely for Buff Enjoyers, but they don't get that either. They will lose Vrake, and so the macro attempts, or rather the attempts at playing for these objectives from Buff Enjoyers, I think largely have backfired. The only victory there getting that left side Guardian. In the meantime, though, speaking of which, good counterplay coming in from Buff Enjoyers on that mid lane. And they will clean up some kills here. So that's going to be pretty nice, given that they just gave a couple away. With the Unstable Rift coming on through on the left lane, maybe that's going to be something that Buff and Joy's target next.
Bro, Arzo is going crazy though. 12k souls. So is Sonya at 11. Sorry to change topics here, but I'm just like amazed at how far Arzo's been able to get ahead. He's got casting buff as well.
Headed to your
The Rift has spawned on in. It looks like Buff and Joyers might be gifted it. They have more than enough players here, but you can see Abraham's coming in with the airdrop. They're bringing Shark to the fish tank and gets immediately thrown into the Paradise Hotel. They have to make sure to keep contest this one because it's at 99% until he gets out of this one. Sonic gets the initial kill into Vrake here, and Abraham's has shown up with more than enough men to defend this.
Feel free to give up anytime.
Yeah, looking good. Looking really good to hold this one. In the meantime, though, they're going to lose the mid-walker, I think, because that is the mission right now for Zergy. He is looking for the money and the big objective, but will he get it? He might actually get stopped here. Walker is still taking burn damage. It's going to find it's going to fall, but Zergy surely dying off at the back of this, and you can see Arzo really trying to stay alive here. Zergy, if he got that kill, it'd be absolute robbery, and they are throwing everything into him. Nice parries, but it is just really all just for show, as it's actually Arzo that picks up the kill there. So they lose a Walker. I mean, how do you feel about that, Jason? In terms of the overall picture, I mean, you got to say Buff and Joyce are going to be really happy. A sub 14-minute Walker.
For sure. And they also kind of like equalize things when it comes to souls. You get a lot of souls over to Zergy in particular because of the Walker being taken. So he's up to 12k now, able to catapult himself forward. I think they'd be very happy with that one. Obviously, the downside is they did lose a player over on the unstable Rift.
I see Ivy.
Yeah, I think the macro decisions there to Buff and Joyce ended up working out in their favor, hands down. And now it's what about can Zergy do with this one? And what can they do? Because that map control they now have with the mid-walker down really opens up the rest of the map for them to just continue to take away jungle camps if they possibly can get in.
Yeah, interesting game state off the back of this. Feels, pretty even, but obviously that objective edge, especially the mid-walker, I think the most valuable of the three positionally. And now a chase. Looking to get Cosmetical another kill. Vrake chasing it down as well from the shadows, and Taz will get deleted. Very good find. Is there anything to be done, though? Looking to try to just punish this pick-off. It might go quite well, actually. The power slash here, just locking down the Calico. There is no way out, surely. Trying to climb the rope, trying to escape. Actually, Vrake is still alive. Who will die in Vrake's place? Can Vrake be located, though? It looks like that's not going to happen.
No, he's been able to get out. Listed now leading the charge up against Saint, who was actually pretty far ahead when it came to souls, or at least, decently well set up at 12k. They get the kill into him. That one over to Cosmetical. And I mean, Buff and Joyce, I feels like they're slowly dismantling
Let's go to
initial control that Abraham's had, and that lead that we talked about with Arzo, it doesn't really matter anymore. He's behind Cosmetical by 1k, albeit. This next urn could actually be pretty massive for them. If they can get it to Cosmetical and get him to turn it in, this would be actually quite huge.
There we go, turn-in there for Ibrahim, and the lockdown is doing a lot of damage there to Sharik. He's going to get taken out as well. Good fight from Abrahams. Buff and Joy has lost 2 players right now for the death of Sharik, so I think they'll be happy about that. They've managed to carry the urn as well, all the way across half the map so far. There's a potential interception. See if this interception is going to work out. I mean, Vrake is the perfect player to do it with the Calico. And they should be blocking this. I mean, that's the play.
I see Ivy.
You can see Vrake's positioned himself quite deep to go for that initial control of it, or initial contest. Satan just drops on down into the open hands of Zergy, welcoming him back in towards base. Let's see, it's a kill on the other side of the map onto Tass, and that urn, I don't think should be able to be turned in. Are they actually going to transition for a mid boss? They're all heading towards middle. With those 2 kills coming through, this might actually be go time for it, especially knowing that the urn is in the hands of Lash.
Yeah, beautiful macro coming in again from Buff and Joy is finding the surprise mid-boss. I think Abrahams are completely clueless here. Yeah, they've got no idea. Now I mean, there's nothing they can do. It's too late. Again, Buff and Joy, this is something they do so well. Yamato can get there with the ult, but the ult's not even available. There's always a chance, but oh my goodness, it's sending them out the stairs. Very nicely done with the charge, and this could be a complete wipe here. Abrahams, they are in a very bad position, losing 2 players almost immediately there by the Curiosity Shop, and they may just lose a lot more. The chase down continues, and Buff and Joyce are going to have their way with the entire map now.
Always on cooldown.
What was that? 2 kills, opened up a mid take, and 2 more kills after that. taking advantage of the situation, the opportunity gifted to Buff and Joy is a great call out to make that happen. Not to mention the kills off the back. I mean, the lead. I mean, Arzo, the thing is, Arzo hasn't died, I think, this game. And he keeps showing his glowing frame of him being on fire, but like really, he's not that on fire. I mean, he's at 20k, which he's kind of equal cosmetical, which is obviously a great thing for him. But look at the rest of his team. I mean, Tass is on 13k. Together's on 13k, but I think most importantly, Shark, he's on 11 on the Yamato. And we saw how far Listic was ahead in that last game when playing the Yamato, and how important it is as well to just have that inherent tankiness, but more so the damage to dive in towards potentially killing it like a Zergy or an Obikim.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see exactly how Abraham's managed the situation. Not too far behind at this present moment. And again, the rejues do last less time, but I think being able to take mid by surprise like that, that's a big benefit of taking the mid walker down first. Because it is much harder to have that lane pushed and have the vision and have the awareness for people in position to do anything about the mid boss. Now, trying to defend Abraham's, their right side walker, as Buff and Joy is, make their presence known. We do get a teleport across the map though from Frake, and Frake might be looking for something with the Calico on the left side, looking to pin down the Lash. Put some pressure on. It will send Lash back. And in the meantime, Buff and Joy, they really look like they want that right side walker. 3 players are there for the defense though from Abraham's at the moment.
Yeah, but Frake pulled 3 to the left-hand side by himself with just his presence. So this is gonna be a free walker take. You can't contest this one, especially when they have 2 rejues left. So they get another walker, a 13k lead now. All these extra flex slots being opened up, and I mean, there's still a chance they could focus on the left. They have 40 seconds left. I would imagine you don't go for any big plays right now, especially with buffs respawning in just a few moments.
Bullet dance there from Obikim. Won't do too much, but just scare Lash away. A few players here for Buff and Joys around this rooftop. Might be able to find a pick, potentially, off the back of a dagger, well-placed dagger. We'll see if there's any opportunity. Now just looking to siege, applying the pressure. That's definitely going to force a response in terms of player numbers. It just creates so much space on the map, Jason, for Abrahams to, or rather for Buff and Joys to abuse.
Yeah, also the vision. We talk about like the Calico I was mentioning before of, was it in game 1, using the Calico to try to gain information of where people are going to be. Actually, sorry, that was in the challenger match. It looks like Abrahams will go for the contest. They're going to have the presence, and honestly, if you're Buff and Joyers, I feel like you just let them take it and then you just fight them right after. I feel like there's just no point to fight them on this rift. They get the rift secured, and now it's go time. Now it's like, okay, we can force a fight if we want to.
Yeah, the resistances and everything like really makes it kind of awkward for Buff and Joys, and their rejues have just run out. They've lost Obikim. They might be in some trouble here as well. I mean, we've got still a couple ults left to rip, especially the Death Slam might be the most annoying one, and also laying in the fire onto who, and conversions now for Abraham. So the soul deficit pretty much gone. With the chase from Frake, trying to isolate Drifter. There's that Yamato ultimate getting popped as well for the chase down. And still fighting against Buff and Joys. They'll take down Cosmetical. It's a very nice pick to get. The carry of Buff and Joys is dead.
It's so unfortunate for Abrahams and Shark that he's just so low on farm right now. Even within Shadow Transformation, he just dies too quickly. He just isn't going to be inherently tanky enough to deal with this one. And the urn currently in the hands of Together, running it across the map. Zobikim transitions to try to go for the contest. Rake's joining in as well, but it's going to be like a 2-on-5, and I feel like you have to let this one go. And yeah, the urn will be dunked. A little bit of extra souls here for Abraham's side. Ricochet picked up now for Arzo.
Now we're cooking.
I think Arzo is going to need some serious damage coming into these next fights.
Looking for the setup off the back of the knockdown, but look at that. The counter comes in. Death Slam to ruin the play. And suddenly, not in a good position, trying to get through the door. And I think he's managed to do it. Who escaped? The barrier allowing him to survive with the extra damage, but the chase continues. And his life will be lost here as the fight still pressed forwards from Abrahams. Finding more value. Looking to see what else they can get out of this. If they pick up another kill here, they're going to get a lot of map control at the back of it. Still looking for it. Together goes down, though. Nice isolation from Zergy, but now he's going to get surrounded, stunned, and just absolutely destroyed there. So little health, but he's managed to get away with a flame dash. 120 health left. Surely they're going to be able to find the catch onto Zergy. Surely they don't let him get away, but he will find his escape. And it looks like Cosmetical It's also winning some of these 1v1s.
I mean, Sonya's winning some of these 1v1s as well as they takes down Obikim, like the gun build working out for him, but he's lost all of his other players. It's down to him and ours are the most fed players on the side of Abrahams to defend against the 5 remaining buff enjoyers. I guess it's going to be 3. Then Zergian, who would have returned back towards base, but Arzo, he backs off to go farm a wave. And Sonya is between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, I don't know how he's getting out of this one. He is being hunted by 4 players.
He damage from Cosmetical, though.
Boom, there we go. Yeah, Cosmetical absolutely ripping people to shreds. And I think, you know, what was really unfortunate for Abrahams, who had a great start to that fight, was the fact that they had players get isolated by the opposing carries. Like, the opposing carries got to take 2 1v1s. That's not good. That's not good at all. And then after that happens, the fight just completely transformed as more players from Buff Enjoyers were able to rejoin the fight. Still, though, Jason, it's still a 10k difference, so still not too much in the souls between them, but the objectives is where the difference is.
Yeah, you would imagine Abrahams take down 2 walkers. That gap's really closed. Mid boss is going to spawn on in. I don't think there's going to be any team waiting for this one. I don't think you can get away with that a second time here for your buff enjoyers. But when do we see Abraham's confident enough to push? Are we going to see them look for any of these walkers anytime soon? The thing is, like, they're pushed into... I feel like it's not the worst comp to push into. Obviously, like, the door you have to worry about with the cart, but I mean, you have a Lash on your side. And I feel like Lash just kind of makes it even more difficult to defend for a team.
It does feel like quite a pivotal moment in the game now, because the next mid boss, if it goes to buff enjoyers, you know, they'll get the final walker most likely, and they may even be able to siege the base. They'll be able to get really far ahead in souls and be able to kind of apply crippling pressure on the map. Whereas the buff enjoyers, or rather, sorry, Abrahams, if they're able to find a good fight and maybe get a pick into a mid boss themselves or just win the mid boss fight, you know, suddenly we're in that late game stage where Arzo becomes an enormous problem, and maybe maybe things shift a little bit.
Does Arzo have a Dispel Magic? I don't remember seeing one, but I don't remember actually looking. Because a Disarming Hex could be really important. He does have a Dispel Magic, okay. So if they can get him to blow the Dispel Magic, like, that Disarming Hex is going to shut him down for such a long time in these fights. Or even, to be fair, Sonya, right? Because Sonya is doing a lot of damage as well. Don't hate the pickup here of Obikim going more utility.
Calm before the storm.
I see the goat.
Mid boss ready and waiting.
I see the goat.
Buffs coming up. If one of these buff fights leads to some pickoffs, again, the result could be quite troubling for one of these 2 teams. And comes up as well. And who manages to get the casting buff, and Saint manages to get the gun buff.
It must be so scary being Abraham's trying to farm jungle by yourself. Because I'm just now realizing, which is really bad, that a Calico and Haze can get around the map really quickly and very stealthy.
True.
So you could technically be in like a 1-on-2 out of nowhere that you didn't really expect, or the information can be given and you know, buff enjoyers can rotate on over to fight you. It's not so easy for Abrahams to get free farm, and I feel like they kind of fall behind a little bit in farm because of that, because of having to have multiple players around you at all times to make sure you can get this one safe.
Yeah, I think that's a very, very, very good point. And you can see how the teams are sticking together, because they know that the way that you lose the game right now is if one of you gets picked. So both teams for the last couple of minutes have been moving as almost entire packs where, you know, maybe they're a little spread out, but if something happens, they can kind of roll it into a full team fight if necessary to really respond. It does limit them a little bit because they can't be doing everything at once, because they have to be kind of close enough together, but at the same time, it is the way to prevent, again, the one way that you lose the game.
Okay.
Speaking of which, we get the catch there, the cart through the door, and suddenly this could be the pick they were looking for. Buff enjoyers.
Yeah, he's gonna go down. So Billy was there as well. Together came on in to help. I'm not sure exactly what that was, but somehow jukes out and Obikim drops back down into him with the airdrop, with the chain gang on top of that. Saint coming in like a rescue helicopter. It'll get him away and get him away from the combustion. Even the vortex web being used, but it doesn't seem to pull anyone in. But Arzo, this is his time. This is his moment. He needs to pump the damage. 31k souls. He has a team in front of him. They get themselves the 2 kills on some high priority targets, as well with Zergi going down. But do you really want to go for mid boss here, or are you just going to use this to back away? I don't feel like the storm's not clear just yet. And
yeah, only one player advantage for now. Although Taz can get back up very quickly enough for them to have a 6v4 into the mid boss. So see if that's an option that they decide to take. But yes, Cosmetical still on the field. Very, very dangerous on this Geist. He's going to be on the Rift by himself pretty much. Not much of a contest coming. I mean, mid boss instead could be a good way to handle things. They've already lost the Walker on the right side lane, so, screw it. They don't care about the Rift Troopers going for the mid boss. Buff Enjoyers, if they go for this challenge, it could be disastrous. Do they have any tools to really do anything? I don't think so. No, Phantom Strike comes in. You've got an attempt here, and we'll see if it's going to amount to anything. No, they all die, and every crystal conceded.
I see guys.
Grit stomp by Saint. I was really worried by Hoot there to potentially push someone out through the door, but able to keep themselves up. We finally get to see the Rift Troopers looking to do some damage. This is probably the most damage they've done here on the night shift.
True.
Looks like they won't get much, unfortunately. So they get the Rift, yeah, for Buff Enjoyers, but they lose the mid boss. They lose a couple of lives, and they're finally going to lose their first Walker of the game on the left-hand side. Finally, we see Abrahams open up some flex slots and close down this soul discrepancy, which technically isn't there if they take one more Walker. And there they go.
Yeah, very interesting turn of events now. The game state really shifting into, I mean, Abraham's favor, undeniably. And, Arzo coming online at the perfect moment. And I got to say, Jason, that fight where it started by you seeing the doorman, Hoots, carting the, I guess, lowest value player ultimately, to be honest, Taz, through the door into the Walker. It looks like a great spot to get a pick and get ahead. But somehow, Abraham's turned that into an amazing fight for Arzo, where he just picks off 2 players. And that's a very hard situation for Buff Enjoyers. I don't know how you can ever predict that that's going to be the outcome there.
Let's just see player damage in a second when this fight's done. I'm curious where RSO is currently ranking together. Immediately blown up here looking for this last Walker as it's a full-on 6v6. Hoot and Vray cannot really see anything around this one, being pretty much controlled by the Drifter, as always gets thrown into the Baroness Hotel. And the thing is, he has been not killed this entire game, but it looks like that will end here momentarily. There's the last rejuve of the game here. Gone for Abrahams. He gets carted back under the Walker yet again, trying to get on out, and actually does slip past the defenses and somehow creates some distance, but he's being chased by Zerg. He's being chased by Vrake. There's no way he survives this one. And finally, the first death of the game here for Arzo. 86-second death timer. And Buff Enjoyers, even with the rejuve against them, they still hold on strong and only lose 1 player.
That seemed like a crazy overextension, Jason. Abrahams, they dive in there. They're looking to set up the kill by sending, or the kills by sending together in deep with the chain gang. But it just seemed like too ambitious, given the results here. And I mean, looking to maybe take down Taz as well. Looks like the Baroness will get blocked, and maybe Taz survives. No, never mind. Hoot's looking to survive. Oh, please don't notice that I'm here. The juking from Hoot. Oh, that's just horrendous. Poor together.
Poor Abrahams, man. They're about to lose this game here. The first shrine's going to go down. All 6 players, the Buff Enjoyers, will be up and ready to go if they want to take down this last shrine with Obicam respawning back in. I think this is a first stage patron as well. Like, Buff Enjoyers in full control of this game now. Would it look like Abrahams had the comeback?
Again, that push, that dive onto the Walker, it just seemed like they were going a bit too, maybe overcooking a little bit, because the game, especially getting this late with the Wraith, with also having playing so well, they had so much time to macro a better fight, pull players away, start split pushing a little bit. There was a lot of options, I think, Jason, for them there, and sometimes you make a decision like that, and it's really cost them. With that said, 20k differential, not the end of the world. However, Cosmetical and Zergy are feeling extremely threatening right now.
Yeah, let's see the player damage. I'm curious. Cosmetical was so far in the lead before at like 30k. He's up to 43 now. And Arzo has finally started to come online at 29k, but he's only just surpassed Zergy. And Cosmetical just keeps doing the damage, and he's not even necessarily the focus of these fights. 41,000 souls. He's gonna be so difficult to take down in these engagements. I don't know how Arzo does it. I don't know how he can. I mean, the thing is, like, luckily for him, there's really not much of a front line. He just has to survive. And we saw Zergy and Vrayek just immediately charging forward to deal with him once they had the initial catch. And they're throwing you know, bit of CC they possibly can at him. He got carded right after the reju further in towards the walker. Oh my god, look at how much area of the map that door covers.
Let's push yellow.
Okay. I mean, 15k deficit at this point in the game, not horrendous for Abrahams. You got Hoot, though, looking to set up the most disgusting ambush you've ever seen. Honestly, I hate to look at it because I feel like I've been on the receiving end of this in matchmaking, and it's just... until you get it right, you don't know how ridiculous it is.
To say he's playing on the like edges of his doorway, and he had Veil Walker too, so there was an opportunity for him to catch someone, but I think Abrahams are just playing around the edge. They don't want to get caught. You see, like where they're currently standing, they're not going inside of that circle, not being sure where Hoot is going to be.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And they don't have to do too much at this moment in time. Right now, Buff and Joy is not really extending their lead in terms of souls. But there it is. Oh, the block though. The block, I don't know, is that indomitable? I'm not sure exactly, but it blocks the Baroness, and that's going to be very helpful. There is, though, the Eternal Night coming on through from Taz there to make life a bit more difficult, how to navigate these team fights when you can't see. And that's going to be a retreat, though. Abraham's backing away. They don't like how this one looks.
It was a really quick reaction of Shark there. I think that was a counter spell, actually, to stop the Baroness Hotel.
Oh, really?
And he didn't get carded. I mean, he used it for the cart, but I think it got caught in the Baroness Hotel, which is just as good as the cart as well. Wasn't going to connect. I think he was too high in the air at the time. Now they're all grouped up here playing inside that zone, which is so deadly. Arzo, I keep saying it, but a lot of the pressure comes onto him. He's got to make this 41k souls work. He needs the protection of his team. You can see Vrake on the minimap just hovering around the back lines, looking for the catch, trying to see exactly where he's going to be. And they actually spotted him out. And Vrake, he's trying to go for his target here towards the back. And Combustion being used as well to try to catch him. And look at this, Zergy, everyone diving straight towards Arzo, towards the back if they possibly can get to him.
Yeah, now you can see the repositioning from Abrahams falling back, creating some space to try to re-engage into this fight, make it a little bit more favorable right now. As you can see, Cosmetical trying to get some good damage in here, and he's definitely getting some free shots off. And right now, closing the distance, Buff and Joy is looking to press upon Abrahams. They've lost Taz. Arzo is basically 1 HP. Arzo needs to live, but at the same time, mid-boss is up at the moment. This is a very bad situation right now for Abrahams. They are in a really, really bad situation. They have to do their best not to leave any more players to the Wolves, but unfortunately, Shark goes down as well. 3 players dead here, Jason. Now mid-boss is absolutely going to be going against them.
Oh my god, the lockdown, the Baroness Hotel onto Arzo with the quick movement out of Listed to get there with the warp's going to charge him into the wall, and the stage 1 patron is going to transform. I don't think you're enough people alive here to stop this one. It's going to be Tass and Saint in a 2-on-6. I think Buff and Joyce are going to pull off the full sweep comeback here and win the last 2 maps of the series. Ours is already disconnected, and Buff and George will once again be your champions here in EU, Dan.
What a finish to the game. I mean, man, oh man, just when you think, okay, maybe it's gonna be a mid-boss, nah, what about you keep the momentum going forward, you catch Arzo at the very end, and you just end the game. Buff Enjoyers, after a tough start, they win the final 2 maps, and they stay the champions here in EU, and we got a lot to go through on this last game, because we had twists and turns, but you know, guys, Buff Enjoyers kind of doing what they've always done in that their adaptability second to none, not just in EU, but overall in the world.
Yeah, and I love the respect that we saw from both teams to make a really tense finish where both teams looking for picks, both teams really, really concerned about exactly how they should be dealing with the best options for the other team. You could really see that counterplay and that level of thought coming through, which is very, very cool to see. But yeah, I mean, much better game for Zergy. Cosmetical was absolutely just a terror in this game. I think, you know, Arzo, I think a lot of credit to him for being able to, I think, keep that farm up despite the fact that for quite some time, Buff and Joy, I feel like, did have control of the game. And Arzo still managed to be in a very solid position, just waiting for his moment.
You know, it's interesting. No, go ahead.
He was in a solid position, I feel like, the entire game, because as Zeep was pointing out in our chat, like, he didn't die until maybe like the last 5-6 minutes of the match. Like, he was always in the right position. He was always farming. He got a lot of kills as well. But I think when it came down to it, like, Buff Enjoyers, I feel honestly, I feel like just barely they were able to close that distance that they needed to lock down Arzo, especially in that last fight. It was not so easy to get to him. But Arzo, yeah, he just kept farming, and I feel like Zergy got punished relatively early in the game, pretty well by Abrahams. They got a couple of kills on him to kind of keep his farm down, but with his farm being down, Cosmeticals was going up, and Cosmetical 100% had the most damage in this match.
Also, I think it's worth noting here that this was an honest Wraith. This was not a scenario where it's like, oh, they're only picking it for the split shot cheese. Split shot wasn't even picked up in this game. This was a pure just, hey, we think Arzo's a good Wraith. And look, while it didn't pan out in the end, I mean, Arzo played remarkably consistency. The mid boss that went in favor of Abraham's, I mean, you can go back and look at it. Arzo's just throwing cards down into the pit and getting enormous value the entire way through. And yeah, I mean, really good play from Arzo. But you think about how this match went down. Not only was Cosmetical a rock that continually kept Buff Enjoyers in some of these fights, but Buff Enjoyers, Dan, also did an incredible job of being scrappy, generating pick opportunities, and not really letting Abrahams get their ideal team fight more often than not.
Yeah, I think this was probably maybe one of the most high-level games we've seen from the point of view of the macro and the awareness from both sides, because the activity, I think, as you're saying, from Buff Enjoyers to try to find those picks was really immense, and having a Haze, also a Calico, a Doorman. It gave them so much capacity to constantly be a threat in that respect, and we did see it, and we saw so much pushing and pulling where sometimes the pushing was really to set up sort of a counterplay when the other team defends that initial push, and there was a lot of moments like that where Buff Enjoyers were able to come away with that extra kill or the extra objective, which is what they did in the early to mid game to come out really ahead on those walkers.
Also, Jason, you talk about the eye test syncing up with the actual stats. Cosmetical nearly had the full rainbow this game. I mean, what more can you ask for from a player playing, one of your greedier positions here? I mean, Geist has been much more in the meta as of the last few weeks, but this may be the best Geist performance we have seen in weeks from either region.
I can hear Puckett screaming from Paris right now, as he has like a sixth sense that a Geist did well, man. Yeah, I don't know how Cosmetical pulls this off, honestly. The amount of damage he was putting out, 50k, is ridiculous. And he was also at like 30k when he was what felt like 15k ahead of anyone else. Like, he was pumping the entire time, but also keeping up farm. And it's so weird to see that he has more farm than like the M1s, like more than Arza, more than Zergy. But he also was in 31 of the kills out of the 42 that Buff Enjoyers had, where Zergy was a part of 24. Like, he's into the fights. He's farming as much as possible. He's doing the most damage, most objective damage, most healing. Like, I don't know how you do that as an individual player at all. Like, I don't know how that's possible.
Well, Jason, I can confirm something. Puckett is screaming, but it has nothing to do with Geist. Has everything to do with the lack of air conditioning in France. Man is struggling. But Dan, as we look towards the other side here for Abrahams, and thinking about things that really struggled at points, Sherrick and Taz, they were in the role of oftentimes being in the front if Together wasn't there, and Buff Enjoyers wasted very little opportunities to continually pick them off early in fights. And again, it felt like Abrahams was always kind of a step behind in a lot of these fights where, okay, we're down one, and then Buff Enjoyers is looking for advantages when up one. First mid boss being one of the better examples.
Yeah, and I think obviously we saw how that really played to the advantage of Buff Enjoyers, especially I think because the Yamato, if you're able to keep the economy down there, it feels so much more impactful than with Taz, because I think Taz, we saw, you can get so much really important utility just out of the Eternal Darkness in these team fights, and so that can be, I think, a really big saving grace if you can play a little bit more low economy. But I think Sherrick really felt it in this game, and there's some missed opportunities for kills and survivals just because of just being a little bit too far behind on the souls. So I think a really good job from Buff Enjoyers and Obikim, as always when Obikim's playing the Haze.
I want to bring up a note though, because I was talking about like how Haze and Calico during the cast stand of like how scary they are as like a two-man hit squad, because you just never know where they're going to be. One stealth, one is basically stealth. But I completely didn't put Hoot into the equation until we saw it at the very end with the door that he put down, and how Abrahams was just not crossing that line to that pathway. It was like they were demons and there was like a salt line down that they couldn't cross. It was crazy to see, because they gave so much respect to the doormen. But also, I feel like the entire time they were giving so much respect to Obikim and Vrake not being able to just split off and go for like these solo camps or solo farm.
All right, well, it's come time to talk about the MVP for the match, and with two absolutely outstanding maps, Jason, it can only be one player, and that player is Cosmetical.
Yeah, it's I think it's well deserved. Honestly, I think he stood out in both of the matches that Buff Enjoyers won, on the Pocket and then into the Geist. The Pocket, man, he hit like a 4-man affliction to close out the game. He was doing some ridiculous damage on the Pocket, but also his afflictions were always spot on. And on the Geist, I mean, I don't need to repeat myself. We saw this last game on the Geist, what he could do.
Yeah, I think Cosmetical is one of those players that is just quietly becoming the most important player in terms of just the sheer output that you can put him in the most important critical roles, whether it's on the Pocket, on the playmaking, or something like a Geist that does have to be active, yeah, but he has to also be very greedy and has to deliver very consistently. And Cosmetical looks so extraordinarily comfortable, regardless as to the differences in style. Because we mentioned this too, that's going from Pocket one game super mobile to well, it's all about abilities and ability timing and positioning. Going to Geist, where the skill sets are pretty different, but the role is equally, if not more important, going on to the Geist.
Also, I gotta say, what a joy it is to see a 4-man affliction in EU. I think the one thing about recent Pocket play being probably more feast or famine than people remember is that I think we had a period of time where we took it for granted. It's like, oh yeah, Pocket's being played and you're gonna see these huge afflictions go down on the regular. But people have gotten a lot better about playing around affliction, so the actual onus on the Pocket player to make things happen has never been higher. And not every Pocket player has been able to rise to the challenge, but Cosmetical made it look easy in the Pocket. And then also, again, you look to the Geist part of the highlights that were on here, and just the force of nature, simply not dying, massive self-sustain, and realistically gave Buff Enjoyers the stability they needed in this game to withstand, some of the plays that Abrahams was coming out for. But all in all, again, another masterclass from Buff Enjoyers of starting the night down and making the adjustments to come out ahead when it matters most.
Agree.
So, as we look forward here, we got to talk about the, look, it's fine. We can move this along to what is coming up next. And of course, we're going to take a look at the bracket. The NA final is underway. NA kind of blew up a little bit this week, but it's fine. And it's going to be Melee Creeps versus Poppers Pupils. Look, we don't get involved in things involved in teams. All we know is we had a request come in to change team name here, the Poppers Pupils, and it's actually a little bit more different than that, but a lot of the same players you're going to see here. So Poppers Pupils on the way versus Melee Creeps. And in case you're wondering and saying, hey, that logo looks kind of similar to Melee Creeps in style, that's right. Milkbox Frog did the logo for Poppers Pupils. So that's what we're seeing up here in NA. Any thoughts, Jason?
Best of 19. It's going to be crazy. We're going to be here for 20 hours. No, I think is it confirmed it's a best of 3 ZP, or did we get a check to see if it's a 5?
It is a best of 3, because if we did a best of 5, we could be here until 2 a.m. Eastern. And
No. You could be here till then. I could be in bed. That's where I'm going to be.
Hey, look, it's also about production. But Dan, any final thoughts before we head off and get ready for NA?
No final thoughts. Thinking is not something I should really be doing much of, CP.
Well, there you go. Well, congratulations once more to Buff Enjoyers. When we come back, the NA file is going to be on the way. Melee Creeps versus Poppers Pupils. Lots to talk about after the jump.
Feel free to give up anytime.
Welcome back, everyone, to the night shift. It is shift 47, and now we move on to NA. And Jake, I gotta tell you, it has been a week of roster moves. It has been a week of name changes. It has been a week of people on vacation, and a lot of things have changed. But you know what? In the end, we still get a BO3 finals here on the night shift, and it's gonna be between Melee Creeps and Popper's Pupils.
Yeah, and you know, given the rosters in play here, which we'll take a look at in a bit, I mean, these are the two teams where, let's be honest, even if we did have a challenger match, I mean, these are like the head and shoulders above the rest favorites in North America. If you haven't been keeping up with the NA scene, these two teams are the top dogs. They kind of go back and forth here from week to week. It really seems too close to call, although I've heard, I don't know what you were telling me, ZP, some of the scrim rumor mill is that Popper's Pupils could actually be looking really strong this week and maybe set to take home that prize.
Yeah, I mean, I think right now, think about some of the changes from Melee Creeps, which we'll get into. I think from the Scrimbucks Express, maybe a bit more towards Popper's Pupils, but look, it's NA and anything can happen. But for those just tuning in, we'll give you an idea of how it works on the night shift, at least how it works this week, where it looks a little bit lopsided, but here's how we got here. We just finished up an EU where we had a proper qualifier. Leviathan got through, but they end up losing to Abrahams, and once more, it goes the distance in EU. Buff and Joris take it after losing map 1. And into NA, again, it was the week of teams being on vacation, teams being unable to play, all sorts of wild things. That leads us just Melee Creeps versus Popper's Pupils. But you know, Jake, I went on a decent authority that Bird with Clock will be back next week at a minimum. So, you know, nature will heal over the next
week. That's the thing, right? I mean, we've also seen this before, you know, like that teams break up, reform, make roster changes, don't necessarily want to play in the night shift right off the rip. That we've also seen teams that have died because they got obliterated so badly, like in the challenger match, that like their team just died. So I honestly am like, if you guys need the mental health break to like not play that challenger match, I respect that. I'm not even gonna criticize. And in the end, we're still gonna get a great BO3 between these top two NA squads.
Yeah, I mean, to that last note, I don't actually know the exact reason. I just know, again, that they are no longer a team like they officially disbanded. Is that Get Candy had their first weekly night shift appearance, and it was their last weekly night shift appearance. So all the good things we were saying about the logo, I hope you enjoyed it. It is unfortunately gone. But Jake, we got to talk about the rosters here today, and we're going to kick things off talking about the champion and Melee Creeps, where one of the big changes here, they were playing with Lord NM the last few weeks. They also had League in for a sub when Dew broke his keyboard and couldn't get a new keyboard in the span of 6 hours. But they got Boostio coming into play, and this is a very hot topic because on the upside, you have Boostio, a player that had very high competitive credentials in Overwatch, in Valorant, but effectively hasn't done a lot competitively in Deadlock. And Melee Creeps is saying, you know what, we're going to run the experiment. We're going to see how we work with Boostio, but it's a lot of pressure to be under here from my point of view.
It's true. I do tend to think, though, that players who've played professionally in other titles, especially like similar genre titles, you know, other shooters like Overwatch in particular, I tend to think that does give you a little bit of a leg up in the sense of, you know, the fact of being in a team where everyone's communicating and you're fully coordinating your strategy is not going to be new to Boostio. However, Deadlock is this game with, I mean, everyone who plays and watches, it's a silly thing to say because it's so obvious, but the skill ceiling on this game is absurd. I think even compared to games like Valorant or Counter-Strike, like, you know, there's so many levels to the game. And I as a team as good as Melee Creeps, they pull out the clutch in so many of these late game team fights where, I mean, we can hardly follow the action. So you're right to say this is certainly going to be a trial by fire for Boostio.
Yeah, and I'm super interested because I think there's so many ways to break down, but also in terms of changes, let's look over the Popper's Pupils, where overall, officially on this, it's Low Main and Leffa that are officially substitutions for this new Popper's Pupils team. But on top of it here, Jake, it's also DMB is gone and League is now in. So League, of course, is playing a lot with Melee Creeps, and now for Popper's Pupils, it's going to be League in, DMB out. But I think about when this team started doing really well, they started doing well when the core picked up DMB to begin with. Like, DMB had a lot of competitive bona fides going back to older games like Smite, and from what I understand, was a pretty good team presence behind the scenes in terms of shot calling and everything else. So, you know, even if on mechanics, this is somewhat of a lateral, I'm curious to see how Popper's Pupils is going to perform minus DMB.
Yeah, I do, you know, think this is a tough spot to be for a lot of teams right now. I mean, this is the reality, I think, in a lot of like early stage esports, is there's just a ton of roster shuffles. You know, I'd be shocked if this is the last we see of DMB. You know, I'm sort of just like waiting for the next team for him to show up and have some great results on. But League has also been a player who has just I mean, been incredibly impressive. I feel like every time I've seen him play in the night shift, he has put up strong performances. I feel like he was one of the first players to really pioneer the Dash Infernus build. That was like pretty top meta a few months ago. It was like his, not buying a single gun item on Infernus. Like, oh, that looks pretty sweet. And I think a lot of people followed in that direction. So I'd love to see a player who can have huge individual performances, can kind of lead the way strategically, and trust their gut on some of their confident picks.
Also, what I'm curious on here, we're about to get into the draft where the one downside about the format this week, unfortunately, no NA Mo 1v1. All the fisticuffs had to be contained to EU because when you're the challenger, you get the right of your choice of side. Just how it goes. I guess maybe we could have broken the rules, but, enough got broken this week anyways. At least we could have some consistency in who gets their side pick. But I'm curious how NA is going to treat the meta because, for those just joining now and didn't see EU, Shiv died. Shiv was not played in EU post nerfs, but a lot of the things that were good previously before this last patch were still very much good in things like Mirage and Doorman. And I wonder if NA is going to have the same takeaway here, Jake.
Yeah, one thing I've been noticing about the meta as of late, especially with Drifter kind of rising to the top, which in fairness, yes, it got some big buffs. I think there's some, that the silence on Max Rend is a really big deal for changing your sort of scaling, your potential to make those kills in the late game. But I feel like the meta right now, not only is it very healthy with like, it's not really fixed picks and bans, even for a lot of these top teams. Like we'll see different heroes get banned in the first phase. But the Vision heroes, which I was just talking in YouTube chat, shout out the YouTube chatters, about this very concept, like the Haze getting played, Drifter, Calico, these heroes who a lot of what they provide to their team, especially in competitive play, is the vision. It's the awareness, knowing where the enemy team is, and maybe they don't realize that you've seen them, right? That kind of information asymmetry is so valuable. It's worth its weight in gold in competitive play because these teams are making use of that information. They see, somebody's on a certain spot in the map and they can get away with something somewhere else. Melee creeps, though, old reliable Mirage has kind of risen to the top of one of the premier picks in this meta. It feels like the lane dominator once again that he was when he initially released, and also scales well in the late game. But Pupils Peoples grab a pocket, which say that 3 times fast, CP.
I refuse. Instead, I'm going to talk about them isolating the new player. So, Jake, this Paradox ban makes perfect sense. Some people may be going, it's like, why in the world are you banning Paradox? Boostio doesn't have the biggest hero pool. You're new to Deadlock, especially
welcome to comp,
Deadlock.
baby.
Yeah,
he's getting the Ido treatment. Back in the day when everyone was like banning Ido's pocket. But, I will say there's 2 ways it can go, right? You can, this is a little bit of a risk for Pupils Peoples. They're hoping that, okay, you punish the Paradox and Boostio doesn't have anything else on a similar level. However, if he can show up in game 2, it basically means you or rather in this game with a strong performance on something else, maybe the Holiday, maybe something, of that nature, then it does kind of call this ban into question. So you're gambling, Pupils Peoples. It is kind of a call out ban here. It's kind of like it is a very personal attack. If you thought everyone on the team was flexible and could play lots of heroes, you wouldn't be doing this ban. So this is for sure them forcing Boostio to show some depth here. And in his very first match here with the melee crepes, they're not pulling any punches.
Yeah, I mean, it's really, really funny because that's just how NA used to be even more target ban heavy. But looking at melee creeps and how they're picking things up here, I'm looking at it and thinking it's probably going to be a John Geist and a Do Silver. So melee creeps also saying, hey, it doesn't matter that we don't have Lord NM on the team anymore. We still have a great Silver player in Do. That's where we're going to go. And I mean, honestly, some tankiness here backed up by the Mirage and Pupils Pupils in response. They're going to go for the mid-stage ban on the Holiday, which I think also was Boostio's hero pool. Like, I actually think this is the full-on, like, okay, you guys can pick whatever you want, but we're going to laugh as, like, Boostio is just like, they banned all my heroes, man. What's going on?
I mean, this is competitive Deadlock, right? Like the nature of the draft is like, it's going to force you to show some more depth. It does mean though, melee creeps have gotten very top quality heroes in general, right? I think getting Mirage and Geist, I'd call these the top 2 carries right now. I mean, Cosmetical's performance in that EU final certainly made a statement about the impact Geist can have on the late game. And we know Mirage with these multi-tornado builds is just a menace. Great carry, great laner, and also pretty sick in the enclosed team fights, which there's not many of the carries who can really kind of bring that AoE presence, the disable that Tornado offers. So Pupils Peoples are going to pick up Infernus now because if you don't grab this here, you're going to wind up really without an M1 carry, and it's also an extremely comfortable pick for League.
Honestly, in terms of value, I think in getting Infernus this late in the draft is unbelievable. This would not happen in EU. And I mean, you look at the Infernus win rate recently and how it's been going, like I think that is a massive get for Popper's Pupils. The GT is kind of interesting, where it wasn't a very GT favored day today in EU, and definitely not a Shiv favored day. So for melee creeps, we've gone a little bit deeper into the past. We'll see if it pans out. Or, by the way, I'm not even saying NA is wrong to be grabbing Shiv here. There's been so many times where people are just like, oh, Shiv got nerfed, it's over. And then Shiv gets picked again, and people are like, nah, this hero's actually still good. Like, we're still going to go with the Shiv, but they also go the Bebop at the very end.
I like this, though, because you need it. You know that this is the last pick hero available, right? And certainly one that would, I think, be really good for melee creeps. Like a Bebop hero, they have so much damage, they have so much kill threat, but they kind of are lacking a bit of catch here, and I think the Bebop would have been snapped up. Apollo surprises me a little bit, but also maybe not so much. Being able to gap close and get on top of some of these backliners, being pretty annoying to challenge, especially for GT. I think this is a pretty tough matchup, with Apollo being one of the better heroes at like staying on top of you as you try to kite back in the air.
Do some field testing.
Okay, that is a wild McWinnis at the very end. Or, by the way, we have now hit an NA meta, Jake, where Venator is back in the church, not picked nor banned, but instead melee creeps say, nah, actually, we're going to go with the McGinnis. Also, we got some extra intel here on the limits of the Boostio hero pool. Apparently, Boostio is also a silver player where, man, oh man, if you're like a little bit newer to Deadlock, making silver work, that is hard in a comp environment because the reward is like really high, but we've also seen some of the best silvers around also get punished where you just have to have an excellent read. So, you know, for Popper's Pupils, maybe like, you know what, we're fine dealing with that, but I wonder if they saw this McGinnis coming, because Jake, I certainly did not.
Yeah, they might be lacking a little bit of wave clear on Popper's Pupils. I actually think this is a bit of a heads up McGinnis pick, likely for Saya here. Although I guess you could kind of flex it into a little bit more of a farmed role, but we've seen Saya, I think, be one of the most frequent McGinnis players. And I think he does tend to get a lot of value out of it. We generally see him dominate the lane, take the T1. Although on McGinnis, it feels like that's almost the minimum. It's like if you don't take tier 1s, you've like almost already lost on McGinnis. Like so it's a very risky pick in that sense, where maybe more than just about any other hero in the game, you need to clear that tower pretty quick, and ideally move around the map and clear all the tier 1s pretty quick, and kind of set your team up for success in that way. I do think the Popper's Pupils, man, so much early tempo in this lineup. It'll be up to maybe like Pocket to kind of carry them home with like the late game team fighting, but I think Viscous is very strong right now. I mean, he has been nerfed with the spirit scaling on Splatter, but it still procs Spirit Burn in the late game, which is still very, very threatening.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting. If I go off the eye test here, obviously, like, you have a big wild card in melee creeps of, you know, how is the Boostio angle going to go? But if you were to just, you know, throw all aside and look comp versus comp, overall, I think I like the melee creeps comp a little bit more. It's hard to say. It's, again, it depends on, like, what Shiv are you going to get. Historically, the melee creeps comp feels more solid to me. Popper's Pupils is a lot more like, okay, we have to get like a pretty good early mid game, and we need our Pocket to have like a really good performance on top of the Bebop landing hooks, because as soon as you grab both like Bebop and Calico together on the same team, you've kind of, to me, you've put your team a little bit more in the early mid game. Even the Apollo, right? Like Apollo, obviously his tuning has been like shifted up a little bit, but I still think if you were to like gauge where Apollo's power is, it's still more in the early mid game. So, you know, for Popper's Pupils, I think they have like way more of a pressure on them to have like good tempo. But if they get that, I mean, there's also worlds where like melee creeps are just struggling. You know, the McGinnis needs to prove itself, and then also GT has been the ultimate feast or famine hero in recent times, where, you know, if GT has a bad start, you know, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, it looks like a bit of a free game for Bebop too. I mean, it's really just, I guess Silver and Shiv can punish you pretty decently in terms of like overwhelming you if you look for a hook and maybe it doesn't kind of pan out so well. Popper's Pupils, they're also, I mean, I guess Pocket's always going to, you know, is a pretty sick side laner. I think he's kind of like one of the few of the you know, non-gun focused characters who is like a pretty nasty side laner to like keep the wave pushed in and very, very hard to 1v1 against. But I guess they're kind of lacking a second side laner. It's Infernus here, right, for Popper's Pupils, which isn't terrible, but I could see Infernus having some trouble with like the Mirage or the Geist, you know, 1v1 in the side lane. Those matchups could sometimes be a little tough. So I think Popper's Pupils very, very strong around the middle of the map, especially in the mid game, and that's where they need to kind of blow this one open, right? Get Calico, Viscous, Bebop, get them like into the mix and like taking some big fights, so that you don't have to really rely on, you know, dominant 1v1s in the side lanes, unless maybe Pocket can provide that.
So Jake, we got a new feature here. I don't know if you've noticed, but take a look at your screen. As the players get in the lobby, where it's auto-updating with who is on what hero. It also acts as a way of shaming some of our NA players that take forever to get in the lobby. I'm looking at you, Bustio. I don't see you on Melee Creeps right now. And also for Popper's Pupils, I mean, we're missing some players too. So this is accountability, Jake, where not only do we get updated info in case there's any surprises from our analysis, we also let people know at home who is making this take longer, who hasn't gotten to lobby yet.
No, this is important technology. I thank God we've discovered this. It's to save the world, man. Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see, who ends up holding up the match. The pressure will get intense when it's just one player, but I'm a little worried for Melee Creeps. That mid game, it's going to be scary. I do think, though, historically, I feel like this has been the way that Melee Creeps likes to play Deadlock. I don't think generally they like a super aggressive early tempo draft. I typically see them drafting to be better in the late game, confident that even if maybe early game's not amazing, they can just do well enough where it kind of comes down to a team fight with some close soul net worth. And they are historically very, very strong at like holding in those defensive positions, getting those turnaround fights and bringing the game back. Where for a lot of these players on Popper's Pupils, where we've seen them competing before, it's been a lot of like snowball the game, crushing victory when it goes well. But you kind of throw like one big team fight around the mid game, you lose a big objective like a mid boss, and these strategies, they do fall apart. So I actually think Popper's Pupils, I think the way that they play is the best way to play Deadlock. That's my view, is like they're correct that playing the game to dominate early and never lose your lead is like the will eventually be the metagame, but any imperfections in your execution, you slip up and get picked at the wrong moment, and it comes down like a house of cards. So it's certainly going to be a stressful one for Popper's Pupils.
Also, in terms of where the chat is holding out here, looking at the channel points, let me tell you, normally there's a pretty big Melee Creeps bias. It's not happening here. I don't know if it's Bustio doubters. I don't know if it's McGinnis doubters. But Jake, we got doubters here. The people so far throwing more of their channel points behind Popper's Pupils here. And okay, we do get confirmation. Bustio's in the lobby. It will be the Bustio Silver. And, it's one of those things where it's high risk, high reward. I think playing a silver at the comp level is one of the hardest things in the game because of what it demands on movement, how teams have gotten so much better of focus firing on you. But also, we're getting down to the wire here, Jake, where both teams are missing one player each. I want to just, throw shade at one of the two teams here, and yet they've just equally been slow at getting into this lobby.
It's vexing. We want to start a witch hunt against one player, and it's just not quite that easy right now. So we'll have to live with it. Hopefully we get those players in soon. But I do think for Bustio, it's going to be potentially a tough game. I think when you are up against a draft like this that's very tempo-centric, very like aggressive in the mid game, I think it's your frontliners who have the hardest job of all, because, and maybe I'd even put Saya on McGinnis in the same boat, because like Ido, he's gonna be able to dash away on GT and kind of get out of some sketchy situations. Geist and Mirage are notoriously super hard to bring down and are probably gonna play pretty conservatively naturally. But as Shiv and Silver, you kind of need to get into the mix, and you kind of need to like take some risks. Those gankers are gonna find the opportunity to go on you, and to make the difference, sometimes just living, just getting out of that kind of moment without feeding a kill away. You've done your job. But by the same token, you can also kind of fall behind the game, kind of not be able to keep up on the defensive investments, and then we've seen that go from bad to worse, right, for frontliners, especially with Infernus on the other team, where for me, I think Infernus is the best carry in the game right now at expressly burning down frontliners and just annihilating them early, right? Shiv, it's like historically has always been kind of the counter with that damage over time. And it's just the nature of Infernus. If you get max napalmed, you do not want to be trying to tank through that. You need to be like getting away and resetting, but the frontliners, not so easy.
Also, we did get the final update. Do is in the lobby, but just hasn't chosen Shiv, and we are waiting on Low Main. So Low Main, last one to get into lobby. Fashionably
I'd hope
late.
for better from you, Low Main. I'm you know what? I'm a fan of the gameplay, but I'm not a fan of you being last in the lobby.
Also,
chat, everybody shake your head, chat. Everybody, I need to just give me a little, come on now. Okay, he's in.
Finally. Yeah, I was going to say, even with a different name,
social pressure works.
Jake, we do need to figure out the proper incentive system for this team, because whatever name this team is on, going all the way back to some of the Hydra Nation roots, by far the most delayed team in all of competitive Deadlock history on actually getting into lobby. I don't know if it's small bladders. I don't know like what is going on behind the scenes, but there is a lethargy to this team on actually getting in to start the game. But given the fact that we see all the names now, Jake, we're about to get in. Like the wait is about to be over, and we're going to answer some of the very pertinent questions about both of these teams. And as I say that, thank God, Jake, it's about to begin.
We're getting there. We're getting there. Slow but steady. Deadlock, Night Shift, baby. We're here every single Wednesday. If you're enjoying the show, make sure to follow, subscribe, throw a comment on the YouTube channel. I mean, you're already here. Come on now. Show us some love, guys. Get the message spread about this wonderful game in the esport that it has begun to nurture. Speaking of nurturing, I'd love to be inside the cube right now. What do you think about that, ZP?
I mean, the cube is a safe spot. It's a part where you could just sit back, relax, let all your worries go away. And granted, it may be short-lived if there's 4 heroes waiting outside the jump you, but the period in the cube, it's fantastic. Also, as far as it goes here, also check out our Discord. We got Discord you can hang out in too while we're doing all the social plugs. But here we go, Jake. We're going to talk about the actual game. The lanes are underway, and it's a McGinnis middle with Geist.
Okay, maybe expect to see some tower pressure there. That's going to be tough, though, because I love that Lomain is laning mid. I think Bebop is actually one of the really more annoying heroes. Just anytime you try to ever push a T1, you risk just getting hooked insanely deep.
Swaps.
And you're just dead to that. Yeah, so they're going to think about, okay, they just a double side lane swap. What's the matchup they're trying to get here? I guess they just don't want to lane the Shiv into Infernus Calico. That's like too threatening. I don't know. I love the Infernus Calico lane. And when I say love it, I mean, I hope I'm not playing against it. It is a very, very scary lane. And I will say the price of the swap is a lot of tempo lost on the lanes. Like, you getting waves crashed. It's not a free thing to, like, swap your heroes. And it's going to mean, like, a couple hundred points of damage around the board. Fishcake definitely taking some serious harass.
Yeah, and I think in here, too, is that, for melee creeps, clearly they also think that this is maybe going to be a better lane for Bustio. I would have to imagine, in going about this, where you have a new player that you're acclimating to the game and the team at the same time, realistically, you'd probably want to make things as easy as possible. But, we're talking about the side lanes. Look at what's going on in middle right now. The chase down on the Saya. Lomain, no hook available, and as a result, Saya may get away, but the pressure in mid lane already looking pretty intense with this Bebop Apollo.
Oh, Saya's taking a lot of risk staying in here. Apollo would love to be able to come down and get that kill, and Average does pick it up. Saya, I mean, I understand it. I think going back to base hurts so badly there on McGinnis, but he's going to be able to at least get the reset. I don't think it's like the worst death of all time because John is still pretty healthy on the Geist, and in the end, he's going to get some of the solo farm here, so not exactly a nightmare scenario, but certainly a tough one. I will say for Bustio, man, maybe the lane swap, but he swaps into the Infernus Calico lane, which, I mean, this is why the draft looks so sick for Pupils, because the laning is really terrifying. Like, there are no weak lanes in this draft. And we're seeing that in the pressure that's being kind of exerted across the board. But we've seen it before where, you can overstep that mark, and FPS Launch can absolutely make the comeback fights happen, regardless of how some of these early waves go.
Yeah, I mean, I think storylines to look at here in the beginning is that can Silver get out of the early mid-game in a decent spot, but also the GT. I mean, I think part of the danger here of being up against such a strong laning team in Pauper's Pupils is that this game can get away from you to the point that even when you stabilize melee creeps, Ido may be sitting there being like, but yeah, I'm only at plus 16, 20 minutes into the game. You kind of need a little bit more momentum to create some of those opportunities in most situations. Otherwise, again, as GT, it can feel a little bit tough into the late game. So, to me, I have very strong eyes on both Ido and Bustio here to see how this early to mid game goes. And, for Pauper's Pupils, meanwhile, we talked about it at the beginning, Jake. This isn't a comp that really loves going into late game with it being even, especially we're going to run things like, the Bebop, the Calico, things that end up the Apollo that do better in the early to mid.
Oh, a little bit off sync, the hook, just as the disengaging sigil came out from Average, but in the end, it's just some nice harass, Saya getting lower, and goes for intensifying magazine, so he's still going to try to play to win this lane, put some pressure down on Guardians, but I don't know. Can't lie, ZB. I'm skeptical of that game plan. Like, pushing into Bebop in a way you're giving him exactly what he wants. That being said, this Geist is going to be just impossible to remove from the lane. And yeah, you can't even really take this challenge. I mean, look at the restoration, the heal on Geist. She is impossible to fight right now. Bebop really has no threat to send back the other way. And Saya even finds the last bullet. Turn that into a kill. Oh man, I mean, he was full HP pressing that tower and got completely crushed by that Geist punish.
Yeah, I mean, that that was absolutely absurd on the chase down. It was just even a little bit less, Eddie gets away there, but that last bomb crucial, as well as the bullet from Saya. But looking back here into the laning situation, things feeling a little bit quiet here. A lot of the action we've seen so far has gone down in middle. Buffs, though, about to come up here and take a look. Melee creeps camping out on both left and right buffs. They get both of them. That's a nice survival for John.
Looks like a fight breaking out on the other buff, though. Maybe a little bit of one of those early game skirmishes. A lot of pressure being put down by Ido here, though. Viscous and Pocket forced to respond to that. In the end, everybody's able to slip away from the fights in mid. The low main looks to be in some trouble.
You have the shift from Boostio in the mid right now, too, so a bit of a commit from melee creeps into the mid lane.
Man, this tower
It's average all sorts of low, and yeah, I mean, anytime McGinnis has a moment of free fire.
Crazy on McGinnis.
Yeah.
Like, actually, this may be one of the best heroes to catch the 5-minute gun buff. It just you get the mag size as a percent, rate of fire. It's the 2 dream stats for specifically McGinnis. So, great find for melee creeps grabbing those buffs. It does a lot to kind of equalize this game after some tough early lanes.
All right, so Guardian goes down, melee creeps able to get a little bit of a reprieve in middle, where again the game plan here is as soon as they got the mid Guardian, Saya is off to work on the left, and it's just free farm for John in middle. We'll see if this McGinnis rotate pays off here on the left, as already under a little bit of pressure is Fishcake. Dust Devils round. Lane dash comes in, but League bites off more than he can chew.
Really nice bait by Sai there. He's like hiding in the corner, waits for Infernus to come in for a trade, which looks good for Infernus, and then Saya comes out of nowhere, drops the wall, but speaking of coming out of nowhere, Xeno and Poppers drop in, completely annihilate Saya, so getting rid of the gun buff as well as defending this side tower. That's going to slow Saya's roll quite a bit here.
Lane's being stabilized here by Popper's Pupils, and the overall game state relatively even, 24k to 25k. Yeah, down one Guardian, or Popper's Pupils, but overall, 7 minutes, that can change relatively quickly. And in fact, even on the pushing here, Jake, Saya went back to middle. We got a replay, though, to see some of the shenanigans Low Main was up to on this hook.
So clean. Like, that kind of hug just breaks the back of Shiv. And that's a kill on the Do, who is another one of these players you really are looking to on melee creeps to have a very big game. Can't follow up with the second hook. It's going to take a bit of harass in response. Saya, again, fearless McGinnis, just clearing the map. Flowchart deadlock here, tower to tower.
Somewhere out there.
Again, this is what you expect from McGinnis. Like, I don't think this is a shock by any stretch of the imagination.
No, somewhere out there, Naked is happy, and okay, a tiny low sod. Is that enough? It is. John taken on down. No swap opportunity when you're that low. Get hit by the Apollo ult, but Ido lets loose the bird. Doesn't quite hit the terrain, and instead gets League. So that's a quick +8 for Ido on the first bird of the game.
Yeah, he's going to be happy to pick up a kill there. I like that League was able to get a little bit of counter damage down, maybe mitigate some of the chase. Do should be able to find this kill. Has a bunch of knives there in Poppers, who is just bleeding out. Does as much damage as he can before falling. And okay, hold on. Maybe that actually set up for the counter kill. Nice response from Low Main. Stam a little bit low on Shiv, but slipping into the room. Bebop just knows he doesn't quite have the chase, the potential support coming in. Well played by Do. Finds one and gets out for free. Even pulls a rotate.
Early heal bang going to be bought by Boostio, who so far I feel like it's been a little bit more of a conservative play here, but that's completely fine. I think especially when you're finding your footing, first competitive game, you know, maybe you look back and be like, maybe it could have been a little bit more aggressive. No. You want to be the guy who's like, damn, you're feeding. Boostio playing conservatively, and so far it's worked out, although the fight may be brought to him. You look at Poppers right now testing some limits.
Yeah, you can feel Popper's Pupils. They want to get aggressive. They want to contest some of these jungle camps, but the punishes, they keep coming in. That's another find for Do. And that's going to be the Radiant Regen up for Shiv. I mean, he's off to quite the start, especially because he hasn't invested at all in Vitality. So you get away with this kind of a build from the laning phase, it's going to really amp up your farm rate throughout the game. Ooh, some big stacks if Lefa does want to commit with an Affliction here. He might. I mean, Shiv, honestly, I think if he managed to Afflict there, that would have been a kill on Shiv.
In this case, I think it's just simple pressure onto Sinners, and maybe it's saving the Affliction for buff contest or Rift contest. Although we're so far out from Rift that, I mean, you could drop an Affliction there and you would have had it back up for Rift, but...
Scary moment for Boostio. He needs to get this Lycan Curse proc, but he's already half HP. Cube and a pullback here. Should get Xeno in trouble, but the bird is scary. It's hard to fight into this, and okay, Gooball tanks it. He's pretty mobile, but down here in the Catacombs, it's a little bit hard to slip away with the Gooball. Meanwhile, upstairs, Popper picks off one from the outside, and Xeno, if he could just get away from this, he'd feel fantastic. Bird was committed and just sends him back to the base.
Yeah, and I mean, not only that, deprives Ido of another stack, and Jake, one thing I didn't really realize going into this is, well, hold the phone. We got the chase down here, once more in the John. Tylo-san is ready, but the guy's not brought down quite low enough for that to be a kill this time. But Jake, we're gonna have to say Popper's Pupils with Poppers being on the team, and it's just gonna get messy for us at points. That's all I know.
We love an alliteration team name. I like a challenge, and this, I mean, Ido looks real trouble. Oh, wait, hold on. Dodges the first flawless advance, actually. I thought he would maybe go down there. Repulse, though, straight into the Spirit Snare, and things are looking pretty tough for ABG. He's putting a lot of damage down. Nice little wall bounce off the disengaging Sigil, but he is just going to get run down. Boostio picks up the finish, and it will proc Lycan Curse. I don't know that there's more to be found in the fight, but good find for melee creeps.
Things back and forth, and in the end, neither team with a massive advantage here so far. Ido, though, chosen to be the Urn Runner. GT as Urn Runner is a little bit interesting, where a little bit fragile, but, ideally, extra front on GT, not a bad thing at all. But the face-off here, a little bit of pocket versus Saya, drops the frogs, 1-man Affliction. We'll see if there's extra follow-through here. It certainly is going to force Saya to back up a little bit and not camp in the healing field, but guess what? Backup is here, join the fight, and just left looking for the exit.
Little trades here. I don't mind the harassment Affliction, honestly. At this phase of the game, like sending somebody back to base, ideally you'd be able to clean up that kill, but as long as you connect the scale and slow things down, there's going to be a pretty neutral ground here. Urn being held, Ido is going to get the dunk and probably just about all the last hits here. Yeah, Viscous not able to grab many of those. Little economy win here for melee creeps, and despite, it's interesting, it feels like the last few skirmishes have been feeling good for melee creeps, but Popper's Pupils are getting more out of the map. Maybe that's the Calico effect of her getting a lot of these tunnel breakables. Melee creeps obviously no tunnel heroes for them, but whatever the cause, I mean, the eco is looking good. A trophy collector picked up by Xeno. So he's
overall
looking to tempo out of the early game and maybe scale into some scary spirit damage on Viscous.
I think your melee creeps are thrilled about this result. I mean, remember, I think it's more in Popper's Pupils to get ahead at this stage of the game with the comp they ran. Melee creeps, they're less under pressure here so far, but Jake, the Rift is about to spawn. And the one thing that is a little bit of a hit for Lefa is that if the Rift spawns on the earlier side, not going to be Affliction up for it, but if it spawns on the later side, it'll be up just in time. So if your Popper's Pupils are saying, Rift, just wait a bit.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about these Rift fights, too, is they go long. So even though somebody, let's say they don't quite have the ult just yet, if it's coming off cooldown reasonably soon, you could easily get caught into a quagmire here of a minute long or more contest here. Poppers, maybe going down early. A lot of pressure here on Calico.
I see the enemy.
Low HP, and all the positioning, though, is here for Popper's Pupils. Melee creeps are split across the map. They're trying to bring 4 players to this fight, but the laser over the top makes a contest pretty scary.
Look at John, he's just sitting behind the box. Geist just sitting there, and if you want to stall on the Rift, there's no better player than Geist. So John does the stall, the laser gone, and okay, the Rift just goes over the melee creeps as Popper's Pupils. They decide to back up.
It's a good call, actually. I think that's a very disciplined call from Popper's Pupils. That fight, although they had position early, it just didn't start well for them. The cube just a fraction of a second too late. But Infernus off the back of the heel may be able to live, and actually he's thinking about doing more here. They have some pressure on a few players, but Wise, I think they're maybe happy to just get out of that without giving a big team fight. Geist is legitimately so scary in those Rift fights, right? When you're kind of limited in some sense in your ability to run away from her, and she can threaten the swap. I mean, that's a big reason why we've seen so much more Geist playtime these days.
Yeah, I mean, both Geist and Infernus, I think, are the 2 heroes that have benefited the most, and that is a big power shot to the back of Average, into the wall by Saya. The catch is unreal, and Average immediately down as a result of the 1-2 combo between Saya and Ido.
Yeah, great find. Boostio also there for the boot kick to lock it in. Curious if he's getting an item check, because we got a Cult Sack on McGinnis, which is pretty interesting buy. I actually kind of like it, though. It's going to mean her tower pressure is even stronger, and her ability to maybe scale a little bit towards the late game with one of those heavy barrage builds could be pretty nice. Shiv, very low vitality investment. He's got a lot of damage, but not a lot of survivability. He needs some very clean movement to get away, but with Xeno picking up the flank, it's just not going to happen. Tornado is out. Affliction is good, but ooh, Pocket, I think one more stack might be enough to kill him. But Lefa, he holds his nerve, hasn't popped the satchel just yet. Slips away and actually just sticks around long enough to bait Mirage to stay in for the kill. Boostio, though, does find Lefa after that tape away. Maybe more fight to be had.
Well, the Silver Wolf form is going to get popped, but it's not in position for battle. It's a position for retreat. And the covering fire is there from Ido, so Boostio gets out of the way. Ido provides a bit of covering fire, and that maybe just hit the buff, so about to come up, and yeah, not something you want to stay on the Silver, but okay, Boostio hanging up over. Boot kick here on the Viscous, but still low HP. I don't think you want to stick around.
Yeah, more support is coming in. I mean, both teams kind of bringing slowly but surely more numbers in this engagement. There is an urn to be picked up. I'd love to see Average try to grab that. Ido cryos it first. May give up the Guardian for it, but I'd say that's well worth it. Especially if they get a kill here. Like, this feels like a really nice trade for melee creeps. Maybe, though, Lefa coming in, grabs a few stacks. Not going to be able to commit for more, so... Wait, actually, it's Poppers who slips away with the urn, so okay. The fact that the urn is the real prize here. I mean, it's probably more important than either the kill or that tier 1 Guardian.
So fast on the Calico, by the way. That is just
crazy
speed.
On the 0.
And Saya not around the denial. Thought, okay, maybe stick around for a few denies, but nope, not going to happen. And, you know, despite the chaos here, Jake, it's 10-8 on the kills, nearly even on the overall soul count. You know, really at this point, I just kind of look a little bit more into the soul economy and the goals of both teams. And I think you favor melee creeps a little bit given their, you know, tendency to the late game. And also in terms of farm, you know, John, not super ahead of the game, but also not behind me. At 14K is still the highest in the game. It's not exceptional. You have a lot of players at 14K currently.
Yeah, 2 trophy collectors picked up for Popper's Pupils, though. That could help a little bit as they look to scale into the late game. And Xeno's on a pretty solid trajectory here on Viscous. 14K souls, just picked up the Tank Buster. This is a pretty strong moment for Viscous. I don't think he maybe quite has the Spirit Spike just yet, but Tank Buster alone is like enough to be a really significant amount of spirit damage. And with Express Shot on the back of it, pretty much everyone on the Popper's Pupils side does a lot of damage when they're engaged in these fights. And still some players on melee creeps that I think are definitely not quite online just yet, especially Geist Mirage would love some more time to farm.
Quick dive on the McGinnis, forces out the healing station, and then a quick retreat where, you know, I think Poppers looked at and was perfectly fine to get the cooldown out, but didn't want to commit beyond that. Essentially about 1 minute away from another rift. Elsewhere on the map, we see the dive now in onto Fishcake, courtesy of Average. Average, though, gonna be defended by Do. Riposte out. And now with Tani Losan over and in, it's not gonna be enough to finish. It is.
Great find. The Heal Bane pays dividends. Affliction's a 1-man onto Do, but I think that'll be enough. Lefa would love to be able to pick up some more kills.
I see Biscuit.
Ido doesn't pay all the hook onto Do. I think he maybe would have been able to escape, but I think with that hook, they'd be able to finish off. And yeah, he is going to tick out from the bloodletting. Final blow does go to low main, so keep the Bebop, you know, in a competitive spot farm-wise. And ABG wasted no time getting right back into the fight. Finds a little riposte onto Ido and going to be able to slip away scot-free here. So nice little winning trade, a little walker damage to boot. That's definitely opens things up for a future push for League or Lefa.
I think the only thing for Popper's Pupils that you don't like about this, and I mean, it's still probably worth the trade, is that if the Rift spawns right now, you're actually a little bit drained on ults, and I don't know if you actually want to take the fight for the hook. Welcome to competitive Deadlock, Boostio. You just got hauled in. Is the finish going to be there? Boostio's looking all sorts of low right now. Okay, maybe. Is there a chance for the escape? 20 HP and a dream for Boostio. Down into the underground and hiding.
I mean, it's tough. He has to just run for the hills now. But there's so many players. It's going to turn into a full team fight. But now Ido, there's no one here to help him hold this pressure. Calico still has to dispel magic. He's going to make sure that she doesn't take that proc. Silver has to heal, cannot come into this fight. So one player sent to base, another forced into a respawn is going to be picked off. Hunter's Aura is picked up for Boostio, though, which is going to be a valuable aura to have as this Rift fight looks to be getting underway. Ido still 10 seconds out of the fight, though. I wonder if you end up contesting this. Big question for him as a Shiv on the front line. And Average wastes no time. He's already into the fight. Doesn't care about the Rift. Looking to blow this one out of the open before the fight can even really get going. Lycan Curse is proc, but Average is way too mobile to actually get run down. Connection on the pocket, though, is exactly what the Doctor ordered. A kill onto Lefa would be the dream here for Boostio. Gonna get an affliction instead. Lefa out of the fight, though. Job done, I think, for Silver here.
Yeah, I mean, you've created some space. You get hit with the affliction, but now the Rift still in contest. We'll see how this one pans out. Now, note that in the Rift fight, there's no Geist there, but it may not be required as Melee Creeps is able to finish it off, courtesy of Ido and Fishcake. And now the Men in Black roll on out.
Off these creeps, I mean, there's a bit of a lack of D push here. Low main's going to come back into this wave. They're going to maybe look for the defense with the hook, but there's no Bebop laser. Wilson.
Oh, on the Boostio. And Boostio, yeah, taken down. The Walker goes down in turn, but Pauper's People's not without a pick-off. Both teams getting a bit of a trade out here. They lose league in the process. Gonna be 5-on-5, Jake, in just a moment. Although Ido picked off towards the end of it, and this is where things start getting a little bit sketchy, where if you're Pauper's Peoples, you wonder, you know, can you go for a mid-boss?
Spear buff for average is going to be pretty nice here. Still looks like maybe a little bit of a trade breaking out here against Mirage. Does Mirage have double tornado just yet? He could be in trouble. It's a big stun from Riposte. Could be thinking about a dive, but it's so risky. 3 stacks on average, and I mean, the Jin's mark is just too scary. Even without the skill max, right? You take that full proc, and then, I mean, this is just one of those heroes that you do not want to take those risky dives against.
Not at all. Looking off to the right. It's going to be Melee Creeps in control of the urn. 105k to 105k. John starting to get clearance on the game. Richest at 21k. So I think exactly where you want to be. We'll see how much this urn is contested, if at all. You know, urn contests are a little bit more rare nowadays, where people just kind of accept the dunk, but it does mean you get more opportunities for, you know, moments to surprise the opposition. But Melee Creeps bringing in multiple members in force for this turn-in, and it's an easy dunk for Saya.
Yeah, he's gonna get the lion's share of the souls there too. So another little cash injection for McGinnis. Keep her relevant. Oh, a low HP player on the other side. 10 seconds on the execute. You got to be worried, but Average gonna get a little bit lucky there with the awkward dash from Dew that kind of caught on the wall. The bird needs to connect, but Cube is gonna protect Average from that follow-up. He's gonna be just fine in Affliction. It's gonna pretty much send this ship back to base. Maybe it means there's not gonna be players to respond with this Walker push coming in. The Mirage, though, has during the fight, hasn't even used the TP to get to this place. So League, just going to be a death for a Walker for him. Not the worst trade. I mean, one that I think you're generally willing to take. But maybe if mid-boss is forced, you'll live to regret it.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good trade so long as mid-boss isn't on the menu. And you got McGinnis, you got gun damage for days. Saya hops into the pit. Melee Creeps looking to turn into a Walker for mid-boss trade. Pauper's Pupils, what do you have here on the contest? Poppers shows on up here on the Calico. The crystal is coming on down. Ido gets picked off from the Calico engage. The beam coming down from below, but who's gonna get the crystal charges? Mirage just in the nick of time comes on in, a bit of disruption, and it's gonna be enough for Melee Creeps. They get all 3 crystals, and a lot of this assault by Pauper's Pupils is gonna go to the wayside.
Big fight for Melee Creeps, and they might even get away with all 3 of the rejuves. Dew's super low, so there's still players for Pauper's Pupils trying to take at least one of these crystals away, but it's not clear that they'll be able to find it. I mean, the Heal Bane just keeps chunking Dew back up, so he stays alive on this Shiv, and we've reached that point in the game now where it feels like Melee Creeps have cleared the hurdles, right? They've still looking for more is a little bit wild, but hey, why not? I mean, I can see why Dew is starting to feel himself on Shiv in this particular match.
So Melee Creeps,
you're definitely getting to late game now for Melee Creeps. Like they're going to be coming online on Mirage and Geist if they aren't already.
Yeah, and again, I think win conditions start narrowing here for Pauper's Pupils on the comp that they're in. I think, you know, only saving grace here really is that I don't think Ido has that many stacks. We can do a stack check-in, but I assume, you know, it's no more than like 24, but it may be even as low as 16. So it's not a snowball game of the GT. And the silver is a little bit behind. So the, you know, Boostio is, you know, basically making space, but not just one-man armying it the way that we've seen, you know, players like Dew do at times. But, you know, for Pauper's Pupils, again, as time goes on, the Calico gets a little bit less effective, the Apollo gets less effective, the Bebop gets less effective, and you wonder who's going to carry them through. And in a way, Jake, I feel like you're starting to stare at Lefa and be like, Lefa, do you have the world's biggest afflictions? But even that can be problematic once you start getting Divine Barriers online.
Yeah, definitely. Lots asked of Lefa here to find some big afflictions. Feels like he's going to be one of those key late game heroes. Very deep position here for Ido. Pretty suspicious, and Poppers is going to kind of call him out. Does get him down quite low.
I see
does
biscuit.
hurt here for Ido. I mean, he'd prefer to be able to stay in the fight. Looks like committing to this Walker defense, though, are Popper's Pupils. McGinnis going to go for the hard siege into it. Really aggressive. I mean, McGinnis going to lose a rejuve almost instantly here. And there's a Flame Dash kind of making this a very awkward place to fight. Affliction onto 2. Do is also low. Do's hook deep. Killed under Walker. This is looking pretty scary now, ZP. Popper's Pupils starting to turn on the heat. Turn on
2
the
crystals down.
Still 1 rejuve remaining, but a couple players could be vulnerable, and there's still a couple more Flame Dashes available for Infernus. Although, whoa, these Geist shots hurt. John gets activated into the fight and turns that around.
John brought an actual hand cannon to the battle. 2 end up falling. And wait, yeah, that's terrible for average. The hyperline, and yeah, okay, you're going to struggle and try and get away, but almost certainly going to fall off of that. Massive moments here for John, and help solidify what could have been scary for melee creeps. I mean, the way that was looking with the entry that League had on the Flame Dash, I mean, Jake, that was very close to being a rejuve just done for melee creeps, but they, overall solidified. They still got 1 rejuve left, and they do extend on their lead.
To be honest, I don't feel that bad about Popper's Pupils, that team fight, though. Like, yes, they give up the kills in the end, but they defend the Walker. They kept the wave out, and I would say that's probably still worth it for them. Look at the soul advantage here. It's, a little over 10K, so it's meaningful for melee creeps, but definitely not unwinnable. I think that the worry comes in, though, is, are you just on a clock game for the Popper's Pupils draft? I kind of feel like they are, with Geist reaching this point where she is scary with the damage, but, I mean, she's not skipped on these tank investments. The Spirit Resilience, it feels like every urn in this game, for the most part, has gone to the melee creeps, and, the economy situation going from bad to worse here.
Also, we did get an update on I don't know if he got a stack in that last fight, but he was at plus 16, so it is not a hyper farmed GT game, but the rest of the team being farmed.
There's no way to contest this, right? This is a psycho move to contest it. And whoa, even walking in, I don't know why he did that. He just gets hooked in a really rough spot on Shiv. I mean, maybe there's going to be a Walker take on the other side of the map. I feel like this was going to happen regardless. So Popper's Pupils, they're going to get a Walker trade of their own. They're going to be able to get a kill off the back of that, and maybe another hook onto Saya.
Yeah, Saya got hooked from bad to worse. Yeah, I mean, honestly, bow down the low main. That was absurd. 1 hook after another. And okay, I was about to lose my mind if that was a 3rd hook, but low main's Bebop here at nearly 27 minutes into the game punishes Do, punishes Saya, and honestly, if you're Fishcake, this is a little bit dangerous. Like, okay, you get League,
Fishcake,
but
that's so sick.
Yeah, you got to get out at this point, though. He's low, and if it's your life for Infernus, it's still not good.
And base guard's also taken by John. So I like that melee creeps Boostio and John double down in the lane they're already pushing, recognizing they just can't get back to this fight in time. But somehow Fishcake finds a kill on the League and clears that whole wave. That's going to be a very nice consolation prize for him. Man, he's into the escalating, pretty scary stuff. And we're going to see some of these hooks on the replay. I mean, honestly, Do even touching the circle, I don't get why you do. I think there's no chance for you to win that fight. And then he just gets hooked and annihilated. And here we can see the follow-up hook. I mean, McGinnis, kind of a free kill. I mean, Cop of the Italian Losan, you're not going to be missing those too often. The Bebop like low main.
Yeah, I mean, I think honestly, just you need to respect the threat of Bebop, and low main got hit with a little bit of disrespect there and punished it in turn. But going back to the current game state here, I mean, even with melee creeps having the great mid boss, Jake, this is still anyone's game right now. Shrine's still up for Popper's Pupils within 6K, and yeah, well, melee creeps has a better scaling team. If low main's gonna make plays like this on Bebop, I gotta tell you, anything can happen, because Bebop, as we've seen throughout Deadlock history, is the ultimate just equalizer. All else being had if the Bebop is having a good game.
All right, ZP, it's time. Can we take a look, production, at the viscous items? I want to take you through a little adventure, which I call. I think Viscous is a legitimately very scary scaling hero. I think this hero actually has crazy late game. The Spirit Burn is the power peak for this hero. He's got the maximum Spirit investment. It's like the plus 100. And every splatter look at that splatter. Look at those HP. That's what I've been playing Viscous for months now. Like, I know. I'm ready for that. Okay. A good fight to start here. Poppers, though, super low HP here on Calico. Affliction out of 2, though, and there could be a look in here into this tiny corridor for Geist. Double Italian Losan cleans up both of the afflicted players. Poppers died for it, but seems well worth. Maybe the tornadoes from Mirage can bring this fight back, but Xeno still healthy, still able to bring a decent amount of damage to bear. League and Lepa, though, still in the fight, and a huge concussive combustion. Hits on 3 out of nowhere. League, big find for him. Even gets the Ignite on Shiv, who also is starting to get in some real trouble with the Dispel magic out. Shiv could be going down sooner rather than later, and Do feels like he's got to back off the trade.
Do needs to live. If Do goes down, this is going to be mid-boss for Popper's Pupils. They are working with momentum. Ido at death's door has to take the run back to base. Okay, but if you're able to get League here, it would be huge. League at lower HP.
I think they're all gonna die
no
to
fear
Viscous
whatsoever,
here,
but I think Do is about to die right now because, yeah, Viscous is locked and loaded. You're in a closet full of goo. And as a result, off these kills, Jake, if you're Popper's Pupils, you have to slam mid-boss with this level of advantage.
You do. It's a little scary with a big wave crashing on your base and Infernus on low HP. They might also be willing to take a kill onto Ido, but Ido recognized that too. He is just using every point of stam to get away. And yeah, I think you do have to just back and clear the base. You may still be able to flip mid though. I mean, I think you cannot let that wave take your base guards. That would be like too risky, but 40 seconds without Do, I think that's enough. And Affliction is coming back off cooldown, so you're not even in a huge rush necessarily to get this fight off. At this point in the game, the damage is so high. Even John spawning in 5, I think that's going to be too late.
Ido maybe able to do a little bit of disruption here at the Owl, but melee creeps. This is a tough contest if they decide to go in. The Rejuvenator coming on down. Is the Owl even gonna be popped? Ido sends the bird on the way. Stun onto the crystal. Fish kick over and in. Double Dust Devil. 2 crystals though over the Popper's Pupils. All three cleaned up. The contest does not work. And what penalty now will melee creeps play as 2 have been hit with Affliction?
Second use, but the Affliction is so big onto Mirage in particular. He's not going to get any of that sustain. John also goes down. Fishkick had to completely evacuate the fight. Looks like he was able to successfully teleport away, and the waves are abysmal for Popper's Pupils, so at least, won't be immediately into a base, but they're looking for more kills, though. Oh, my hook goes just a little bit wide, but Do certainly put on notice there.
One thing about melee creeps, Jake, even though that looked a little bit rough on the contest, they did get 2 crystals down. They paid a pretty severe price for it, and Popper's Pupils are still going to get earned. They're still going to get, potentially a walker off this. But draining the crystals down the 2 does limit some of the effectiveness of the later pushes here. I think the bigger thing that gets a little bit to be a concern is just stat-wise, Popper's Pupils, they opened up a pretty decent lead that's about to get even bigger off the urn.
The ability range on this Viscous is insane, by the way. Not only greater expansion, but also getting that ability range from Trophy Collector, which I must be near max stacked, if not full max by now. And then he's even going to go Divine Barrier. So he's got all these items that offer just little bits of ability range here and there. And it means these splatters just go absolutely everywhere in the team fight. John's still down. The mid-walker going to be challenged here. 1 Rejuve remaining. Melee creeps there. Considering a contest, it would be very risky. A big punch puts Ido in a potentially compromising scenario as you can see these hits coming in, man. And Ido is he's out of the fight from 1 puddle punch and 1 splatter. He can't compete into this.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of value Xeno's been getting is unreal. The laser going to be enough to finish off the walker, and melee creeps wisely deciding, okay, we don't need to take the full team fight here. What's the point? Where are we even fighting for? At that moment.
Dopamine.
Yeah.
1 button, kill the camp.
Also, one thing that's kind of interesting, I haven't paid super close attention to see if this has been bought, but has it fallen out of favor, the get rebuttal against Viscous, where you're getting hit with like mass punch spam, is still one of the better.
You don't really punch spam anymore on this build, so.
But he kind of has been though. Like in these fights, like we've been seeing like Ido in particular get bopped around repeatedly, where just 1 rebuttal and it's like, oh, you want 30% more damage on GT? That's pretty good. Because I agree, normally it's about the splatter, but I mean, Xeno's been full service. He's been getting the whole buffet of goo onto melee creeps.
Yeah, I mean, you still parry the punches, of course, right? But it's just the rebuttal. I don't think the rebuttal makes a difference. Because if you miss a parry, you're still going to get the next punch on you anyway. The thing is, it's just in this late game, it's just it's too much to parry the puddle punch. It's too hard, honestly. Even for players at this level, like if that much crap is flying at you in the team fight, you kind of have bigger problems sometimes than, I mean, people just aren't quite aware to parry. At least for me, the late game, people don't find it. Oh, big on to do the dream catch. Shiv getting brutalized by damage.
There was a second hook there too. He was not getting away. Affliction being dropped right here. No, it wasn't Affliction. There's a Scourge coming on in. But either way, Do just out of the fight entirely. And I mean, a clean pickoff for Popper's Pupils here. The only upside here, Jake, for melee creeps is that it's not going to lead to another mid-boss, but this Rift is absolutely just going to be free for the Pupils.
And I mean, as good as the late game is for this melee creeps draft, this could be a catch. They're trying to commit. Hook is in. Do they get the finish? Yes. Concussive comes in. There's no more evasion for Fish Cake. That's a huge kill. I mean, I think the Mirage maybe second to the Geist in terms of defensive power at this point in the game, but is certainly in that top 2 slot. So yeah, the base Guardian Siege is going to be coming in here. And with the Men in Black coming to follow it up, this is absolutely a shrine on the menu, even without Regives. I think you really have to consider it. A huge hook catches in onto Ido, pulls him deep out of the base. Luckily, he has the stam to slip away, but that's still going to drain the GT stam. Maybe Average trying to follow up on that kill goes way too deep, and here comes that counter punch. Tried desperately to finish that kill, but bites off way more than he can chew, and now even League called into question. A big stun on the 2 with the bird.
Another hook, this time on the John. Swap is up, though, so, I mean, I don't know if Geist is a target you want right now. Could get a little bit dangerous
strong.
at the rest move on in, and yeah, well, it's like, no, I'll be walking away from that one. The one hook target you don't want. Also, one thing to note here, Jake, too, in terms of scaling, it's been a tougher game for the GT on Ido, where, you know, Ido's doing as much as he can with his current farm, but it is only a plus 16 at 35 minutes. I mean,
this is a brutal game for Ido, to be honest. Like, there's so many heroes in this game that can kill you. Like, pretty much everyone on Popper's Pupils can kill Ido. So, like, I'm just impressed he's not feeding his brains out. Like, to be honest, like, this is a sacrificial GT game. If he can find some good impact in the fight, I think he's going to be very happy, because for me, like, this comp almost fully strategically counters you with so many heroes that get on top of GT. But a lot of cash now in the urn at this point in the game. We're 35 minutes in. This is a serious injection for Poppers, who's been, I think it's fair to say, a part of almost all of these key late game kills.
All right, Poppers Pupils. You know, the game was close for quite a while. In fact, can we get the soul graph here? Because the soul graph, you know, shows that this game was neck and neck for such a long period of time, but it's been, yeah, about the last 10, 15 minutes where things have gone drastically the other way. And, you know, you just wonder here, Jake, what is the win condition for melee creeps at the moment? They don't have a ton in the way of playmaking on their team, is the one thing about their comp. And
yeah,
in
I'm
a way
worried about, like, how do you just play the map without, there's no vision hero here. There's no one on this comp who scouts and sort of sees players and gets more information. It's Silver. But we've seen with the way Lomane is playing here on the Bebop, you do not want to step up into these sideways. Okay, a little side step on the hook is going to be good. The uppercut does connect, but like, it's going to be just too much damage coming in on the Bebop. He feels a little bit threatened to come in on this. Dude, though, did get very low. A little bit of maybe a splatter from Xeno. Just nukes through his health bar. And a hook on Geist. Oh, even with the swap, he's going to instantly pop it. But Divine Barrier, great timing there from the Viscous to ensure there's no counter kill. And surely John hooked in that deep. It's just a matter of time before
Another
finish. The hook seals the deal. And I mean, honestly, ZB, I think that may be the game. Like, this fight, just pick off and pick off. Popper's Pupils just eviscerate this defense from melee creeps. This is going to be a full 6-player team wipe. They're going to get shrines and mid boss. I think this game is over.
Jake, you think about how Popper's Pupils was able to apply pressure in this game and make opportunities. I really think it begins and ends with Lomane. The amount of crucial hooks. Thinking back to that fight that took place on left lane and just some of the madness that has transpired recently, Lomane has just put the team on his back, created opportunity after opportunity, and at this point, the stat difference between the two teams is just too much. Able to take down the shrines as they go for mid-boss, peak efficiency, and as the lone member up as a Silver, Boostio, what are you going to do about it?
No. I mean, there's literally nothing he can do. He just sits in the base, is like the best play he can make here. I will say, wait, hold on, Poppers has almost died to the mid-boss. Okay, surely he'll be fine. They'll give him the reset on the crystal. This mid-boss is kind of taking a long time to die. Surely they can finish this, right? It's okay, like, that's actually kind of close. I mean, they might not have had the DPS, but Popper is going to get a very efficient reset here off the first crystal. And, I mean, it's going to be one last big buy for Popper's Pupils, but they have a full opportunity to reset, buy. The map is completely dark for melee creeps here. And I will just complicate your story. I agree. The aggression does begin with Lomane, with how many hooks he's able to find, but there's so many threats. You're worried about the Calico assassinating you. You're worried about Apollo popping some big nukes on you, Pocket finding an afflict. Like, there's a lot of threats that can kind of come out of the woodwork at any time from the melee creep's perspective.
Yeah, and I think that's where you're taxing the attention on multiple ends, right? Where if you're sitting here and you're going, I hope there's not Calico behind that corner. I hope Apollo's not beside me. You're not looking out for this. The hook coming over and then counterspell though, dealing with the uppercut, but can't deal with the second hook. Get back here, Ido, says Lomane.
Affliction on 4, wrap it up, ZP. I've seen enough. Affliction on 4 breaks the back of the melee creeps. Popper's Pupils with triple reach. You may not even need a single one with how well this team fight is executed. Lomane just seemingly cannot miss a hook. And I mean, Melee Creep's 2 players basically just waiting in the base for the Affliction to expire. They're going to come out and step up and get that Patron invuln, but I mean, they cannot stand the test of Popper's Pupils. And even in a game that went, I think, later than Popper's Pupils would have preferred, they managed to execute really well, playing the vision advantage to perfection and just getting pickoff after pickoff. Like, there wasn't really a late game team fight that I think Melee Creeps had built this draft for, where they can play defensive around a Geist and set up the fight for how they want. They were just getting hit from all sides. They could never get into that formation. And I think that's a testament to the skill of Popper's Pupils. Like, it is not easy to execute a style in that way. And I think maybe the ban on the pick heroes was a big part of their success. You just couldn't find the counter kills with all those high mobility flankers hitting you from behind.
Well, that's kind of the key that we were talking about too, is that towards the middle of the game or middle of the end of the game, what win conditions and Melee Creeps have. I mean, realistically, you needed a big throw from Popper's Pupils because the comp Melee Creeps was running was not a comp that could really make its own opportunities when behind on the game. And, you know, to kind of go back to the point you brought up here, Jake, I think it's a fair one when you talk about the overall comp and pressure that Popper's Pupils had. And to me, I think it all just works in tandem, right? Is that you have the situation where if you're worried about the Calico, you're worried about the Apollo, you're not always looking out for the hook. And Lomane made really good use out of the opportunities provided, out of the overall pressure that the comp was in. And it just resulted in some massive hooks when it was needed most. And I mean, stuff like this,
he's too damn good sometimes. Like a lot of these hooks, it's like, it is just crazy work when you get hooked like this. I don't even, for Boostio, I mean, like, how do you even see that one coming? But I feel like that's going to be the way this series goes. I think Popper's Pupils, for me, this comp is exactly the way they want to play Deadlock. Always aggressive, always looking for kills, always trying to find the openings that can then set them up for the objectives. And for Melee Creeps, I think this McGinnis, arguably it did what it's supposed to do by taking the T1s, but like, honestly, did we feel any impact from McGinnis after like that first 5-10 minutes? I don't think there was a single, maybe there's like one team fight where the heavy barrage looked good, but it just did not scale.
Yeah, I think it had problems. I mean, there was that one point where they had the pick off on the average, but yeah, I tend to agree that the McGinnis fell off a bit over the course of the game. Also, you know, the check back in on the Boostio story, to me, I definitely see something which, again, you see a lot when people are new to the team's period, let alone a little bit newer to the comp on the game. To me, I think it was play that was probably a little bit too conservative for Silver. Like the Silvers that we see when they take over a game, you know, if Lord and M, for example, is having a good game, he's turbo aggro. If Do is having a good game, tends to be turbo aggro. And it was a Silver game to me that wasn't going out of its way to try and make opportunities, but also, you know, going out of its way to not feed, which is to me completely understandable, where it's your first showing here. You don't want to be the guy that, you know, feeds a million deaths, but I also think for a Silver to be effective, you do have to kind of push the limit and try and put yourself in situations where maybe you don't get out alive, but you get good value in turn. And I think, you know, the evidence of all this to me is that we just didn't really talk about Boostio much this game one way or another. Not involved in a lot of kills, but also not dying a lot at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, this is just I think this is a really just tough draft game. It's like you're kind of waiting for some of these ultra late game items that allow you to connect and get on top of the mobile players on Popper's Pupils. I think like Phantom Strike will be fantastic this game, but I just don't think they could ever get that online. And then in those late game, you know, I would call them team fights when it really just felt like, okay, Popper's Pupils is just somehow getting a kill onto John, and there's not another Melee Creeps player.
Jake, I gotta interrupt you. How have you not lost your mind over a certain stat here? Did you see the criminality that Xeno did?
The top damage Viscous in this game is fully expected by me as a true Viscous enjoyer. But I mean, a perfect game from Xeno. Truly a perfect game. Insane damage impact. I'm saying this character legitimately scales into the late game. Like, legitimately is a very serious late game threat. The splatter is like, I think, one of the best, because it's one of the longest range and biggest AoE damage abilities in the entire game, especially when it's bouncing all over the lane and it's like hitting people you don't even mean to hit. You know, it's shades of like Scatter Arrow from back in the day.
Yeah, Scatter Arrow is actually a really good comparison. In fact, you know what, devs? Go the extra mile. We just need to have headshots on Splatter. Clearly just, you know, add in that little bit of extra RNG. No, please don't do that. It changed in the other game for a reason. But all in all, I mean, I gotta say, despite running the new comp and some of the issues that you might have with either the McGinnis or, you know, maybe wanting a more aggressive Silver, I mean, Melee Creeps kept this game close until the end, where you know, the Bebop just proved to be a little bit too much of a problem with the hooks and the general pressure of the game. But it wasn't like this game was a stomp, Jake. I mean, you look at the graphs, this was close through the first like 25 minutes until finally Popper's Pupils was able to just, you know, go over the top and land pick after pick.
I will kind of bring it back to a one team fight for Popper's Pupils where Melee Creeps picks up a clean rejuve fight. They get all the rejuves, or I think most of them coming out. They're able to get a big walker push cooking for them. But they maybe just force the siege a little bit. And Popper's Pupils, even though they give up kills, they're able to clean off the rejuves and they're able to hold on to their walker. And those are the kind of fights that I think kind of make or break a team. When things have turned against you, you don't actually have the advantage anymore. You're not just like, you know, hunting down kills and snowballing the game. You need to kind of take a fight and you know, get the enemy resources out and do better than them because they are working with more lives than you are. And when Popper's Pupils pulled that off, it felt like kind of from there on out, their mobility game is able to kind of really come back into the fore. And I think that's something that, you know, the double pick ban, although I don't think it accomplished like destroying Booster, I think he played fine on the Silver, to be honest. I do think having no pick and catch heroes was a huge issue for the overall strategy that Popper's Pupils wanted to run. Like, I would have loved to see Melee Creeps with even like a Drifter, maybe taking the Bebop themselves a little earlier in this Game 2 draft. I just love something to punish these mobile heroes. Like, someone's got to stop Poppers. He's on a reign of terror on Calico. Every time low main gets a hook, right? It's Poppers there with the obscene damage from Calico to follow that one up.
All right, so Popper's Pupils, a few change-ups here, not a problem whatsoever. Up one game over Melee Creeps. Melee Creeps, can they bounce back and defend the title, or will we have a new champion here tonight in North America? Stay tuned. Map 2 coming up right after this.
Our green walker has been destroyed.
I see the enemy. I see Calico. Bebop looking to hook someone. I see Bebop.
The rejuvenator is descending.
That death was inevitable.
I see the enemy.
Your loyalty will be rewarded.
I see Infernus. I see the enemy. Let's push York. Demolition time. Let's push yellow. Let's push yellow. I see biscuits. I see Visco. Looking to hook someone. There's that pile of.
They must be souls.
Welcome back. This is the night shift number 47. ZP here with Jake and Jake. Last game, it was close until about the middle of the end, and Bebop suddenly started landing some huge hooks, and the pressure took its toll, but it's just map one. And if any team is a master of dropping a map and coming back, not always for the best reasons, sometimes they mess around, it's Melee Creeps. We've seen them go to 3 maps very often.
Yeah, they're a really strong team, I think, at making those adaptations to change the narrative of the game. One player I just don't I realize now, like, we didn't talk about him enough last game, is Lefa on the pocket. I think this has been a really great hero for him, both off of his laning skill as an individual, where he's able to kind of come out of the lanes pretty strong on pocket more often than not. But also in this game, I mean, he's found the key afflictions that the team needed. Founding some, 2 to 3 man, even a 4 man to finish the game off. And, that's what you need out of the pocket. We've seen this hero be super high in the draft prio, and there's a good reason for it. I'm curious to see what the draft changes will be for Melee Creeps. I do think that last draft, it was a funky one. Maybe the double pick ban from the other side kind of flummoxed Melee Creeps. I'd love to see them be a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more dynamic, just adding that one other hero into the mix that can kind of keep pace with Popper Pupils and how fast they're playing Deadlock right now.
Yeah, also in terms of like, look, the other team's going to be playing high pressure game styles. I think you be like EU and you drop the GT. Like GT, we're talking a little bit in the break. I feel like GT is in the spot right now where even when GT was like super good and having high performance and was a higher priority in the draft, it was kind of feast or famine. But I think the thing that's working against GT a little bit right now is that people have also gotten used to playing against GT, and you do introduce this like loss condition where people can go aggro against GT in the way they can't against other heroes. I don't know. I'm not as convinced of GT as a hero. I think the McGinnis also fell off a little bit. Overall, for me, the Melee Creeps draft probably could have been a little bit more traditional and had better success. But more importantly, too, Jake, look, regardless of if the Paradox is getting banned as a target ban in the Boostio, you need to have some form of pick in some way to get things going, especially if you find yourself a little bit behind.
Opening with the Mirage ban this time. So Popper Pupils, I feel like this is more proof than anything that Boostio passed the test last game. All right, he got the double ban, and it was like, he did okay. He did good enough on the silver where it was like, okay, it definitely wasn't worth using 2 bans to put him on the silver. Melee Creeps, though, understandably, they're going to get rid of the Viscous. The late game scaling, so crazy. And the Cube, honestly, making a big difference to all these high mobility heroes getting a couple seconds to reset their cooldowns. I think the Viscous is the perfect hero for the way that Popper's Pupils want to play, of high damage, a lot of evasiveness and elusiveness. But as I say that, out of the frying pan into the fire, I think maybe Doorman is even better, right? Like the team-wide shenanigans you can pull with the door. Another hero that is just exactly what Popper's Pupils want to play with. And Lowman has been one of the better Doormans. I mean, obviously, there's still a lot of heroes he can come to play. Melee Creeps, though, grab a pocket more than likely for Ido. So you're going to get your wish, I think, that maybe no GT in this one. And a pocket, undoubtedly a much stronger hero in the current patch.
My question is, do they overdraft the Paradox here? Because I think Paradox may still get picked up by Popper's Pupils if it's available. Or sorry, Melee Creeps. Okay. Popper's Pupils, they can grab the Paradox to deny here, because I think Melee Creeps would probably go for it before the mid-stage bans. That's kind of the interesting part to me, if they decide to mix that in or not. And also, again, get more pick heroes away from Melee Creeps if they want to keep up that level of target banning. Otherwise, and first gonna get picked, and who's still available right now, Jake, is Billy.
It's a good point. Wouldn't mind seeing Billy here. I do think Geist is pretty decent into that matchup, but still maybe not enough to scare you off of picking the hero in the first place. I think Calico is another one that Popper's Pupils really like.
Let's get this
I think there's they will. I think I will say the lane with Cali plus Infernus is a very, very sick lane for me. It's like Calico's constantly in your face, kind of hard to hit. She's being evasive, and then Infernus is also ultra. I think this Infernus can be played as one of the most aggressive laners, like peeking under your tower and igniting you. And Calico just really, exactly wants to play that kind of a game plan. Melee Creeps grab the silver again, and I'm not mad at it. I think some of that lockdown can be good at catching Doorman and maybe trying to like get him off of his door for just a moment, just long enough to burst him down.
Now, I'm curious on for Pauper's Pupils, do you ban the Paradox? Because there's a world where melee creeps, they can put Dew on the Silver and then put Boostio on the Paradox. Billy, though, going to be taken down in mid-stage bans. Pauper's Pupils mid ban is going to be really interesting to me because I still think, you won with the target bans last time around. Do you go for it again, or do you go a little bit more broad spectrum on what you want to remove? And okay, they decide, nope, we're going to go for the Paradox once again, just a little bit later in the draft this time.
I mean, a lot of players on melee creeps can handle the Paradox well. It's like for Saya, it's kind of been a pocket pick, a little bit deep in the pocket with him playing, more of the supporting style characters a little more often. But Paradox is definitely a strong one for them, and I think it is an annoying hero that slows the game down, in some regards. Holiday, though, also adds that playmaking flair that I think melee creeps were kind of missing last game. So Pauper's Pupils, see what they draft next. I'd love to see something in the front line. I think they're a little bit light on that front right now.
I think they grab Bebop again. I don't think they necessarily have to grab it here. They go for the GT, which again, I don't know if they necessarily need to. I think NA is still prowling GT a little bit more highly than EU is, but in terms of pick potential, especially with how it worked out last time where you had a lot of similar things on the team in regards to like having the Calico, I think you go for the Bebop, though I don't think you have to pick it until the end. However, with Lash being
Love the
picked,
Lash pick.
I think could just be low main on the Lash. Like they may just throw aside the Bebop here.
I think this is a great Lash game. Really like to see the Lash into Lady Geist in particular. Silver also can be pretty vulnerable to it, and just a ton of spirit damage in this Pauper's Pupils comp. So Pocket is going to be very threatened this game. If he gets locked down whatsoever, he is just going to be pretty much caught dead to rights here. So some potential trouble for Ido, although if there was a player who I could trust to maybe handle some of those situations and slip away, it'd probably be Ido, one of the OGs on Pocket in NA. And the last pick is going to be the Yamato here for melee creeps, a character that has been often ignored. It's fair to say, I think in North America is kind of like on the cusp of playable, but not necessarily dominant.
Also, this is like one of the more frontline centered comps we've seen all day across EU and NA, where you got Yamato, you got Shiv, you got Silver, and a Geist, and okay, it's gonna be the friends, enemies, rivals set up here, more so on the rivals with Bebop and Lash, rounding things out for Pauper's People. So yeah, low main on the Bebop probably gonna be the play. I don't think you'd put anyone else on him. We've seen low main play things like the Lash. Looking where the melee creeps, though, also, Jake, you have some interesting things here where Ido looked amazing on Holiday in recent memory, but also apparently that's in Boostio's hero pool, and Ido still has time on Silver. Dew, of course, can play Silver and Shiv. My guess is probably like Dew on the Shiv, and then the Silver Holiday stuff between Ido and Boostio, I actually have no clue. Like, we don't have enough data.
I would assume it'll be Sai on the Holiday, right? Like, I feel like that's...
No, it was Ido last time around. Like,
No, but I mean, because it's... Yeah. Because,
okay.
I'm surprised to see this lineup though with Ido on the Yamato. That'll be an interesting one. I don't recall seeing him on the Yamato in games past.
Yeah.
I was expecting it would be Fishcake on the Yam, Ido on Pocket, and Dew on Shiv. That would have made more sense to me. But I the fact that they've gone this way, I do think Fishcake's solid on the Shiv, and Dew has also been really a stalwart Pocket player for a long time now. And I mean, this is the nature of these top teams, right? They can kind of flex and play as they need to. Average on the great talent. Definitely going to be some questions asked of the GT in this game with how it kind of fell flat in the last match. Maybe suits Pauper's Pupils a little bit better in their, like kill aggressive oriented style. Those birds maybe can make the difference. For me, I'm always interested to see Lash. I think this character can be so threatening and just such an effective damage hero. But if you don't have that strong early game that you really want, then okay, you kind of become a bit of an ult bot, and honestly, I don't think that's going to be good enough in this game.
Yeah, I mean, this is super interesting how the hero breakdown went. I mean, looking at it now, it kind of makes sense. Pocket would be neither Ido or Dew. Obviously, you'd look at it like, maybe it's more Ido, but you also had the weird things of like, well, what about the Holiday? And okay, Sai gets to go back to his roots on the Holiday. Looking at Pauper's Pupils and what they're playing here, though, the one thing I'm actually a little bit hesitant on is that Average's overall history as a player is playing things that are aggro. It is playing more frontline, it is playing in people's faces. And I don't think the GT is entirely unprecedented, but even in recent times, we haven't seen Average on it as much. So the GT to me is probably the biggest gamble of this entire draft. And we'll see if it pays off. I think between the two teams, I'd probably favor the melee creeps draft a little bit, Jake. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I think this draft definitely gives them a much better shot than game one to kind of keep pace and play with the tempo gameplay for those pickoffs a little bit more evenly. I think they're going to be quite happy to have their hands on Pocket and Holiday in this particular game to maybe play for those active fights. For Pupils Pupils, this game, though, a lot rides on the doorman. I mean, I think that's a factor we can't underestimate. There's a reason this character is probably one of the rarest characters to see get past that initial ban phase because, and even in the late game, right, it just introduces this crazy X factor that the entire enemy team could just clown car out of the wall at any time, and you really have a tough chance to see it coming. Lefa getting kind of smoked on that trade by Do, though, getting a little bit dueled here, wants to get an ignite and just can't quite get it. Pretty well played by Do on the Pocket.
I mean, not that the lanes are weak here, but they did split up who's laning with what. Last time around, we saw the Infernus Calico lane. This time around, it's like, no, we're going to do Infernus Bebop, throw over the Calico into the Lash lane, and middle is a Doorman GT lane. I mean, okay, you talk about poke damage in middle, while I still think it's actually winnable for Holiday Geist. That is a lane where if you fall behind, you are just done. Like, the HP tax you're getting between power shots and bells is actually remarkably difficult to deal with.
I'm always a fan of the John style lane. I feel like the two of them have such great coordination. They really seem to come out of these early lanes, especially for whatever reason in the mid, really strong. With Saya being happy to take a lot of these rotates. But definitely a lot, you're right to call it, rests on how the lane goes itself. You don't win the lane, it's not going to be so easy to rotate out of it.
Jake, it's kind of funny. I was talking with John actually just the other day about laning in particular. He's like, yeah, laning chemistry matters a lot. You got me and Sai in a lane, and even E6 players look like they're an ascendant. Like they are very well aware of the fact that those two have just like laned together so much that they have next level chemistry with each other. But they're gonna need it if they don't want to get poked down against a Doorman GT lane.
Early trades, no one's going, I think, too crazy in any of these lanes. No surprise, of course, with potential elimination on the cards here. Pupils Pupils up 1-0 in the series. Melee Creeps trying to get into a good, solid game of Deadlock here. And honestly, from EZP, I don't know who to call it for in the late game between these two squads. I mean, both teams investing, I think, a lot more into the early game here.
Yeah, I mean, between the late game, I think, truthfully, I think Melee Creeps has the better late game. It depends a little bit on Average's ramp. Like, obviously, if you have a GT that's working closer to 100 plus spirit at 25 minutes, then your late game is fantastic. Screw everything else. But if it is a normal GT game to even on the lower end, I do think Pupils Pupils is, again, a little bit on the clock. But the X factor here is just how good is your Bebop going to play? Because, yeah, Bebop normally falls off, but if you land the hooks that Low Main was landing, you feel good all game long. So that it is a little bit harder to judge just on virtue of how good Low Main was in the last game.
This lane's going to be pretty defensive here. Boostio and Fishcake here. Silver Shiv. Maybe with a couple levels in the knives, they could think about some kind of a kill here, but mostly just going to be tanking it up, giving a little bit of Guardian HP. Speaking of tanking it up, Lefa has to soak a lot of damage here. Big wave crashing, a lot of denies coming in. This has been a real strong lane. Ido and Do on the other side have been certainly twisting the screws, and with the Furnace this low, it's pretty hard to go up and look for these ignites.
Also, I mean, again, you have lane inertia here, where if you get the slows in Furnace earlier on, it also limits your ability to be aggressive and, look for sparks, take HP trades, because you're so low, the HP trade's gonna be bad. But speaking of getting dove on right now, Calico getting a taste of her own medicine, Poppers all sorts of low, and is Saya gonna go for it? Saya does. That was Saya on a field trip off and away from middle, Jake, and a successful one at that.
Yeah, great roam, picks up a kill, is gonna be able to make it back to mid before there's too much Guardian damage put in from the other side. So first lead of the game taken here by Melee Creeps.
Saya back over in the mid. Not even too much of a penalty paid in the middle. You look at the Guardian, yeah, it pays a little bit of attacks, but nothing too bad. Lemaine elsewhere, hook on cooldown, and this lane probably going to be a little bit more calm for a moment, but once hook is back up, who knows?
Could turn into something here. Ido's sticking around. Ooh, Lemaine really wants to get a hook under tower, I think. Wants to be able to respond defensively. Lefa sticking around in this lane. Trying to be as greedy as he can here in the early game on Infernus. But in the mid lane, Average down to super critical HP. Looks like a bit of a tower dive coming in from John.
See, both teams getting a little bit scrappy with it, and okay, in on the left for Melee Creeps.
Double buff again. Melee Creeps, they've been so aware of these early buffs. Last game, I think it was able to be a pretty nice boon to them. picking up those buffs, able to throw their weight around. Gun buff on Yamato kind of sucks, to be honest, at this point. But a vitality buff on Shiv is pretty fantastic, right? A lot of sustain for a character that loves to mix it up and burger box in the early game.
A little bit of harassment onto Boostio as Boostio is off farming the chapel and might turn into a lot of bit of harassment here. Poppers, namesake of Poppers Pupils. A little bit of extra harass as see Boostio going down to about half. Knives though, back the other way.
Ooh, Shiv could be in trouble here. Pops the bloodletting as well, but Calico doesn't want to overcommit with 2 knives in her. One more knife could be real trouble. Beautiful boot kick. Puts Calico in a compromising position. One more knife, I think, is a kill here. But I don't know that Shiv even has another cooldown left. Maybe Silver could run this one down. Yeah, Calico forced into an awkward runaway, but just turns it around.
3 knives,
And
not
gets
a
the
problem.
kill on Shiv.
Yeah, 3 knives, not a problem. Return the shadow, going into an even deeper dive here on the Boostio. Backed up by Lash, but HP not the highest here at the moment.
Lash.
So Boost, yeah, I mean, League nearly falls, but almost run the map.
Parry.
Parry into Dude just falling.
Oh, that is huge. That really restores the fortunes of Poppers Pupils in that side lane. That was, I think, one of their weaker lanes so far. And with that parry kill, I mean, that was also Dude's affliction, and he doesn't really get anything for it. Left is going to have to go back to base. Sure, that's some kind of consolation prize, but for low main and Leffa, the patience pays off.
Gilbane coming out here from Leffa as Saya on the hunt. Of course, as soon as you get ult up on things like Holiday, you are out looking to make plays. Lasso, not something you want on cooldown for a long period of time. So given that Saya was even doing roams pre-Lasso, you just got to keep an eye on your mini-map here because at any given time, Saya's just going to go, John, lane's yours. I'm off to cause a little bit of chaos. But also, GT is a pretty tasty target within mid lane itself.
Yeah, definitely Lasso would be a key skill here. Always is when you're able to make those pick-off connections. Ground strike comes in, puts a little bit of damage down. It's like fights breaking out in the other lanes. Oh, Yamato diving so deep. Concussive Combustion just trying to deal what damage it can. It is just barely going to proc, so a little bit of damage comes in on Yamato, but 2 kills simultaneously across the map. Yamato in big trouble. Does get a heavy connection off, though. Could mean that low main could turn into a bit of a follow-up kill. Ido really thinking about the chase down, but put some respect on it. Isn't going to go for the dive. Meanwhile, in mid lane, Lasso wasn't even used. Zeno just trades 1 for 1 with Saya, so a real bloodbath across the map. And now here comes the dive from Pocket. Eventually does swing in to pick up low main, who is also trying to greed it out and defend this wave.
I was keeping an eye on middle. I mean, that started with Sai taking a trip to the Baroness Hotel, and oh my goodness, a parry in the middle. Average is having a terrible time. John able to chase it down, finishes off the Guardian, and all these ult trade-offs in middle have gone the way of melee creeps. And hey, that lasso's still up and maybe about to be used. Saya on the hunt here and now. However, John in some danger, no swap available, blows up as the trades continue, and another parry. This is Jake, did someone order some burgers? What's going on here?
This is NA Burger Box Central as these parries turn to kills across the map. Poppers Pupils trying to get a little bit of blood for the blood gods for themselves here, but Melee Creeps come away, I think, with a pretty strong victory after those trades across the map, right? They pick up a nice lead here, 4,000 souls. Not bad this early on in the game. Cape out, though, still threat of igniting here on the Pocket. A bird coming in. Gonna set that one up pretty comfortably. Flame Dash can keep the ignite going just barely, and that should be enough for the kill onto Do. Counter kill is gonna be attempted, but this Infernus is pretty strong. No ulti here for Ido. Not necessarily a free kill, even with Affliction taking that parry should be just enough.
Jake, we need one of those signs of, it's been X amount of days without a workplace accident. It's been X amount of seconds without a parry occurring because it has been nonstop in this game. That time around going in favor of Ido. But, you distill down on the chaos that we've been looking at here, Jake, overall, and I actually see a pretty reasonable lead coming out from Melee Creeps. I'm not talking about the aggregate. John is rich with how middle lane has gone. Saya's been leaving pretty often, leaving John the solo farm, and John's about to hit 10K pre-10 minutes, and no one on Poppers Pupils is remotely close. So John is a real force of nature at the moment, and probably about to pick up buff without a whole lot of contention.
Yeah, this has been really the recipe for success for Melee Creeps is just get John at a very hot start. Saya will go down and feed a 500 bag, though. 2 low main is going to be pretty happy with that one. Buffs spawning should be just 1-to-1 here. A Spirit buff for Lash is going to be quite nice with Ultimate online. See what League gets into soon. Shiv coming to farm this lane is a little risky. Yeah, he's like, maybe he thinks better of that. His low main, maybe even looks for more.
John gonna pick up the urn. I mean, his greed sickens me at this point. Where I'm ahead of the game, let's get further ahead of the game. It is absolutely the right play, because here's the thing with the new urn: if you want to stop John from turning in, you have to hop in and be part of the welcoming party. And
They're around though. Look at Low
there's
Man.
3 people there. Do they go for it? John
Doesn't
has
realize he's right
swapped.
behind you. Okay, Low Man. In a weird position here on Bebop. John may just go for this kill. Yeah, Low Man caught between a rock and a hard place. Missed position here from the Bebop. Although, hold on, he's pretty tanky actually, and they're gonna turn around. It was a bit of a bait the whole time. Popper's Pupils trying to bring more numbers into this fight and keep it on rolling. But Ido and Fishcake are also here, so League looks to be potentially getting run down. Maybe an attempt at a counter kill with the bird coming in. A lot of low targets. Poppers, so many players to kill, but so little abilities with which to find them. And ultimately, it will be the Calico going down. A great fight for melee creeps. Everybody getting low, but staying alive, living to fight another day.
I think the most heinous thing about that fight is that not only does John get the urn to wait, John's in trouble. Just got the hotel guest, but
still
got the swap off.
though.
Yeah, got the swap off right after. So okay, you don't want to be here anymore. Like, you're not here for checkout. It is self checkout. But okay, as I say that, Lomain wants a
Nice
piece.
parry.
Lomain didn't want to be in there, even with the parry. This is dangerous to be in the neighborhood. John comes out full HP, takes it down, still down the scrap as the remainder of Popper's Pupils look to rotate in. This may be a little bit too much for John here. Finally goes down. But it's a full team effort and rotation to make it happen.
I mean, this is one of the burger boxes of all time here. This is truly North America. These teams have been non-stop brawling for the last 5 minutes. You know, this is something we've seen before, I think, from Popper's Pupils. These players, like, they love to push the pace, but I like when Melee Creeps is kind of like willing to tango at that speed, not trying to necessarily slow the game down, willing to kind of keep these trades flowing. It has meant this lead is, I would say, pretty insignificant. You know, a few thousand souls at this point spread across the team. It's not going to be doing much. And that kill onto John, very, very valuable, right? He's on 13K, but I mean, he would have been really exploding in the net worth if he could walk away from that last fight.
Yeah, I think it's easy to underrate it, but if John had gotten another kill or two there and more uncontested farm, I mean, John would have just locked in his server admin credentials. It would have been miserable for Popper's Pupils. It's still a pretty big threat, but something that's doable with here. One thing I'm curious on, can we get a check on the average on Owl Stacks? I think it still may be a 0, which, you know, you talk about win conditions and momentum for the game. A 0 stack GT at 13 minutes, you know, is a little bit worrisome. 2-man affliction though, as we talk about this.
That's a good find from Do. It's like a fight on the other side of the map. John's trying to clean it up, so it's going to be a split engagement. Popper's Pupils with massive numbers advantage here on the Rift, but Boostio's waiting around on the side. Could slip in for a cheeky contest. Seems like they'll elect not to, though, with just too many players from Popper's Pupils here in this part of the map. And as the dust settles, it's a pretty good trade for the Pupils. Unless guys with these 10 stacks of Berserker could bring down the Walker, which, whoa, maybe she can. It's going down quick here with the help of Fishcake on shift.
You don't want John getting Walker kills. Even though it's not a solo Walker kill, that is not ideal. Also elsewhere.
Lasso, but Saya's getting beamed down. I mean, he's trying to lasso into the Walker, but he's coming right into Low Main, who may be more threatening than the Walker with that Bebop laser. Lucio's doing his best to try and get this defense, but the minion's still crashing on the tower. It's going to be a pretty close one. Boostio, dog put on a leash, even hooked, I believe, out of the jump here, so just doesn't have the gap closed. And it's going to be cleaned up by Bebop.
Silver just wondering why her mercenary intelligence was wrong. It's like, I thought these two hated each other. Why do you get the Bebop Lash combination play? Down, though, in the tunnels. Average power shot on the Ido. Finds him, takes him out. And a little bit of life now for Popper's Pupils. Good trades across the map. They get a Walker of their own. Up 5K on the total. And really all they give up there, Jake, which, you know, is something, is a little bit of extra target farm to John.
I'm starting to have a little bit of worries, ZP, about this heavy frontline draft from melee creeps. I think this sort of draft can start to run into issues into the late game when some of the AoE damage just starts to get out of control, right? When you're just getting cooked by, you know, the concussive combustion or something like that. Like, all these grouped up players can be a liability. Even when, especially Calico, I think Arctic Blast is another big moment where this hero goes from, you know, a threat to just like a tank shredder, right? That can even burn through the toughest frontliners. John, I like that he buys a Spirit Resil, though. It's going to mean that he's going to be able to keep fighting, keep this tempo high. With a movement buff as well, this could be a moment for John to really start to throw his weight around.
Yeah, I mean, ideally you want to push the advantage sooner rather than later. But the other thing that's a little bit worrying for Average, take a look at the stacks here, Jake. What are you reading right now on the stacks for Average?
I can't read ZP, so no, it looks like a big fat zilch. You don't even see the stat counter. Pain. Oh man, we're doing them like that. Production. That's brutal. Over to the Yam though, who's getting ganked. No ulti here, and she's in a brutal spot. Just swarmed by players, and maybe Ido is trying to get a cheeky shot off. It does set up a 3-man affliction for Do, but Do potentially still caught in a compromising scenario. The doorman door getting real trippy here in the room. 2 players afflicted on literally 1 HP. Both will be cleaned up. Do finds 3 in the fight. But there's still some low players here. And AVG poking in from the outside, holding the urn. Maybe thinks better of coming back in for more kills. In the end, it's a 3-on-3 with urn control going to Popper's Pupils. A win for them, but only just.
Does John contest this? Like, I think John make it
no
dunk.
contest here. He might try and blast his souls, but
Okay, now you got the re-engage here, though. We got Ido back in the play, and they are just going as GT relentlessly. There's nowhere Average can go to this sort of dive. So, okay, you get the urn, you get instantly put into the ground. Still probably worth overall for the urn, but, you know, a lot of the edge kind of blunted at the end of it. And now, I mean, man up. I think Melee Creeps is going to be a little bit more aggressive. Look for something else here. John
Geist
gets hooked
has to
in,
be able
but
to play her way out of this. And she's still
she has the
threatening.
exchange. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, the lasso missed. And Saya's going to pay for that one, although no uppercut to lock down this Holiday. Speaking of lockdown, she's going to be taking a bomb into the Baroness. And big laser over the top. Saya's coming back into a world of hurt here, about to be ground struck to hell. League picks up that quick kill. And with the bird coming in, John's low. Does have swap on the Geist, but just can't really stick around in this fight. So a very close lasso for Saya, but as it misses, low main does not.
+8 on the board. Elsewhere though, Bustio under a bit of pressure under the tower, but okay, maybe a curse dive from Poppers. Bustio able to take it down, no HP lost in the process.
In trouble.
And yeah, if you're left right now, flying strike coming on in. However, if you're Ido, you know, you take a step back, you don't immediately want to dive in, wait for others to come into play, and that's more than enough to take down Leffa. You don't always have to be the first one as Yamato with, I mean, those 2 pickoffs is mid-boss in the cards.
He's going to go for the mid-boss here, and yeah, with the Yam ult, it's going to be very scary. Affliction as well, due up to 21k. He's more than ready to take this challenge. It's just going to be League, really, with the Lash ult to maybe change their fortunes. There are some low players there, though, so at Melee Creeps, they've got to be getting these rejuves still. 2-man Affliction found early. All 3 rejuves here. Claim for Melee Creeps, but a massive Death Slam here from the Lash is going to take these rejuves away. Post-haste, everybody low on the side of Melee Creeps, and these death timers, short as they may be on the back of the rejuve, it's enough of a player advantage for Popper's Pupils to get all of those rejuves off of the board. And at this point, Melee Creeps just going to be happy to walk away with their lives.
Yeah, and on the same note for Popper's Pupils, you love that play. Giving up 2 lives to get rid of all the rejuves, it's huge. However, Average is in all sorts of danger. Takes the barrel from all ends here, off the wall, and then a final barrel to finish off with the aid of John. Saya able to land all the angles. Doesn't matter if you're in the air.
Lasso coming up off cooldown, ZP. This could turn into a bit of a snowball. If Saya could find like 1 more pickoff here, it would be massive. Very aggressive positioning, but of course, no real risk. Do already had his cape out and about on the map, teleports back, and I will say it's a scary rift, right? With none of those regions available, a lot of ults deployed in the last fight for Melee Creeps. How is this rift challenge going to look without the Yam ult or the Affliction?
You still got Geist, and you still got Geist with ult. I think Geist's ability, assuming that we see John rotate over here, it's just very difficult to play around Geist.
They're a little bit later, though. They're late to the party here, ZP. Popper's Pupils are strong right here. Yeah, Duke cannot play in the cap. Gets boxed off it pretty immediately. Yeah, John's going back to base for a buy. They're giving up the rift, and they can't contest it. That's going to be quite a pretty penny into the pocket here for Popper's Pupils, playing against Pocket. Pocket looking to be going down, extremely low critical health. League chases it down on his 6th streak for this Lash. It's been a relatively slower game for him, but he's quietly picked up a nasty kill streak. A Walker in mid, maybe to be the trade, but it doesn't seem to be a free one. No ultimate available for Ido. Walker Stomp is going to come down. Concussive comes in as well. Saya at this point, maybe resigned to his fate, wants to just do whatever it takes to bring down that Walker. It'll be Ido who sacrifices himself for it. But Saya's not out of the woods yet either. I mean, he's going back into enemy territory here, and roving Bebop Laserman. I cannot believe that Lomane is keeping up with this movement, but somehow he's still right on the tail here of Saya.
We're just seeing holiday things. And wait, was that a power shot from afar? Something nearly clipped Saya, but I think, wait, it's still Calico.
They're diving. Poppers is here.
Not free. Calico may be able to chase it down. It does. Poppers finally takes down one of the most evasive heroes in the game. But hey, you got some moves yourself if you're Calico. Elsewhere, we got average with the urn. Clean break should just be a free turn in. And look, can we get a look at the soul graph here? Because this has been back and forth. It's about to be even here once more. And is Boostio dead? Boostio, I think, is on the wrong end of an Infernus. And yeah.
Headhunter, Mystic Shot online for Lefa. It makes the Napalm hurt so hard. All that raw damage amp on Headhunter is completely insane on Infernus. I think that's really one of the biggest reasons that particular item and ability synergy really has made this hero shine. But also the team fights, and that late kill to Boostio really hurts because Melee Creeps have every ult. They almost would love to be fighting right now, but I'm not so sure that they can without Boostio. So they're likely having no choice here but to giving up doubles, not being able to fight with their ultimate tempo. And here comes even a hook in. Actually, fighting. It's going to be Lomane who wants to force this one. I think maybe he will think better of that decision. Going to get knocked down to the floor, bleed out to the Shiv knives here. Fishcake will pick up that kill.
Jake, that's what we call instant karma, where it goes from the I hook you, it's like, no, I lasso you. And unfortunately for Lomane, Saya had way more friends in the area. Look, if all things got protected in Deadlock, protecting your sources of gambling is the important thing because, Jake, as you often say, never stop gambling.
Never stop gambling. That's what I always say to the children, especially young kids. You know, I like to keep them educated. You know, it's just public service. That's what we do here on the night shift. You want to support us? You know, drop a Twitch sub, drop a like in the chat. And this match, it's too close to call with these teams. Both teams have good scaling into the late game. You know, the skirmishes have been going this way and that. I think a lot rides on the execution from, I mean, especially Saya. Spellslinger bought up for John, though. That is quite the big buy. I feel like this is a big moment where Geist tends to have a lot of rate of fire problems and will not have those problems anymore with Spellslinger online. Spearburn for Do. So the late gamers are late gaming.
Yeah, and again, between the drafts here, where average I think is still at only +8, +16. I think the scaling is pretty tough for Popper's Pupils. Once more, you're hoping is like, hey, Lomane, you got another miracle game in you for pressure, but I don't even think the circumstances for landing hooks are as good as last game. If nothing else, the GT's on your team this time, not on the other. But yeah, we've summed it here. We've said to Lomane, you have a challenge out. Will Lomane answer it? In a moment, we'll have to see, because that is one of the best ways for Popper's Pupils to take an edge in this game right now, Jake, is for Lomane to land one of those hooks.
Majestic Leap, next buy for Pocket. Always a very nice one for getting those big afflictions, right? Being able to cross long distances, punish the enemy for grouping. I will say one interesting thing about the souls here is melee creeps are almost like ultra invested into Pocket and Geist, which, hey, as late game heroes go, you know, you're not going to be too mad at those particular two being so rich. But the rest of the team are some broke boys. Like, they're seriously, like, Shiv and Yamato are not heroes that want to be poor. They can be okay not necessarily being ultra rich, but, you know, to be, like, they're at the Bebop tier here, which is not a good tier. Like, Lomane is also a broke boy. But at least, I mean, Bebop, you don't care about the souls, right? You just buy Curse at some point. You'll be useful.
Yeah, I mean, particularly the Yamato. I mean, it's a fair point that even on draft analysis, you know, could have brought up is that there's a lot of mouths to feed here on melee creeps. Not everyone is going to get the farm. Lasso attempt by Saya does not hit the small hitbox of Ava. However, the barrels are still out, so is the flying strike. Doesn't mean that Popper's out of danger yet. In fact, Popper's just getting bursted down. No lasso required. Enough explosives were brought to bear. Clean pickoff here so far from melee creeps. And we'll see if Popper's Pupils dives in response, or it's just a straight mid boss here for melee creeps.
They might go for it. It will not be free, though. Absolutely is going to get contested if you try, especially with, I love the way Popper's Pupils are just keeping a lot of players around the mid lane. Both side waves are really terrible here, so I don't think that there's going to be much opportunity to force an objective, especially with Calico being a hero that can kind of get back into that mid boss fight relatively quickly. Lomane just sharking around mid, though. Maybe hoping, you know, Wayward Yamato tries to take a cheeky farm around the mid lane. I do think this mid area is pretty scary for melee creeps to play, unless they bring the whole team and they're really ready for the team.
Yeah, I mean, it's very tense. Even with the pickoff, melee creeps think better of going for the mid boss. Like, they flirted with it for a moment, said, nah, we're going to wait. The hook opportunity there, a lot scarier than expected. And look at the setup. Standing by the door, up here for buffs, looking for the ambush. Buff is up and immediately grab casting buff here for Lomane. Perhaps a quick retreat as the fight
this
is
door,
yet to be engaged.
You just can't fight with this door here. This door is insane value. I mean, it lets the Bebop be in such an aggressive position, but in no risk to himself. Although, hold on, maybe is some risk as he leaves the door. The flying strike maybe pulls this Yamato in. Maybe will live to regret that. Is Yamato more than happy to just keep chasing it down? The damage just overwhelms Aido, gets deleted before he gets his ult off. Just couldn't react in time. Concussive hits on a few. It's a good enough affliction maybe for Do, but with John dropping, there's real questions about if anybody can stand toe-to-toe with Leva's Infernus at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 3-man affliction. It's a good way to set the tone, but is turning into a scrap fest here towards the end. We get to see Fishcake out of the Baroness, still at good HP. Saya and Boostio, though, are incredibly low. They need to disengage ASAP. Zeno, unable to find the escape. Fishcake is able to hunt him down. Melee creeps more of an edge so far in this fight. However, Boostio gets caught towards the tail end. One by one, the trade-outs keep happening, and now the Shiv of Fishcake looking a little bit low right now, but they want to take this fight against average. GT, one of the easier targets, but you're just too low HP and you're getting set on fire.
Has to pop the debuff just for the heal, and another burn will certainly be his death pocket. Cannot afford to tank this Infernus. Everybody just has to run from Infernus here. Infernus ignites you, you are dead at this moment in the fight. They're trying to keep this one going, but as the kills start to come in, these heal banes coming online, Lefa so incredibly low, somehow has slipped away from Do for now, has to run to the underground, is now just full retreat for Infernus. Motto also respawned back into the fight, completely full of gas. The teleport out isn't in time? Yeah, not just quite. Do does get that final finish onto Lefa. That was tenuous, but Do and Fishcake did incredibly well to stay alive so long on such low HP.
Lefa being down for 45 seconds as a rift comes up. Sif Melee Creeps makes a rotation over here into the rift.
A League can't fight this, man. Maybe he goes for the delay, but you just cannot 1v1 the Shiv here. I mean, he is rich on Lash. Counterspell's gonna be a nice block, a little bit of the damage from the uppercut. Still an ultimate available for Aido. He's going for the chase down, but Bebop is a tanky SOB here. Surely they'll be able to finish this kill, especially with no Walker there for the defense. And yeah, backup just not there for Low Main. Without Lefa, they don't think they can really take these fights.
I mean, Aido, really good disengage into multiple re-engages there, courtesy of Flying Strike. Affliction put out. Just gonna hit on the Xeno, but still enough to make Xeno think twice about going a little bit deeper in the fight. Melee Creeps would love to get a little bit more here. Two are down. Mid-boss about to be the field of battle. Mid-boss getting taken down relatively quickly, but it's not all of Melee Creeps here in the mid-boss. The rest trying to clean up on top. They're able to chase down Xeno. The Affliction was still on him. Boostio finishes it off, and oh no, a certified floor man moment.
No, Vintage Floorman is now with a couple kills. It's really up to League to find some counters. Does shut down one. A second goes down. Great power shot connection onto John just a few seconds away from that swap cooldown. Boostio incredibly low. These Siphon bullets really starting to bite on the tankier frontliners, and it has been all League this game. I mean, just dominating through the match. And Ultimate here comes out, and maybe that'll be enough to finally bring him down. Does have Flog coming up in a second. Lifesteal is good. Gets the heal pain for the finish. Enough heals to stay alive a moment longer, and I think...
I see Shiv.
Okay, I think that was Discord. We're back. I don't know how much was seen here. We got our feedback, but all I was saying, Jake, the true winner of that fight, the mid-boss, the one left standing.
Exactly. I mean, I really well played from League. I don't know when I lost my feet. I was going ham through all of that, but League is putting on quite the show there. Gets a lot of counter kills to kind of bring a fight back that was looking pretty dire, honestly. There was a moment there, Pupils are down 2, and I'm like, oh, maybe this is just the game. But Melee Creeps cannot escape the Lash, who is, speaking of what we talked about a little bit in the draft, right, has definitely scaled into the point of being a very real damage threat. And that heavy spirit damage really hurts in the late game, especially on some of these heroes like, oh, Shiv, though, hooked in deep. The counter spells paying dividends and then some for these frontliners as they're able to block a lot of these uppercut hook follow-ups from Low Main.
I mean, it's just standard, but speaking of initiations, we got the lasso on the Poppers. Doesn't dodge it this time. The welcoming crew is there, and Poppers, low HP, taken down by John at the end, not quite able to turn the corner. Another advantage here from Melee Creeps. Hyper Beam making a little bit of space, but Melee Creeps, do they go back down the mid-boss? I don't even think mid-boss is fully healed at this point, Jake.
Still a fight needed. A lot of low players. 3-man affliction. Big connection from Do. That'll be go time for Melee Creeps. They look to swarm forward and punish these players. A Baroness onto Do means that he can't do the follow-up work himself. Melee Creeps maybe going to be considering a dive back down to force the mid-boss. Yamato ult finally online. Same for the Geist. This mid-boss is going to die very quick here. Popper's Pupils coming in for the contest. A hook does pull Geist deep out of the pit. Instant swap forced out of him just to stay alive and keep this one going.
Here we go.
Last
Cart
pick
a little bit late.
All the counter spells are good enough. They get the last hits. All three Rejuves going the way of the Melee Creeps. And now Popper's Pupils finally a brutal test asked of them. But a lot of low players on the side of Melee Creeps not out of the woods just yet.
Oh, and the cleanup coming the way of Melee Creeps. No rejuves lost in the process. And we take a look at the soul graph here. Is going to be one of the biggest leads for Melee Creeps this entire game. Low main at death's door, surrounded by enemies on all ends. Maybe going to try and run through. Gets the parry through the doorman door. And the cart maybe buys room. Surely, is this enough for low main to get away? It just might be.
Oh, wait a minute. You're starting to make plays now. There's so many low players here. You got 2 rejuves left. You're trying to go for kills here. Lasso, it's like it goes wide here. Maybe they get this finish onto Popper. Surely, at least he'll go down. But the siege is a little scary when you're all this low. I mean, you do maybe have time for the reset and the buy, but damage has been done. It's going to slow the roll for Melee Creeps just a bit.
Let's push Greenwich.
Still, if you're Melee Creeps, you're pretty happy with the result. You still got 2 rejuves in the bank, and you look at the overall soul difference, getting a big advantage. John, though, in a bit of danger here. Hooked in, no soul exchange.
Trying to do a lot on the map right now. They're very split. I like that nothing being given for free here by Popper's Pupils. The bird, it does get the finish onto the guy, so only 1 reach remaining. Lefa and League just both respawned. An earn dunk for Ido, you'd think that would go in safely, but Popper's Pupils are not giving any respect to this rejuve. They are battling through these incredibly well, and that's been the hallmark of this entire series.
Now, there are limits. They do just give up earn the Ido, and also in terms of scaling stuff, I still think Popper's Pupils are in a worsening situation. I mean, you have only plus 16 on the GT right now. Oh, from downtown! John goes for the long ride, and another one! Just when John tries to get out, is John going to be able to get away from this at this point? Absolutely not. The rejuve was already burned, and that is Geist, one of your most farmed characters, down for over 80 seconds. Low main, keeping Popper's Pupils in the game with plays like that.
Oof. Okay, huge kill from low main, but now the question is, what can you get out of it? It feels like you want some kind of an objective, but pushing into a 48k soul pocket wouldn't suggest that for a recreational activity, but a kill onto Saya is exactly what the doctor ordered. Affliction onto 2, but it may just not be good enough. Do has to just disengage from the fight. Ido's still waiting here at the Baroness and playing off the back of the door. Really, you're at no risk here on the side of Popper's Pupils. Beautiful timing on the hook. Ido pops the ulti, but I don't know if he's going to be able to survive, and playing through this door has allowed them to avoid a lot of the follow-up damage. Still, there's a healthy shiv around. Some low players on the enemy side who've got to be careful.
The last 2 minutes have been absurd for low main. Finally misses a hook, but the disruption, undeniable. Boostio gonna fall towards the end. Ido trying to even the scales here a little bit as 3 members of Melee Creeps are down. Lefa super low, but guess what? Here comes Average, has the damage with League, takes down Ido. The Melee Creeps collapse is currently underway right now, Jake. This is unbelievable.
Okay, low main is him. He's him times a million, bro. What?
Oh my God.
Okay, honestly got bugged there. Surely. Wait, if Dude might actually go down. He's used Mad Leap. Okay, not going to be a chase here from League. But a solo, I mean, such an efficient map to be played right now for Popper's Pupils. This insane team fight. Low main gets the opening pick onto John and then turns it around into a massive team fight. I was wondering, would they be able to make something of it? But now they've made more than something. I'd say they've retaken the lead in this game.
Yeah, which is unbelievable for the game state they're in. I mean, chaining 1 kill into another, but the way it was done, I mean, it was just heinous hook after hook that brought us back here. I mean, that is a Bebop that's going to have chiropractic issues for the rest of his life should they win this game. But Jake, what a game it's been. 35 minutes in, evened up in low main, just working with an advantage, and we'll see if he's able to do it again. If you're Melee Creeps, you got to be all sorts of careful. I mean, you think about your mental state at this point, you're not playing as freely into the game because you don't know if a low main hook is around the next corner.
And the doorman door too, right? I think that's like the synergy between these two has been a huge part of the success for low main, that Zeno is putting him in these crazy positions that you'd never be able to safely play on Bebop, where you just get run down. But being able to back through the door is massive. Hook comes in, but it's just a little bit too late. Already a lasso connected. Clearly, melee creeps know where their bread is buttered. They're doing everything to try and burn down this Bebop, but a Scourge given to him by his allies maybe brings him out of that fight. There could still be a chase down coming, but at least Low Main lives to fight another day.
Yeah, I mean, if you're melee creeps, you want to isolate the problem and get rid of it, but he's able to get away. The interruption here on the Baroness, on to Do, who stays in the satchel a little bit too long. Nope, has the E-shift, doesn't quite matter, but still can burn it for no damage.
This pocket is like nigh unkillable. I mean, like, he is truly turbo late game here. 52K. He's got 11,000 souls over the Geist. I mean, he is doubling, almost doubling what Saya's net worth. Like, this is the ultra late game pocket. He has everything he wants. I mean, the cheat death is like, you just ran out of things to buy, honestly.
Look, you might be a little bit estranged with your family, but when you're that rich, you kind of know how to get more money. It's kind of how it goes here for Pocket and what they bring.
I'd rather see the Diviners here. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe he's worried about, like, you know, potential catches that just end the game on him. But I feel like Do really needs to carry this game now. He's kind of the only player who's able to keep up in some of this, like, ultra late game damage. So the Affliction is crucial. Missing one could break the back of melee creeps, and as the mid boss comes up, a bird comes out from average. Tense moment here in the match.
Bird on the setup. Once more, Low Main being targeted. However, Do's a little bit exposed right now. I mean, you mentioned Do needs to have a big play. Instead, Do eating a lot of damage here at the beginning. Ido, though, Flying Strike, diving on deeper. The engage is out. Lefa, though, punishes Saya early into the fight. Down we go. Affliction on 2. League and Lefa looking a little bit low. Melee creeps, though, they need to trade out at least one. They're working down one here so far. They would love to get League. You have Do on the assault. Gets Zeno on the chase down, as League right now is desperately trying to leave the fight.
Second Affliction available here. Lefa and League, their Afflictions expire now, but Lefa's still in trouble, still taking damage. A dive coming in. Ido needs this kill onto Lefa outside the base. Oh, could very well decide the team fight. Oh, but Lefa does slip away. Ido grabs the urn. That's going to be his prize. But actually, maybe just
Bustio got a massive hook.
Prize.
Bustio got hooked from a mile away, took a ton of damage. Is Bustio actually about to die? Another hook just went off on Bustio. He's getting the treatment right now from Low Main off map. You take a look at, but okay, as I said, Bustio turns tables, low HP. Wolf form does some damage.
Pocket's in trouble.
The urn expires in the middle here, as right now Do, you talk about being a killable. Right now, sticks the course, drops the frogs, cheat death active, capes out.
Affliction on a 2, slows things down. Do uses absolutely every resource at his disposal in this fight, has very strong connections throughout, but I think it's really the across the board impact from the entirety of Pauper's Pupils. They're gonna go for the mid boss. This is wild moves here. I mean, Lash Ult and Furnace Ult, extremely confident play to force a mid boss here and take some damage. The Amber Shrine is dropping to creeps though, so maybe caught between a rock and a hard place are these Pauper's Pupils players. The roar comes out. It looks like a bit of a bait now for the melee creeps. Somebody's still down there hitting the mid boss. It's John. Shrine has to be defended by Infernus. He's not going to be here to contest. The roar came out just a second too late while Lefa was cleaning his base, and in the end, it'll be a clean rejuve for melee creeps, something that they've wanted so many times this game. Finally, they'll get it.
What a game this has been, Jake. I mean, the back and forths here, the heroics out of Do just a moment ago, the quite literally get away from death's door. But it has less of this. If we can get a look at the soul graph again, because I mean, this game has just been back and forth the entire time. Up, down, but melee creeps probably going to add another 10K to this before it's said and done. 3 clean rejuves, nothing to scoff at, Jake, especially this late into the game, with a comp that theoretically should be scaling better.
I will say, like, I think Pocket is insane in the late game, but I think once you get past a certain point, you almost run out of items to buy. I think that's kind of the nature of all the spirit damage heroes. Like, he buys spiritual overflow on Pocket. Like, you're really forcing it to get more spirit damage to buy that item on Pocket. You know, I can understand it. Maybe it's worth just to have, you know, more gun damage to clear minions and objectives and such. But like, cheat death is like a lot of this net worth. You know, it's like you almost wish you could give it to your teammates, right, and spread the love around a little bit, because Ido, Fishcake, and Bustio, the frontliners, they're kind of working with the scraps. They're, you know, some tough questions are going to be asked of them in these coming team fights, but the double Affliction fight on its own might be enough to just get this one done.
Yeah, I mean, there's something to be said for the fact that your farm post 35K starts getting progressively less effective than your farm up until that point because you're just trading off items a little bit more often. But okay, deep in the enemy territory here.
Oh, Ido's
trying to down. Ido's in some real danger here. Back off and into the. Okay, Do just goes in, drops the affliction, says, "Why don't you stay in the fountain a little bit longer while we, treat your shrines to a good time."
Isn't that a little forced though to like go that early? I mean, League and Pauper's going to be very healthy. They could just come and fight and like not respect the affliction at all. And yeah, this second shrine is emerging as a flashpoint here. Do I think he's lost his cheat death here? Gonna be in trouble. Fishcake hooked in. The damage fall up is immediate. Shiv without the tanking is 2 rejuves now off the field. Crucially, onto Pocket and Shiv. Can there be follow-up kills? Concussive combustion out from left. It doesn't seem like it got much connection, but a 5-man death slam. Oh my god, they're all caught with only 1 rejuve remaining. Still players alive, healthy. Lepa incredibly low. If he could reset on this furnace, would be massive, but he cannot slip away.
5-man death slam, but not enough to turn the tide. League doing his best in the moment, but Melee Creeps able to sustain. The shrine finally goes down. It was a tortured fight for it. The patron now exposed. Melee Creeps working with a permanent advantage. It comes at the cost of the rejuves, but they're very. It's Do. Do just took a trip to the Baroness.
If he goes down here, he's in. Okay, he does. But for the Majestic leap out, surely. This is like the pocket kills for the game here. If you can kill him, he's going to be dead for 90. It's going to be a brutal. The duration on this satchel is obscene. This hero, he's going to have another cheat death soon.
And a cape.
They recognize they can't get the kill. This hero, all right. All right. Something's wrong here.
Yeah, we've achieved just permanent I don't want to die mode with this cooldown. With this combination of items and cooldown reduction.
It's like, what does he buy here? Right? He sells the enchanters, right? Yeah. But like I guess diviners. Okay, spellbreaker. Okay, maybe it makes sense. He needs the debuff resist.
Yeah, he's not dying, or they're not dying in this situation. Like it is.
Yeah. Do is. I mean, this is an insane pocket game. It's such a high pressure game for him though. Like if you make one bad mistake, the thing about cheat death is you can get purged by curse. So it isn't. Although I don't see any curses, I really wish Lomain would grab a curse. Okay, no, did he just buy that? Am I crazy? Okay, he did literally just buy it. Literally speak of the devil, baby. Curse is big here.
$15 donation to the prize pool. Cursey, BYD in. Okay, hook in. They're looking for Fishcake. Another hook. Fishcake getting the combos here, but the team back up. It's not their time. Average, they look at the finish, and another hook coming from Lomain. Playing around the door. Hook after hook. Forces out the shout transformation now out of Ido. Ido at half HP, even with the Scourge being active. Gonna go for the friendly flying strike and immediately look to disengage, but Jake, Fishcake's down for 65, mid-boss is up at 40. This one is not over yet.
Absolutely not, man. The threat of the doorman, like everyone playing on the door like that in the late game is so insanely strong. It's so easy to dodge incoming damage, come back in, totally control the engagement on your own terms. It's definitely getting a little bit dicey here for both teams, frankly. I mean, even with shrines down, like everyone is so farmed at this point. They're able to clear the waves very, very quickly. Wonder if there'd be even something like a Ricochet ever bought for Lefa, if only just to deal with the base. Lasso, ooh, thrown a little bit wide. A little too many targets to choose from in this moment. Curse thrown out, but not for some good value. Damage is coming in. Collection onto 4 players, but is it enough? I mean, they got kind of boxed out of that fight. It feels also a little desperate for Do to throw the affliction just to do something.
Do get DB'd off immediately, but you get DB on cooldown, and I think Refresher is still up, but where's Average?
We need to check Pocket. We need to see if Affliction is up. That's the most important thing in the game right now. If he has a Refresher, changes everything. If he doesn't have Refresher, I honestly think they need the Affliction to fight.
I'm like 90% sure that Do has Refresher at the moment.
30 seconds. 30 seconds.
It's close enough.
Yeah, it's close. You may not have the read as Poppers. You may not have the timer Refresher. Osaya? Osaya 1 HP?
Osaya caught.
Oh, the late game picks keep coming. Poppers Pupils, the deathmatch in the ultra late has been fantastic for them. Even with the Hidden King Patron exposed, this game is not over yet. The picks keep coming in to really keep Poppers Pupils competitive into this one, but it's so scary to rip mid-boss with 2 crazy waves crashing on your base. Now maybe a consideration to look for this Bebop, but even Ido thinks better that it's going to cancel the flying strike. League though, whoa, Company to rock in a hard base. That's a DB just to get himself out of trouble. 5-on-6, risky move for Melee Creeps, but they're trying to force it.
Bustio's going in. Bustio, though, may went a little bit too far in. Thought he had the chase down. Gets hooked by Lomain and punished. Lomain able to get the punish in on the Bustio. Fishcake taking a reprieve here in the Baroness. Melee Creeps down 2 here so far. Poppers, though, dies in the melee, so melee creeps do get at least one out for trade in what has been a non-stop fight. And okay, Lomane versus the world inside the Veil. Fishcake able to finish it off. The threat of Bebop is gone. And melee creeps starting to edge out ahead here. Looking for more is Dew on the chase down. He who cannot be killed. Dew has been putting on a masterclass here so far.
Really good awareness by Lefa. Knows that him getting afflicted is actually really bad for them. He needs to be healthy on this Infernus. Uh-oh. Shiv gonna be looked at here, completely ignoring the pocket. Just don't look at the unkillable guy. Good moves from Lash so far. Has the DB. Shouldn't be in too much trouble there. Is gonna take off any of that lingering damage. Pocket has a spirit buff, as if he needed the help.
Yeah, just you know,
73k. Like
they just have all the tools right now.
This is getting ridiculous. He only has 5 3,200 items. The rest of his items, like, I mean, at this point, I don't even know if you buy anything anymore. Can you do the golden egg cell spam? Like, what do you do at this point with the souls? I really don't even know.
They kind of nerfed the golden egg cell spam, but you are starting to hit the point of just,
I guess
I'm so rich, what do I do?
For duration? I actually don't know if that's worth.
It's time to make risky investments with souls. I don't know how you do it outside the game, but I mean, at this point, Dew has covered all of his needs.
Okay, he buys Indom over Dispel Magic, sure. I feel like selling, I mean, I guess Diviners isn't even useful because you're never dying anyway. So maybe the duration is in fact a better item. I mean, this is truly like the 1 in a million Deadlock game that actually is 74k. He's so rich.
The way this game is going, this could be one of our, I don't know if we've gone to an hour in Night Shift before. I actually don't
one of
think
the richest players we've ever seen on the Night Shift. I mean, this is great to watch, actually. This is true late game Deadlock. But I got to give credit to Popper's Pupils. The Shrines being against them is really rough here, but they keep managing to make these picks work. Finally, melee creeps have just stabilized the game enough to where this is where it's really scary. When the waves are crashing against you, somebody has to clear waves because the Shrines are pushing against you. And then you have to force a fight around mid-boss. Here it comes, melee creeps. Gonna rip it in.
He's not there.
Are they gonna go for the commit or just the roar? Just the roar. But they see it. They know that's a fake. And now immediate scout is gonna come in. Infernus, instant ult, instant warps to the high ground. Is he gonna die? He goes down before the concussive can go off. Lefa down. He's been living so well in these fights, but this may be the beginning of the end. A 3-man affliction found by Dew. Brutal into the fortunes of Popper's Pupils. A couple of those afflictions are purged off, but with Refresher available, this fight is not done just yet. Popper's Pupils need to somehow contest these rejuves, but their base is going to be dropped by creeps if they stay out here much longer.
Yeah, I mean, it's a do or die situation, and they're looking for Dew at the specific and saying, Dew, actually, why don't you die? However, Affliction thrown out once more, able to just buy time. Rejuves, though, are down, and right now they're split. Popper's Pupils able to get one, and melee creeps loses one of the crystals immediately. All the crystals are gone, Jake! The trade-outs continue. Popper's Pupils still on the losing end of this so far, especially if they lose Lomane and Xeno. 3 down, melee creeps still more alive. It comes at the cost of the rejuves. But it has been fought tooth and nail, but maybe we're starting to see the end here, Jake. Melee creeps, they walk away with a 4-man advantage. First stage Patron about to fall.
I don't think the spawns come in time here. Yeah, you're still down for 40. That's just game. It'll be up to 3 members to try and desperately hold on. The Rift is capped by average, which is a little interesting. That I guess, I don't know if he could do anything in the base anyway. Patron spawn time going to be very valuable. Infernus with the Scourge is going to try and tank up. Has E-Shift as well. Needs to get this damage resist on the Hidden King. Gets 1 layer of resist. Maybe they can get a second. They're playing with the Doorman door off of the pit, but Xeno super low playing with fire. Cannot afford to leave the pit, and the damage is just overwhelming. The invuln is online, but as Lefa drops, so too will the Hidden King. Melee creeps. A slogfest of a game 2. And I gotta say, ZP, thank God we're not doing a BO5.
Yeah, honestly, I was thinking the same exact thing. I'm like, okay, if all the games are going to be like this, we're going to go this long. A best of 5, man, we'd be ending at 4 p.m. Eastern at this rate. But Jake, no one can complain. We have been treated to a masterclass of Deadlock, one of the most active back and forth games we have seen in Night Shift history, regardless of region. I mean, look, it's a good thing Popper's Pupils put on the boxing gloves because this was a slugfest, Jake, from beginning to end.
Yeah, incredible match. Love the coordination from Xeno and Lomane to play off the Doorman Bebop combo and claw picks back and like keep that game interesting. But you got to hand it to Dew. I mean, he has got like 34 buttons in the late game and he is pressing them all, man. He is hitting affliction after affliction. Never died to my knowledge. Like once we kind of reached that point in the late game, I'm pretty sure he just never ever died. And like at some point, eventually Pocket is just going to find his way through. But any moment the catch comes against him, he's caught in the wrong position, caught by a curse, right? Like, that could completely change. But it's just incredibly well executed from him to have that kind of a solo carry performance.
Yeah, I mean, look, that game went so long that I desperately get a drink of water, but look, that was unreal, the back and forth. Also, I mean, you talk about stories at lane. Yeah, we talk about Do and what Do was doing, but man, low main, there was a period of time there where low main just entered into the flow state and was actually Deadlock God. But I mean, you talk about big moments here too. League, so many times, especially in mid pit, making magic happen here on the Lash, staying alive, dealing tons of damage. Like, Jake, I am fiending to see what the final damage stats are going to be, because the eye test only goes so far with some
I think
of the
Pocket's
wackiness we
over
saw in this game.
100K. That's my prediction.
Yeah.
I think Pocket's like 120K. Give me your over-under on that. 120K damage for Pocket.
Yeah, I think Pocket over 100 for sure.
Yeah, insane performance from him. And I really got to hand it to all of them melee creeps, you know, even with some of their players kind of falling behind in the economy game, they were able to really do their job, which at a certain point is just like running down afflicted targets for the kills and not giving up too many picks. This hook, this kept Popper's Pupils in the game, I almost single-handedly. Like, if this doesn't happen, I think this game is over 10 minutes ago, you know what I mean? But this kill onto John's Geist, I mean, you can tell how farmed he is, that they can barely get the kill with those two insane hooks. It snowballs them back into the game, but eventually, dude just kept hitting spells, and at some point, you just can't make your way back. Insane lash ult here. Can't believe this wasn't an even bigger moment in the game, right? With that kind of you thought this would be like almost a team wipe for melee creeps, the 5-man death slam.
Okay, I think part of that though was that a lot of the counter spells got saved for the post death slam there, and the damage that may have been lethal, a lot of it got counter spelled away. Just look at the replay there from that end, because yeah, I mean, look, we're watching it, losing our minds at the 5-man death slam. It's like, surely this is the flip, but you know what? Counterspell, pretty good item. And I mean, also the item that I think maybe frustrated low main the most this game, where so many times it would be hook into, oh, you want the uppercut? How about if I counterspell? And it just, you know, happened over and over again. But Jake, the wait is over. The stats are here, and yep, 6-figure damage for Do in this game. And Xeno nearly doing the same on Doorman, just... man, oh man, just wildly back and forth. And I mean, Average probably would have cracked 100K himself if the ramping on Owl was better. That's the one thing about this game, is that it wasn't really a good ramp game for GT, but I mean, with all the twists and turns, all the hooks, the backs and forths, it was not actually the main story.
Absolutely insane match. You know, you just can't replicate moments like this, so it's just good to bask in it a little bit. And honestly, for these two teams, probably going to need a hot second, little bathroom break, little drink of water. I won't give them any crap for delaying the game after this 48-minute, 44-second barn burner of a game 2. And this is just melee creeps, man. They just refuse to die, refuse to go down, even in a game that feels like it's slipping through their fingers. They just grasp on that little bit tighter and send us to a decisive game 3. The draft, though, is going to be very interesting to see now, with both teams kind of getting a sense of some of the threat on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, look, this has been a phenomenal series so far. Melee creeps, they bring it back. And Jake, I'm ready for a break, and I'm ready for map 3. What a day of Deadlock it's been. No challenger match, no problem, because Melee Creeps and Popper's Pupils, they came on to put on a show. What is the conclusion going to be? Well, I want to find out. I hope you want to find out too. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
I see Shiv. This
I see great talent. Let's take out great talent. I see Lash. I see talent. Hunter's over here. I see Pupils. I see talent. Careful, Holiday. I see Bebop. I see Calico. I see Calico. Careful, Yamato. Let's take out Bebop. Take out Bebop. Bebop's looking to hook someone. Lash is right here. I see Lash. I see him burning.
Good work, Pocket.
The doorman is. Show them why you are a Lord.
I see Calico.
The rejuvenator is descending.
I see Calico. Let's go to Broadway.
I see Geist.
All right, we are back here on Night Shift 47, and yes, we are human. A small break was required because who wouldn't want to take a small breather after what was a barn burner of a game, Jake? I mean, that was back and forth. We had the sine wave on the soul allocation, and man, both teams had moments I could be really proud of. Melee Creeps take it in the end, but that was wild from beginning to end.
Yeah, that's just one of those games going to go down in the history books. But in the end, it's just a game too, right? It really just keeps Melee Creeps alive as we zoom out into the bigger picture of the series. We're going to a final map here in the best of three, an opportunity for redemption from the last game. And I also feel like, you know, even with those two shrines down, honestly, I think Melee Creeps close out that game. It's like kind of doing obviously a superhero effort, superhuman effort on the pocket. But I've gotten a little worried for them when like you have both shrines down. You would think it would be a little easier to close out the game, especially when your pocket is that far, but they had to absolutely work for it. The playmaking from the doorman, from the Bebop was, you know, really keeping Pauper's Pupils alive.
Yeah, and I mean, I think low main's ability to just turn hooks into big moments, I think it actually did limit Melee Creep's ability to be mobile around the map. It was just, at some point you go, I don't know, if I turn this corner, am I going to die the low main? And sometimes the answer was yes between the two teams. So, I mean, look, very high kudos to Popper's Pupils to just stay in the game even when they were behind. You gotta give constant kudos here to do, where frankly, I think if you're looking at this next draft, which is just starting to get underway, I believe, we'll be tuning into in a second, but I honestly wonder here how much from the Popper's People side you go, okay, we don't want to give away Pocket, and then from Melee Creep's end, if you want to block Bebop. I think the problem for Melee Creeps is that blocking Bebop is a lot more of a reach than it is for Popper's Pupils to block Pocket, which is, more generally a high meta pick anyways. Like, if you block a Bebop, that's a specific, wow, this guy is really good at a hero that otherwise would not be seen until the later end of the draft. Whereas if Popper's Pupils puts a little bit more attention onto Pocket, what's the big deal? Pocket's oftentimes first pick, first ban anyways. So I think a little bit of an edge of Popper's Pupils if you're looking at, things to take away, but it might open up the paradox for Boostio should they go that route.
Yeah, I kind of think, the thing about low main as a player too is like, yeah, he's doing crazy things on the Bebop, but for me, it's way more about him as an individual than it is about Bebop on the hero. You put him on something else, he's going to be making huge plays. They're going to be, in a different vein. But hey, maybe a hero with more solo carry potential for low main, like I wouldn't be mad at that either. So I do think Pocket, after hitting that like ultra power spike, is going to be living rent free in everybody's head for quite a hot sec. So maybe that's going to be one hero that no one wants to let through. But maybe Doorman in the same vein. Like those fights when, Popper's Pupils are like 5-manning out of the door and like playing into it, that is so incredibly annoying for Melee Creeps. I think they might be focusing that with the ban in this one.
Yeah, on the other hand, you won against Doorman. You didn't win against Weapon of Mass Destruction Viscus, who was just absolutely throwing out obscene amounts of damage. Like, I don't know. Like, as terrible as it was to deal with the Doorman, I feel like dealing with Xeno's Viscus was actually worse. So, maybe we don't throw away the lessons of game one where, Melee Creeps just got slimed. It was like old school Nickelodeon for half of the game, Jake.
Yeah. In a way, they're almost kind of similar heroes for Xeno. It is going to be the Melee Creeps banning away the Viscus. First pick to Melee Creeps. It's an interesting one for Popper's Pupils now because, what are they going to ban away here? Is it the Mirage? Maybe they ban the Doorman away themselves. We've seen Saya use the hero to great effect. It'll be the Pocket, though. They think maybe this is the snap first pick Pocket is too threatening. I do think, though, this gives Doorman to Melee Creeps, which I think sets them up pretty well for this draft because now Xeno is kind of blocked out of both of the two heroes he's been super high impact on this series. We've also seen him look very good on the Holiday previously. That'd be another one I wouldn't mind seeing maybe grabbed here for Popper's Pupils.
Yeah, but even Holiday, especially with some of the barrel scaling nerfs, is not just doing the AoE slop that you get out of both Viscus and Doorman. So, it's still a decent amount of AoE slop with barrels for a part of the game, but yeah, I think
not the ultra late kind of scaling that the Doorman and Viscus bring to your point. It will be the Mirage though, which I think is going to be a great pick. I feel like Leffa has looked pretty solid on this, gives him a great laner. I'm worried though because I have seen this before. I feel like Saya is fantastic on the Doorman. We've seen him lane with like John's Geist, and they kind of like I think this was last week. They like tore the lane apart and they won the game. So Popper's People, they're gonna snatch the Geist away. I kind of like this. They get the premier carries, I say, of the patch. Mirage able to play more of an enabling, disabling debuffer style, and Geist able to play the heavy hard carry. But that means Melee Creeps are going to have their pick of the litter for the pick and initiator heroes.
Well, they're going to go Calico, and I was almost going to say maybe you go Venator, Paradox, because I do think, again, you got to go back and forth with the silver. I would like to see Boostio on his most comfortable hero, which by all accounts is Paradox, if you can get it. However, there's also a risk here that if you don't grab something like the Venator, maybe Venator gets banned and you're in a tough spot, but instead Melee Creeps go, nope, it's going to be silver all day, all night, and probably going to be Boostio on the silver for an extra time. Now, the problem for Popper's Pupils, though, is that you still may want to ban the Paradox because you could put someone like Dew on the silver. Dew's not going to be on the Pocket again. So even though you may go, oh, Boostio's been on silver all day long, you still probably have the voice in your head saying maybe we should ban Paradox because they could put Boostio on the Paradox and then just put Dew on the silver.
It almost feels like right now, at least looking at the draft, is a little bit of a role reversal between these teams. Like Popper's Pupils have picked the more like frontline static heavy draft. They're going to ban the Venator, who is one of the key damage dealers who could have threatened him. I would have thought Infernus is higher prior, but good call out from you, ZP, that they more worried about the Venator pick as well. Maybe, you know, that anti-heal uniquely on the consecrated grenade is pretty powerful. But it's going to be very scary to like stand and deliver into the Popper's Pupils lineup. It'll be melee creeps who are going to be in this position of super mobile, super aggressive, and trying to like turn the screws on their opponents. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see kind of who pilots what I would sort of look at this draft as the other team's preferred style.
It's got to be Paradox, right? Yeah. The reason why it had to be Paradox here is that Xeno's hero pool was actually starting to get pretty limited. Where, okay, yeah, Xeno has probably a way deeper hero pool in general. Even could pull out the Yamato if you go deep enough in the history. But recent heroes, Paradox was it. And it has the dual benefit of it removes the possibility of Boostio Paradox and Do on the silver. So instead, Shiv is going to come out here, probably going to be Do on the Shiv. And the question for me now, Jake, is that what does John play? Because John's been in the Geist Venator camp for a while. I mean, those are the two main heroes we've seen John on. Every now and then, John can play a Lash. Or, in this case, I think we have our answer, Jake. It's going to be the old Warden.
Have we seen Warden played in Night Shift since the last round of nerfs coming in? Because he got a straight nerf to bullet scaling, and I think pretty much no one's been touching him since then. Neither have I. I don't really see him in ranked that much either. This is a little bit. I'm really surprised they don't take the Infernus there, right? Like that would have been a much more straightforward meta pick. I don't often see John on the Infernus. I wonder if that's a comfort issue.
Ever. I don't think we've ever seen John in Infernus. If we did, you're talking about something that would be probably a year in the past or more. It is just not something in John's hero pool. John's hero pool is relatively concentrated. It's a lot of Venator, it's a lot of Warden in the past. It's stuff like Geist, and every now and then in a Wraith. But Infernus, I don't think that was ever part of the equation for John. But we're gonna get
the Warden hurts here. I don't think that's the pick you would have wanted, right? If you had, you know, like let's say you weren't worried about player flexibility, Viper will be the finisher for me. Like, okay, this one's getting wild and wacky. As I look at this draft ZP, it's hard not to see Popper's Pupils running away with it. They got a ton of super premium picks in this one.
On the other hand, when Melee Creeps gets Viper, they win. Fishcake, the last few times we've seen Fishcake on Viper, has just actually run away at the game to the point that it makes you wonder why they don't go for the Viper longer. So I feel like
it's a tough Viper game, though, ZP. There's a lot of stuns in this draft, a lot of lockdown for Viper.
Yeah.
I feel like Viper, when you can get away, you can like be slippery and sliding away, and there's the enemy can't quite catch up to you. But like you got Billy Chain, you got Paradox Shot, Infernus has a stun, Apollo has a stun, Mirage has a stun, or you know whatever, Tornado disable for a moment, especially when you get that quad Tornado build online. Like if anything, Popper's Pupils, maybe they've gone a little greedy with like the tri-core carry. But if they just get away with that, if Apollo and Billy and Paradox can have a decent job in the early game, maybe Infernus played a little bit more of like a dash build style. Like Mirage is a great mid-game fighter now too, especially if you're building towards Tornado. I think this is a very strong draft from Popper's Pupils. I'm a little bit worried about melee creeps even from the laning phase. Like Warden and Viper are really just not played often these days.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Viper I actually have less worries on than the Warden, because Warden, I mean, good God, man. Like the amount that Warden's gun has gotten hit on gun scaling is unreal. I mean, it's down to like, is it sub 0.20 right now? Because it used to be 0.54. I mean, the Warden gun scaling thing has just been,
Jesus.
Every few patches is like, yep, we're hitting the gun scaling again. We're hitting the gun scaling again. And the gun scaling has been well and like hit into the ground. Yeah, Warden does have hybrid builds that are still like reasonably effective. And you get the comfort pick buff for John. But I agree. As far as this draft goes, I think it's a draft win for Popper's Pupils. The Viper
is this
a wild
going to be
card,
a Spirit Warden, like, or like some kind of an ulti build? Like, I almost feel like you're maybe obliged to at least hybrid, right? I don't think you can go the completely ignore Spirit build. I'm also not even fully convinced you can do the 4.8k Spirit spike investment. I think you might need to build into some like bigger Spirit investments and play around the ulti. Maybe you could do some sort of like a Merc Mag style and try and hit the bullet damage that way. But I don't know. I mean, it's kind of open to John what he thinks is the best build. No one else is really playing these characters right now. And so for melee creeps, I feel like they got kind of drafted into a bit of a corner here. Popper's Pupils turning the screws in game 3.
Also, I mean, Sai's having to stretch his hero pool because we haven't. I mean, Sai had a period of time where Sai was playing Doorman a lot,
right?
No,
he was played last week
in the past. I mean, Sai in recent times it's a little bit less. It's not entirely foreign, but I just think in terms of in the back of my head, what teams have done well with what heroes, and overall, I don't think melee creeps has usually been the most comfortable on Doorman. Part is that they had a period where they're swapping up who was playing constantly. You had Ido on Doorman for a long period of time. Then it was Saya. I mean, they would change up quite a bit. But I I don't love melee creeps on Doorman. That's just something I have in my head because I think even when it's worked, it hasn't been like, oh man, I'm so glad they picked this hero.
They also don't really have the heroes that we often see picked with Doorman, which are like, I think of like, I mean, not anyone's really playing Mo, but like heroes that almost offer something like Mo, which is they pop out of the door and like jump on you and kill you and run away, you know? And maybe Silver can do that, is pretty decent, but maybe the Warden can assist, and you know, maybe I'm not giving it enough credit. But there's no, like the Bebop we saw last game was so fantastic playing off those doors, you know, grabbing people from a potentially contested location.
Jake, off in EU, we actually saw the Doorman Dynamo. That was pretty effective.
I agree.
I mean,
like,
you saw some ridiculous things happen.
Pop out of the door with a black hole. Like, that is scary. I mean, even though Dynamo's not played that much, there's like obvious synergy there. Pop out with the instant lockdown and instant team fight skill. Interesting, it'll be Average locking in the Infernus. I feel like Average has been the player who just always falls on the sword of sort of like ultimate flex of like playing whatever the team needs him to play. Which is definitely a challenge, but I feel like he does tend to have good games even when he's off the comfort picks.
Yeah, I mean, Average, I feel like every team has the player of just like, welp, I guess I'll do it. And Average has definitely turned into the guess I'll do it player for Poppers Pupils. I mean, it's a good call. I think Average usually looks the best when Average is able to play heroes that are a little bit more tanky, a little bit more frontline. But also, I mean, Furnace is kind of the hero that you don't really expect Infernus to die a whole lot. So even if it's not like the most comfortable picks for Average, I think he's going to be fine and probably not have that tough of a game. I do think when I look at the melee creeps draft, when it comes back around to the Boostio question, and, you know, some people have been looking at the stat screen being like, hey, you know, should Silver be doing more damage? I do think for the draft that melee creeps have, you're actually looking at the Silver that have a higher contribution in this game than any of the other games melee creeps have had. So, you know, I do think you have to take a closer look at the Silver play for melee creeps, because if it's hurting, I don't know if the comp they have is going to be enough to sort of bring it over the top. But either way, Jake, this should be a great one to end the night on. 1-1, going the distance yet again, Jake, where it's been 3 weeks back to back where everything goes to 3 in the finals. It would be another 8-map day if we had an NA Challengers match. Just wild parity in Deadlock as of late.
Yeah, it's been great to watch, honestly. These two teams now back and forth, week in, week out. Both teams grinding, working, hustling, trying to like get that head and shoulders over the competition, but no one has been able to do it, right? They haven't been able to separate themselves, which I think, you know, is a very exciting sign for the future of Deadlock, that two teams, you know, at the top of their game, given their all, can in fact be still neck and neck after a month of grinding away at it.
All right. Well, who's to say NA can't have some pauses, much in the way of EU? At least this one was done at the beginning of the game and not right as the Rejuvenator Crystal was dropping on down. But, yeah.
We love a good pause in the thick of the action. I mean, you know, with like the heavy melee swinging in, too late to back off, you know, like that's true Deadlock right here. R is going to come out from Xeno. Xeno, I mean, another huge playmaker. We've been talking about him as like, okay, the Doorman, the Viscous, he's doing crazy things on them, but has also looked fantastic on the Paradox and the Holiday. I feel like this is a player who has risen, in my eyes at least, to be one of the really key players on this team, and it's a team of very strong members. I don't think that's an easy slot to hold.
Also, one thing of note here, Jake, is that, okay, it's not entirely bereft of playmaking, but it's not as strong as having a Paradox Holiday Bebop for melee creeps. Like, if melee creeps is to fall a little bit further behind, you're having the hope for, like, Doorman shenanigans with Viper Calico to generate picks. And while it's not impossible, it's not as much of a go-to as other team comps. So as I look at it here, I think this game, it's incredibly important for melee creeps not to find themselves in the hole really for any reason, because I don't think their comp deals with it as well as, say, Popper's Pupils might on actually making a comeback.
Is there another lane swap coming in? Melee creeps, they really like their lane swaps. Guess you can't do too much Guardian damage this early, but a full wave crashing on the tower. Gonna hurt. I think these laners are terrible. I think like Viper is, I think the reason people aren't playing Viper and Warden is that they have become a lot weaker on lane. I guess Warden's probably still a decent laner. He's more of a scaling issue for him, but I'm definitely worried about Viper's ability to have an effective lane here. The Shiv Calico, though, should be a pretty serious threat, but the lane tempo has gone really wrong in this side lane. I mean, the lane swap kind of does that.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting for Viper, where you look at her arc over time. There was a point where Viper was an absolute lane terror, and that got reined in a bit. Shiv also getting reined in a bit, but Ido down to half HP. in the right lane here, where, I mean, Apollo, guys, not an easy run of things here. I mean, Apollo is still terrifying in lane. You know, in general as a hero, still a hero
Action in
that's
the
a
mid
little bit
lane.
more early in the mid decoded. And yeah, what in the world is going on in mid right now as it's taken a turn to the side?
Yeah, I think the mid lane is actually going to be a very important lane in this particular match. Lefa and Xeno, the members chosen here by Poppers Pupils to take the challenge against Saya and John John. We've been talking about the two of them as one of the scarier laning combos of competitive Deadlock right now. I think the way the mid lane breaks down is going to be very crucial for this match. I think the draft is kind of such that you almost need to win the mid lane for melee creeps. I mean, I don't want to put them on that. Obviously, there's always chances for comebacks in Deadlock, but Mirage is a terrifying laner at this point, especially for somebody like Warden. He's got a big body. You're not really going to avoid giving away these procs and, you know, keeping all the regen up on Mirage. You can't take this trade. Lefa is absolutely fearless there. Doesn't even back to cover when John John slides forward.
Also, Jake, in terms of scaling challenges, I feel like the net effect of some of the Warden nerfs and change-ups is that Warden is greedier than he's ever been to be ahead of the game. Like, when you start getting some of those nerfs, you know what the solution is? Get more farm. If you get really rich, it solves all ills, and priority
what is
number
going
one
on
for John
in the
John is, Ido is nearly dead.
I mean, Saya's roaming on Doorman, but they're like losing their Guardian here. They're losing this fight that Doorman ostensibly seemed like he was coming into. Ooh, that parry. It's going to be enough to get the kill on the league, but it's going to be a quick double for Poppers. And another hero that can get to these kind of explosive early game snowballs, the Apollo. I mean, we sometimes forget this character can do very, very serious damage. I mean, he does kind of fall off into the late game, becomes a little bit more of a tank, but I mean, the mid lane Guardian is in serious question here. John John and Saya are both low, and Mirage and Paradox are not going to back down from this pressure.
I mean, it's also bad you lose mid Guardian this far. It's going to set back John John's farm.
I wonder if they're going to roam someone in here to defend it. Like, this is looking dire. They can't even contest the creeps really on these waves.
It's a real problem and something that could just throw the game out of reach. John John is back in lane finally, but the Guardian is just getting pummeled from all ends. Binding Word gonna force Mirage to take a few steps back. But certainly this mid lane, especially backed up by Doorman. I mean, Doorman Warden is not a weak lane, but it has been taken the task here by the Paradox Mirage lane. Elsewhere, taking a look at Boostio, looking for a dive in here. A little bit of shots here. Average goes for the flame dash, not enough to save. Fishcake able to finish what Boostio sets up.
It's a big find for the Viper and Silver here on the lane. Lomane back into the action. Going to get some of the solo farm on Billy here. Maybe get towards that ultimate a little bit quicker, but slowing down average on this Infernus is definitely a worthwhile goal. Given that he might not get, you know, as much farm priority, the recovery is going to be a little bit more difficult if he finds himself in that spot. A vitality buff. Help us think about whether he even needs this, I think, with how much regen he's been having on the lane. But, I mean, it can't hurt to add more, especially when it comes to HP that you could just be more and more aggressive with.
I mean, it's going to make this even more complicated for John John and Saya, but Binding Word going to come out into the double tornado and instant just leaving the Binding Word radius.
That's why this matchup, like Warden, is just, it's like unplayable into Mirage. Like he just escapes every time. It's so hard and it's so tough to trade against. You know, even with like the ulti late game, I feel like the tornado is gonna really suck to be playing into. Oh, a little bit of counter damage going back the other way. Nice connection though, and hold on. This kill back on Xeno is gonna be good, but there's a very healthy Mirage just hunting you down here. Little juke through the veil might be enough to get Doorman out of trouble. I mean, even with just the Mirage here alone, like 2v1, easy work for him in the lane right now.
I mean, you listen closely, you can hear the ankles breaking, but it doesn't really bother Mirage too much. Into the side lane, though, things are getting scrappy. Lomane pops a chain gang immediately on getting it, picks up a kill, but Boostio might have him dead the rights here. Look out forward, goes fishing for the parry, doesn't land at Boostio. Just needs a few more shots. The curse beckons, and here we go. Can you find the chase down? And no, Rising Ram. Just going to be enough to get Lomane out of danger.
Ooh, could be in trouble. Furnace is back, has a dash. Viper has used the ultimate in the last fight, and this burn is going to be enough. AVG gets a big counter kill, puts average back on the map here on Infernus. Going to throw the concussive in as well. We also have action in the other side lane. This game is really starting to heat up. John John has also moved the Warden here over to the side lane, maybe to get some more comfortable farm, but average eventually was able to run down that kill. And after a couple early deaths, he's right back in the driver's seat on Infernus and actually near the top of the soul board.
You know, even though the aggregate looks to be a more even game, off the eye test, it feels like melee creeps are struggling to stay above.
They're down 4K. Down.
Boy, okay, it was okay. It just like shifted off the Guardians. It was like 2K was saying that, but beyond that, I don't know. This is melee creeps are struggling to keep up, and the bigger thing that's worrying to me is John's farm. You cannot have the start on board
league,
but
that's
okay,
a big
let's say
kill.
that.
But
It helps
counter
farm, but he's
kills.
about to die.
Yeah, he's in serious trouble. And a parry even thrown in. Maybe opportunity for some heavies, but Apollo out of buttons. Not gonna be able to get that kill. John, nightmare fuel here for him. Mirage getting active now on the map. Leffa just untouchable. Health bar refusing to drop below maximum. They're able to pick up a Guardian and slip away from him, which is nice. I don't think anyone on the map can fight this Mirage here. Wherever he goes, it's just a huge problem that melee creeps have to find ways of answering, just to at least mitigate the pressure with Sinners spawning here. Xeno already picks up Saya, and I mean, let's be honest, this is a pupil Sinner, even though it may be located on the melee creep side of the map.
Yeah. Also, I mean, Saya had the Panic Baroness hotel in the middle of that there, so you're gonna have Hotel Guest on cooldown. Things are quickly getting out of hand, and it's not just the aggregate, Jake, that I'm looking at here. Again, it's who's getting the farm, who's struggling.
Viper's in trouble. Viper's in very big trouble.
Fish Cake goes fishing for the parry, doesn't get it. 400 HP in the Dream, able to get to the zip line elsewhere.
Parry?
Okay.
Wait, big dog on the Calico here. Ido styling on him. 3 procs for Mirage, though. Both Viper and Mirage, even with the parry, not enough, and Leffa does slip away.
Let's take out Paradox.
Thing is, Jake, as we were kind of talking about, melee creeps, they don't have the best way of coming back if they're behind. As we chase down on Dew, Dew's going to be kept in check here, courtesy of League. Drops into the soul exchange, and oh, Boostio.
He's still pretty low on the silver. Tanking the tower is going to start to hurt here. Nice little movement from League, but stepping away from the tower makes him very vulnerable. Looks like he's out of stam, and that big bite comes in. Killbane keeps Boostio back and healthy. Poppers continues to elevate this streak, though. He is, what, a 5 streak, 9.2k souls here on this Apollo. Very serious
really
problems from the Apollo. Like, he can, like, at some point, you're just going to basically burst the hero with your full suite of spells, and that's going to be problematic. Melee creeps don't really have natural saves in the comp.
Again, I think the breakdown of mid lane, we have yet to feel the full ramifications of it for melee creeps. The pressure, the heroes that are getting pressured, where we're seeing Dew struggling this much early game, doesn't really bode well for Shiv either. Like, ideal start for melee creeps is that John and Dew are both ahead.
Saya?
It's not the
Saya in
case.
trouble?
Saya's already in danger in middle. Like, I think just ate a carbine into Apollo poke and might just be dead from this Paradox chase down. And it is. Xeno finishes it.
Yeah, there's more action behind it. Oh, no. The Shiv cannot go down here. Has a pretty nice bag on him. Concussive doesn't connect, but the burn may be enough, and the parry thrown away. Dew down. And the lion's share of the spoils from the Sinners goes into the bank account of Average. 2 more kills found elsewhere by Poppers. And, I mean, the full court press here. Massive pressure now. Poppers Pupils up to a 10k soul lead. Double
Never
buff
stop
available
gambling.
for them.
Even
Maybe
being
Average
contested.
should stop gambling. I think this is the moment to cease gambling. Could be a rundown for Viper, but also, ooh, I don't know. Inferno's pretty nasty with the turnaround. The burn down is going to be good. Even with that lethal Venom proccing, Average gets the kill. Locked up in the Baroness, though. Can he make it out without taking the full damage? Clean
Vegas
movement
security has
should get
gone
him there.
wild. We'll see if that's enough to take down Average. Elsewhere on the map, Earn being held by Leffa. And also, it looks
Helps
like
Average get away.
is
Great covering fire there from Xeno.
Average is able to get
Co.
away. And yeah, now for Mirage, Earn in firm control. Leffa just gonna bring it over. And I mean, Jake, anything that could go wrong for melee creeps has gone wrong in the last 5 minutes. I mean, this has been an unreal swing of the game. And again, melee creeps are not running a comp that's great at coming back from this sort of situation.
Definitely not. Oh, the invis. Xeno steps up. Boostio maybe happy to just escape with his life there. And I am worried because this Mirage build, he's kind of skipped some of the defensive tools that we often see Mirage buy, such as like Suppressor being, I think, a really key one. You can grade this straight to Rico. I don't know if Leffa's like that crazy to do it in Night Shift, but I have seen this before. You go Headhunter into Rico on Mirage, and like, I mean, really, like, he's under such low risk of dying. I kind of think it'd be a sick game to just recognize your advantage and go for the ultra greedy buy of Ricochet. I mean, there's a lot of maybe more plausible, like, you know, spirit damage focused buys he could think about, especially with Tornado maxed. But it's definitely scary when you're really considering these super early greedy builds.
right now, just looking for a place to travel to or a setup.
Just faking. I think they're just baiting and yeah. Fishcake's really wise to read this play. He's just cleaning up boxes behind the Guardian. I like that they're only having average show, but now the Midwalker's just under contest. Busio running for the hills. He cannot defend this. Definitely a bad sign. I don't think this Walker's going to go down, but some pretty meaningful damage thrown in. And with the Veil Walker online, I mean, Xeno can really get cheeky with the plays. Split pressure coming in. Multiple Walkers starting to get low. Another one, I'm not sure they'll be able to get the finish, but maybe they will. It's just one player hitting the defense. Comeback Rift here. Sure, it's going to be an easy grab for John. But I doubt they'll be able to get a Walker from it with Poppers rotating in.
Most likely not. And okay, taking a look at Ido at half HP. This is not a very scary Calico with this level of stat difference between the teams. Busio, though, tries to make it happen. Boot kick hits nothing but Tornado. Low main finishing off Do as this goes on. And Busio running for the hills. I mean,
10 million
engages
creeps
have gone for.
There's like maximum comeback creeps. Look at the picture in picture. There's so many of them. I mean, they're not that strong, but hold on. Maybe they can turn this into a Walker siege. Poppers now. He's out, though. Into the fight. John would love to just throw his life away for a Walker here. Should be able to get it. Is going to go down, but I think the creeps just finished the job here. Although
they're
I don't
so
know what's
strong
going
at this point in the game.
Flying away. They're flying away. They went over their head. They didn't realize the creeps are still on.
Winion moment at the very end. It's just like, what do you mean? There's like, two more?
It's like those old, I think that's like an old bug in like Source games where you get out of the map and or it's like an old Call of Duty bug where you like elevator up into the skybox from some crazy spot and then the creeps just juke and take the Walker. That's you gotta enjoy the alpha days here.
Jake, if melee creeps aren't gonna make any plays when you get run over, sometimes you gotta seek assistance from other places, and the Winions show how it's done. At the very end, still
they are called the melee creeps after all. I mean, it is maybe they've strong alliances with the minions here on the Cursed Apple. Sole difference though, world of trouble right now for melee creeps. This is Poppers Pupils' game to throw.
Swap in. Busio, the target here again, hit from multiple ends, is just completely assassinated. I mean, that was a full court press. And if you're melee creeps, I think you want to just leave, but Lomain pulls out the chains and says there is no escape. The pressure, unrelenting, rising ram, and the John puts the cop to sleep. And yeah, he's not really a cop in the lore, but hey, he's still dressed like one. Man,
I didn't even know that. I assumed he was. Average, so nice on the opposite side of the map. Where you think melee creeps are going to get some kind of good pressure. Average slips away and the counter kill comes in. Ido dies for daring to attempt it. And I love that Poppers Pupils are just playing for the kills, playing for the fights on the map, continuing to expand the lead. The one downside about having a lead this big, this early is that the death timers just aren't really long enough for you to take mid boss. It just is a huge risk to even go for it, even with any kind of an ultimate on the other side. But the kills, can keep going for those. Earn as well is going to be grabbed this time by Average, who I was expecting him to be a little bit poorer, but somehow, some way, he's come up into the full soul lead here on Infernus. 17k on fire.
Also, I don't think League's too afraid here. We'll see. I mean, the doorman kidnapped, but able to just walk right back through the door, courtesy of the nerf that happened a while back. And I mean, League still has swap too. This could easily go against melee creeps if they overdive here.
Creeps.
Yeah, no, you still have the swap. Okay, swap comes out. Geist but goes down.
The punish is coming in. Billy's here. Apollo's here. These are dream heroes to come and chase down all these kills. Sure, you come in and get a Geist, but Poppers Pupils are going to ensure that it's not for free. Although maybe the door actually gets them out of trouble. And in any other day, that would have been 3-4 heroes going down. Instead, it's just the split pressure across the map. Surely Fishcake's in serious trouble, and Xeno is going to run that one down. It's just going to be the standard defensive itemization for Leffa. Dreaming a little bit big to go for the Rico here, but honestly wouldn't mind seeing rushed early. With this kind of a lead, I think I'd love to see them get really greedy with the item choices and ensure that they continue to outscale.
What we need here, we need a golden statue update, #1. And then #2, Jake, we have to put our heads together and think about ways melee creeps can get back into this game, because frankly, with the team comps we have right now, it's just a 20k lead, but with what's probably a significant golden statue buff and
that's massive.
This is tough. Like, this is so incredibly hard for melee creeps to find a way back into this game. Jake, at this point, with the comp that melee creeps have, I feel like you're hoping Poppers Pupils makes a big throw. Like maybe they go mid-boss when they don't have that big of advantage, or they just overextend. But I feel like the destiny of melee creeps is no longer in their own hands. And maybe it feels early to be saying this is 17 minutes, but I don't think so. I think this game is in a very, very tough spot for melee creeps now.
Yeah, I think they're very aware of just how dire the situation is. At this point, I think you're kind of looking for like the Doorman kidnap plays under Walker, or how Doorman can just influence a lot of these fights. I definitely think Popper's Pupils are going to be very cautious about attempting a mid boss, even with the lead they have. Without Doorman on the field, honestly, I think in this kind of game, you might just rip the mid boss with like maybe some ulti advantage and feel like that's good enough. But with Doorman, I don't think you can take that kind of a risk. It's also very scary to siege walkers into Doorman. So that's the hope for melee creeps, that they can stall out the game. But if they keep bleeding these pickoffs on the side lanes, that's going to become a real issue. As you can see, when they do come to contest this wave, there's like 3 players hovering the wave. Everybody's ready to support John just in case there was a gank waiting for him. Popper's Pupils got to be careful, though. You could go for a side lane gank and kind of wind up in a bigger team fight than you were ready for with Calico waiting for a counter execute.
I mean, I think upsides here for melee creeps, you know, small things to latch onto is that as far as farm goes, League is actually a little bit behind. You're not dealing with just a super farmed Geist for some of this, because you talk about heroes that really push soul advantage where it feels really bad to play against them when they're behind. Geist has to be top of the list because she just doesn't die. But that also may be changing, because take a look here, Walker push is going to be putting a lot more souls in League's pocket.
Blue Steel got chained as well. And it would have been just an advantaged, what would have been a comeback rift changed for a Walker, and now it turns for a Walker and 2 kills, which that's a rough death from melee creeps. I really think they made a big mistake even being here. John's trying to turn it around for some counter pressure in the mid, but this is a really risky maneuver. If you go down on Warden here, I think the mid boss is very likely to fall. There's so many of these damn creeps. Mirage with the mass tornadoes is pretty solid at dealing with them, though.
At this point, if you're the ranked contribution in this game, Rift creeps are actually outdoing melee creeps after that one Walker kill a while back. But either way, Lomane is on the hunt here once more. Through the door, perhaps, though. And no, decisively not. But Jonja's in such a tough spot this game. I mean, the way Warden is right now, I don't think a 22k Warden is threatening at all. I mean, ideal world for Jon would being up another 5 or 7k here, and instead
the door got used. They're pushing this because the door's on cooldown. This is sick, actually, because without the door just used to save Jon, no Warden ult either. It's going to be risky, though. It comes down to the rejuve last hit. It's already Doorman on pop side, just gets something onto the field before he goes down. A parry is good. Atali Losan, though, preventing some of the melees. 2 rejuves already claimed. Leave is out of the fight for good, but I think Average and Left are going to be able to clean house. Lomane as well, this time on the Billy. A lot more carry potential for him, and he is showing up. 6 streak for Lomane on the Billy. 22k himself, and once again, this is a Popper's Pupils game where everybody is getting farmed. They're not relying on one single hard carry. Anybody can contribute in these big team fights, and that's 3 rejuves and a 5-player, nearly a team kill against the melee creeps.
Jake, you think about how that went down. They seize the opportunity with Door being on cooldown, and then Poppers just lands the Atani Losan of the gods, shuts down any real opportunity to steal away crystals, and now a game that was already getting out of hand, I mean, it is fully flown away. 3 crystals for Popper's Pupils here, a nearly 30k edge on souls, about to be more than that with the world's easiest dunk coming out from Average. Send it through the middle, why not? And again, you look at the melee creeps composition. How do you come back with this comp? I actually don't think you can.
They're going to look for a kill right now, actually. They're trying to get on top of Average. This is a crazy go. Instantly pops the concussive. The slowing X prevents Calico from ulting out of this, and even holding on to the urn still. Average just immediately calls the bluff. 0 respect, 0 fear. The backup is here. And melee creeps lost 1, maybe more to be found, as Lomane is also running it down fearlessly into the front line. Is going to pop a Rising Raymond, just back off for the moment, but got a ton of Shiv Knives already out of the mix. I think a base guard siege is probably next on the docket here.
Jake, it's running it down in the positive way here, you know, where it's just like, no, it's running it down, but they fall when I do it. Lomane, no fear whatsoever. 1,000 HP on Billy, maybe way more. Just checking due with 2 other members here on Popper's Pupils. And Jake, everything is set here for a new champion in NA. The base guardian's about to go down, and
kidnap?
Rather than a 40-minute game, this may be way longer, but okay, a quick trip into the fountain. You get the kill onto League. It's probably gonna be 2 kills, one for the crystal and one after.
Twice.
Yeah, you would think.
I would think so, right? But maybe if the door can't be closed, I'm not sure if Sai is able to slam that one home. And okay, he is caught. He's gonna pop the ultimate in the pit. And I mean, that's kind of like the one real threat in this game still is the doorman door. Melee Crips are doing everything they can to like get massive value out of it. But I think Popper's Pupils want to keep the pressure on. I love this call. Even without the Geist, they don't really need her. She's not necessarily the most significant character in the fight. Lomane wants to keep this pressure up. Knows there's players with skills on cooldown. Saya is one of them. He's not going to worry about that though because he is dead. And Tally Losan, big swap in, followed up by the Apollo. Surely not long for this world either as the pause comes in with Shiv in a world of hurt.
The Lomane lag out.
I mean, this is which understandable. But come on, Z. We're at a what is this? A 44K soul lead. This game just looks over.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just like a 40K soul lead where it's 200K to 240K. It's a 40K soul lead when it's nearly a 50% soul difference. This is just getting run down in all ways. The draft, questionable for Melee Creeps from the jump, and the things that could have went well did not. Has not been a great Viper game for Fishcake. John, I mean, the mid lane troubles, we called at the beginning, and they just got worse and worse. It stopped Warden from being a threat. Both shrines now down, and if you're Popper's Pupils, you go for the championship here and now, Jake. I think they could just go to end it.
I mean, they're up 50K here, ZB. League's going to come down with full resources. They're going to get the patron drop. They could probably make a strong case for backing out and buying here. I think that's almost indisputably the correct play. I'm sure they're all sitting on at least 6,000 souls. If not more, they will get an exit kill onto Lomane. Suspect that'll be the end of it. I mean, with this many creeps headed to the patron, it's so risky to chase. I think this is a crazy chase. Very, very desperate for Melee Creeps. They're trying to get Lefa, who's still sitting here with some tornadoes. May get run down, but there's a lot of players. You're deep in enemy territory now. The execute's not quite enough for the finish. The lethal poison also, no one can get the finish. Okay, eventually, Lefa does go down concussive. Isn't going to hit hard enough. Average has found one lot of low players on the other side, and Popper's Pupils getting some crazy trades. A 5th train streak for Poppers. It's been lights out this game on Apollo. I'm almost certainly deathless with the scoreline in this one. And I mean, if nothing else, you might force it here. Maybe this is too crazy, but if Do goes down, I think it likely is game.
And the chase down is still happening for Do. Poppers in hot pursuit. Do just getting picked apart bit by bit. I don't think Do is going to be able to get back to base. We'll see. Chase down in its final moment, and the Hyperline going to finish it off. Xeno
the base
finds it in the end. And yeah, okay, off the doorman door, it takes down Average. And I mean, that's been the high point right now. Saya has turned into your typical doorman pub where it's like, wait. At all levels of skill, the kidnap doorman is your last resort. And I mean, truthfully, Jake, without the kidnap kills on the Average just now and League a little bit before, the game actually would be over. So, I mean, knock it however you want, but doorman kidnap, the only lifeline for Melee Creeps in a game where they have just been run over in the last 15 minutes.
Yeah, these doorman kidnaps are nice. They keep things extended. There is going to be a momentary power play for Melee Creeps. I wonder if the scenario is desperate enough for them to force a team fight in the next 30 seconds. I honestly wouldn't hate it. I think this game is very close to loss. Vortex Web is queued up here. Understandable side, knows where his bread is buttered, plays for this last chance, is going to be able to deny the gun buff, which is going to be a nice little find. I mean, League would have loved to have that for a potential base siege. So Saya still out here, still making plays, still fighting for the win. Melee Creeps refuse to give up. Lefa picks up a Toxic. The map just continuing to be farmed up here. Popper's Pupils, I mean, the comeback souls are massive right now, I'll say, for Melee Creeps. So every jungle camp they're able to farm is worth its weight in gold.
Jake, one upside here. Take a look at it. John has secretly been amassing farm. Like, it's actually a 37K Warden, which is more farm than most of the people in the game. I still think you need more.
He's the most farmed in the game,
on overall.
Despite how absurdly. But I will say that only underscores how completely broke and useless all of his teammates are. Like I'm sure he's pretty strong, but like everyone else, you're down 40K and your Warden's the most farmed in the game. Like, this is the one-man army right here as Bustio getting ganked in the mid, tries to get a proc his ult off, cannot get it. Isolated into a corner, no chance. And the entire team is here. They're trying to run down from the doorman door, of course, is a huge threat. They're even thinking about trying to get tricky. Vortex Web, though, is thrown out and missed. Saya doesn't have the door. Decision time for Popper's People. It seems like the call is going to be to go back and play the map. Mid-boss spawning soon, and Bustio will not be up, at least for the start of that contest.
I mean, I think with one down and this big of a lead, you slam mid-boss. Yes, some weird things can happen with Saya, but
without Infernus ult, it is a little risky. I think I think they're going to bait and look for the team fight.
Baiting
Comeback
is
rip.
a safer play, but okay.
Oh, no, they're just
they
team fighting.
actually have
They're
to,
team
they have
fighting.
homework. They have
Oh,
homework.
Saya's
The
going
melee creeps
down.
have teamed up with the Rift creeps, but they lose Saya. So
That's huge. He's been the one player who's kept them alive in this game. And without the doorman, I mean, do you contest the mid boss? Maybe you have to. Finally, the Rico now up for Lefa. The AoE in this pit is going to be brutal. Without the doorman door, you got to get this done the honest way, straight up into the fight, down 33,000 souls. Night is darkest before the dawn, ZP, but it is looking mighty dark here.
honestly, I think the sun may have just left and it's eternal darkness at this point for melee creeps. We'll see. They make the boss scream and now they look for the cleanup and instantly just take down Fish Cake. No Bola threat left. And with Bola off the table, no doorman doors to worry about. The mid-boss is going to go down, and this will be a game-ending mid-boss should all three rejuves go the way of Popper's Pupils. Even if they lose one, Jake, the stat difference is just ballooned. Ido looking for the miracle against the world, the drop down, but it's both Ido and Boostio go down. 3 rejuve crystals, Popper's Pupils, and Jake, a new champion is about to be born.
Popper's Pupils is a formality now. Running it down the mid lane, massive soul advantage. 4 players down. It's only John and Sai. They're going to go for a desperate play early. Try to get a kidnap, but I don't think they get anybody into the base. And as that one fails, I like that Lefa is securing a second wave of creeps here to ensure that they can keep that backdoor protection off. Sai's going to do his best to just delay the inevitable. John so farm, but average just goes right up the gut. Concussive combustion into the 2 remaining members. The unstop from the Warden ulti delays the inevitable, but that's just about all you can hope for with this kind of a deficit. Xeno calls the GGs. Massive performance from Popper's Pupils. Xeno, low main, huge plays out of the playmakers in particular. Poppers in this game 3 was incredible on the Apollo. Pretty sure he was deathless in there.
Popper's Pupils, new champion here in NA on Shift 47. Game 2, probably the highlight of the night. Game 3, it was the exclamation point, Jake, as what a game it was. Nothing close about this one. It was, the belt was brought out basically from minute 1 and was never put away.
Absolute beatdown, man, in game 3. Like, this was a shellacking. Honestly, I think they just got drafted into a corner, which honestly crazy to say because I feel like melee creeps for a long time have been maybe the best drafting team in North America. I feel like they have often won games off of their drafts, right? And it's rare that I felt like, oh, they really got outplayed. But even in game 1 and game 3, I would argue that the better drafts were found by Popper's Pupils. So whether they're able to make better use of their flexibility, playing into deeper pools, or they just have a better read on the meta game, I feel like you really got to give credit to their team play. That's been the place that, you know, melee creeps have been able to find the edge in the past, but not so today. And so the championship changes hands here in Night Shift.
Well, I mean, I'm going to keep it simple. You had John on Warden when, for the most part, no team is really deemed Warden good. And the Warden was picked under duress. It was picked under a very tactical mid-stage ban of Venator by Popper's Pupils and the early prioritization.
Look at these creeps. Look at these creeps. What's going on? Look at the ones on the wall. Excuse me? Like, they juked. The creeps juked. And they legitimately, the walker wouldn't die if they did that.
Jake, that was the best play melee creeps had all game long, and it was done by AI. Like, let's just be honest here. I mean, but still done by creeps. You know, the Rift creeps
It's
melee
tragic,
creeps
man.
connection.
No one's safe from AI in 2026. The clankers took the walker, man. No one's safe.
But yeah, I mean, this highlight is just watch melee creeps get run over. And I mean, if you go into the DNA of why this happened, I think you have to put a lot on the mid lane and how that went down, where John and Saya were struggling, Jake, within that lane. And when you're running Warden here, I think the one way Warden could work is if you win mid lane pretty hard and then John just gets enormously large. And to John's credit, John did get a lot of farm this game. Yeah, but not relative to the overall game. Like, he got large in the sense that he was a little bit ahead of most of Popper's Pupils, but not 10K ahead, which is, I think, actually where you had to be to make the Warden work this game.
Yeah, he was quite far, but it was like at what cost, right? The rest of the team was just like falling by the wayside. They couldn't stay alive. They couldn't even really get into the fight. I stand by this being an abysmal Viper game. I'm not gonna, like, there's way too much control to play Viper in this game. Like, this is... I honestly, this is just like brutal. I mean, across the board, I don't even think you can take too much away from the stats. I mean, Boostio 10K damage roll.
That's what I was going to bring up, Jake. Like, we can't gloss over this.
That is rough.
It's all right,
I'll say
that's bring up.
That's tough. Like, that is a big L.
Like, production, I hate to say it, but one last focus for the world because this cannot happen.
Red circle. I mean, at least he's over
Ay, ay, ay.
10K. At least he's in the 5 digits. You know, it could have been worse. It could have been 4 digits.
Okay,
which
but-
I've rarely seen in all my time playing Deadlock.
What a
even in ranked.
terrible cope that, like,
Yeah, it
you know,
is a
if
deep
you're just
cope.
throwing
It's
out
a
there,
deep
it's like,
cope.
at least he hit 5 figures. Like, oh God, like, no, this is not,
No,
you
I just
cannot
mean
have this happen on silver.
Visually,
Like,
it's not as brutal. But yeah, I mean, right, this is an abysmal game for them. They have to go so tanky. And even John just can't really deal the damage this game. I mean, even he's like, it was respectable on the Warden, but considering the amount of farm he had, he just wasn't able to deliver in the same way. And it was just kind of the game where the only thing Melee Creeps had going for them were Doorman shenanigans. I also got to give credit to Pupils Pupils. That forcing mid boss because Door is on cooldown, very sick play. Like, very, very sick play. Usually, maybe it's like the big ults you're worried about, but in this game, I think that was a fantastic read that Door is, in fact, the most significant skill you're up against. Maybe a lot more so than any of the ultimates from the Melee Creeps roster.
yeah. And I mean, overall, I mean, from laning phase out, everyone on Popper's Pupils just came out to play. I mean, even the players from Melee Creeps, where you don't see John Saya lose lane all that often, and maybe you could put some of the blame here on the or not John, but well, the pick of Warden that John had to play, but that's still in general a duo that tends to win against everyone, and it just didn't happen this time. Like, and across the board, I mean, Popper's People slapped every lane. They made no mistakes in the mid game. They made the incredible read on mid boss. Again, when you have a KD that's this tilted, when you have a lead that was so significant, realistically speaking, Melee Creeps lost every facet of this game from the draft to the lane phase to the mid game. Nothing went right for them. This was just a shellacking for the ages to end our NA finals.
Yeah, this one's going to sting. Definitely, it's going to be something Melee Creep's going to want to come back next week and earn some vengeance for. I mean, it's a team that you don't expect them to be out of the championship match for long at all. But for this Popper's People squad, a great start for them, a great win, a feather in their cap, and both game 1 and game 3's pretty dominant statement victories. And that game 2, I mean, they showed incredible fight back deep after losing shrines. Like, usually, you know, it's not long until the game comes to an inevitable conclusion, but they kept that one more competitive than I think Melee Creeps were comfortable with. And you kind of, maybe you could feel some of that fatigue manifesting a little bit in game 3, which is a rare thing to say about Melee Creeps.
Okay, so we are processing over 6 minutes of highlights for our MVP. We'll give chat a few moments to discuss who it's going to be, but Jake, I think you look at the totality of the series. There's one person in particular for Popper's Pupils where we just got to give them their flowers.
I have to agree. This one, it just had to be Low Main. I mean, you know, from all 3 games, big performances. Game 2, honestly, that's maybe the most impressive one of the heroic picks on Bebop that like keep them in a game that they should have no business competing in. And then game 3, he gets to play like a character with a little bit more of that individual carry potential and just shows up so huge on the Billy with some very big carry performances. I mean, this highlight reel is going to tell the story better than words, right? Just these key hooks, like this kind of a follow-up hook, right? You know, that's just all skill. He's not able to get the uppercut follow pass to just get it done with another clean connection. And I mean, just the decision making, the reads, the timing, immaculate from Low Main. I truly think mechanically one of the best players in the world right now.
Yeah, I mean, you cannot argue with that statement after what we saw here from Bebop, where, I mean, it's also good to see because Bebop goes through these phases where we don't see Bebop for a long period of time, but it is truly like, as many hook characters are in anything with mobile mechanics, the character, even when the character may be seen as a little bit on the weak side, just land every hook like this, and the character is stronger than anything. I mean, Low Main put on a masterclass on the Bebop games, even in defeat on map 2. You want to talk about why map 2 went so long? Yeah, just giving John the business like this, a big reason for it.
I mean, that's one of the sickest back-to-back hook combos you're going to see. I mean, the deep hook on the Walker Siege, John is just never expecting that one. And then he has to hit a high-skill follow-up hook. If he doesn't hit the second one, I think John also probably gets away. Here on the Billy, able to just really get a romp in game 3, you know, with a serious soul lead, able to kind of frontline in, brawl, deal a lot of the damage. Can't believe he got that heavy off. I mean, at that point, you're just, by the grace of God, taking these kills.
Also, in terms of shout-outs, we don't give a ton of shouts to the coaches all that often, but look, that game 3 draft, you got to give it up for pure content. I think that was a very, very good draft. Got Popper's Pupils everything they wanted, put melee creeps in the terrible spot of having to put John on Warden. And they even had like the combo pick where melee creeps is trying to just really put Xeno in a bad spot. But what do? They get Xeno on Paradox, which is still good, and removes the ability to potentially put Boostio on that hero and then get Do onto the silvers. So I think the draft was a masterclass from pure content at the very end. And yeah, I mean, everything came together for Popper's Pupils to make this work and to take the championship back.
Yeah, I agree. The seventh man, I think in particular in game 3, really made himself known. I also got to give a lot of respect to this team that has evolved now over week in, week out, keeps on grinding and like adding so many heroes to the pool. It feels like they never really find themselves in a spot where they're forced to draft for quote unquote comfort. Which melee creeps did a couple times this series that kind of was turned against them. Let's take a look at the bigger history between these two teams and kind of put this match in its place here across the long haul here in the night shift. And you can see melee creeps had an insane run from like week 12 for months and months, winning everything, went on a ridiculous tear. But ever since this roster started to emerge with some of these players coming together, playing as floor men in the past, as FPS Lounge, now Popper's Pupils, they've always just been on the cusp, grinding, forcing melee creeps to continue to improve. But it has started to feel as of late that maybe they've surpassed them, right? Taking the title this week, after some very, very competitive series in the last. Although as we say that, in the end, it's still 2-1 with a different draft, some different situations. Maybe I'm overstating it to count melee creeps out as still a very serious contender in the next week.
I mean, the last 3 weeks of Deadlock have been absurd. I just want to focus in directly. I don't think we have a big circle here, but if you look at 45, 46, 47, 1-2, 2-1, 1-2. And then can we shift to the EU history just to prove this point where we've just been going the limit week after week, 1-2, 1-2, 2-1. I mean, Jake, you cannot ask for better than maximum Deadlock week in and week out. And yeah, okay, technically we're down one map this week because NA exploded, whatever. The finals where it counts, things have been unbelievably close recently, and it's just made these games a joy to watch.
Yeah, I think the competitive scene has kind of started to mature in both regions. There's been a long time in competitive Deadlock where there's been like one definitive team at the top of each region, and anybody else winning is a crazy upset. But right now, both regions, I think, have 2 teams that are on the same level in that, top slot. Of course, Buffingers versus Abrahams in Europe, and Popper's Pupils, melee creeps in North America. It's just too close to call between these two teams, and I feel like it gives us a little glimpse into maybe the future of the game as more teams, develop, building that lever, the layers of strategy and skill necessary to compete. But I'm yapping too much. Let's get into some of the things that people really want to see. Let's take a look at some of the prio of this week. I know a lot of the fans want to see the top meta picks. Some of them are going to stick out like sore thumbs, but quite a healthy week, man, looking at the graph. Like very open-ended in terms of what looks playable.
Far healthier than last week. Last week was probably one of the more biased weeks we've had. This week, I think part balance changes, part people just trying out new things in the meta, but we got significantly more variety. I mean, we got 3 games of Bebop in there. Shiv, for the first time in what feels like forever, was not at the very top spot. And yeah, some mainstays were still in the top spot. Mirage, Pocket, Doorman, Infernus, Billy. I didn't really expect those to change too much, but more Apollo comes in this week. And also, Venator, not necessarily in every game, the incoming revival of Yamato, the revival of Silver. I mean, this was a far better week balance-wise than last week. And I mean, it goes to show that even if people looked at the last patch, it's like, oh yeah, this seems a little bit minor. Not really. I mean, this definitely shook up what was viable at the highest level of play.
ZP, I don't want to alarm you. Am I crazy? Are we entering an era in which Shiv may be balanced? Is that possible? Could it be done?
I refuse to believe this, because every time Shiv has had a week like this, you give it a little bit of time, and then people are like, no, Shiv's actually the GOAT, and Shiv is back to being picked. He is such a comfort pick of those on the top player that I actually think it's a balanced conundrum where it's kind of like, even if he's objectively weak, people are so good at the Shiv mechanics, and the way his playstyle is, if you just you have good HP, you're alive, you do Killing Blow, you take over a game. I don't know if Shiv could be truly dead. I hope to one day have a month or 2 where Shiv isn't played, but I'm not holding my breath, Jake. I've just seen his revival too many times.
Yeah, right. Feels like he's always gonna rear his ugly, terrible head with those, repeated executes. But overall, man, an incredible week of Deadlock. A lot of great heroes coming in. Love to see Dynamo getting played. Personal favorite hero to see come in competitive play when teams are able to make him work. Would love to see, you know, I was thinking this, ZP, is my crazy? I miss Kelvin. Is that a hot take? I miss Kelvin, you know? Kelvin was so OP for so long. I kind of dreaded to see him. The dome was so broken, but I'm ready to see Kelvin back in some games. Maybe we need some Kelvin love in the patch.
We got some deep lore here. You know, the Night Shift Production Discord, in honor of Kelvin being the most OP hero when competitive Deadlock started. The logo
image.
is Kelvin. Yeah, like because we just was like, well, we're seeing this hero every game. That's going to be our image. We have never changed it, by the way.
You remember the Kelvin dome? You could just like last hit all the rejuves in the dome, and they couldn't do
it was one
anything about
rejuve.
it.
It was just. Yeah, it was one rejuve. If you just walk in, is like, yep, I guess we got the rejuve. It applies to everyone. And also my my ice beam, it's going to disarm you, by the way, while ricocheting to everyone. And lasting a million years with crazy scaling, where also Gun Kelvin was a thing at the same time. I mean, it's like, what overpowered ability do you want on Kelvin? Yes,
maybe there's some parts of Kelvin that shouldn't come back. I wonder if we have the item prio this week. I feel like that's always a fun one to kind of see what's risen up. Okay, we don't have it this week. Okay. Well, I'm always curious to see. Maybe we'll be able to tap back into that later. But I believe, ZP, that's bringing us to the end of the show. Is there anything else for us to cover?
Yeah, one thing I meant to tease a little bit earlier in the show, but podcast-wise, we are changing things up. It may go through a name change too for the Graveyard Shift, where we are going to be doing a weekly podcast with Lightbringer in a more standard podcast format, and the goal is to do it every Thursday starting next week, where it's going to be going over not only competitive Deadlock, the entire scene, not just Night Shift, trends in the scene, and of course going over new content when it drops. Likely to see me and Lightbringer there every week. Jake, I know you're going to be on there a lot of the time, and also guests from around the community, including some you may not expect. Just a celebration of Deadlock, but also giving you more content on stuff you want to see. So look out for it next week, not tomorrow, but it's something that we're really excited about.
And let us know in the comments on YouTube. Send us a message on our Discord. Anything you want to see discussed in the podcast, we want that to be like, community oriented, community centric, and like ZB said, bigger than just our events. Although as far as where you can find it, all on our channel. So subscribe to our YouTube. We'll be live here on Twitch as well when we record the show. So that's going to be an exciting one. I'm glad you mentioned that, ZP. It's going to be cool to bring Lightbringer in. Always a great voice to have here in terms of the goings on in the Deadlock scene.
Well, that does wrap things up for the day. Thank you again, everyone, for being tuned in. Our patrons, our viewers, anyone that just loves Deadlock. It was an amazing day with twists and turns. This NA Finals going to go down in history, at least for Game 2. But for us here on the Night Shift, 47 is concluded. It's time to clock out. We'll see you next time.